The yoga ideal of renunciation is for all. What is God's will for man? Should he live as a wandering renunciant in the jungle, free from mundane concerns? Or should he live as a family man in the cities and be caught up in the affairs of this world with its fights and troubles? The great masters have shown various ways through which one can know God. Renunciation is one way. It has been taught by Jesus Christ, by Sri Chaitanya, by Lord Buddha. Once when a disciple of Sri Chaitanya received some fruits in his begging bowl, he ate a few and saved the rest for the next day. But because he was taking thought for the morrow, an attitude Christ also cautioned against, Chaitanya told the disciple he did not want to see his face again. The training by my own master, Swami Sri Yukteswarji, was quite similar. Live from day to day, he said, remembering that all sustenance comes from God. Christ said, "Sell all that thou hast, and come, follow me." I have lived in that way. In India for a time I lived the life of a divine gypsy, roaming free, absorbed in my love for God. I don't think I was ever more happy and carefree. Inwardly, I am always happy, but outwardly, as God's gypsy, I was as joyously free as could be, never even knowing or caring when or whence would come the next meal. That kind of training in total dependence on God is truly marvelous. Once a few companions went with me into the Himalayas for 15 days. We made almost no preparations for our food. I was in my naturally joyous state. One day during that pilgrimage I met a saint. I became so absorbed in talking with him about God that time passed without notice. My companions kept quietly urging me, "Come on, let's go and eat, we are hungry." But I didn't feel hungry in the least. I was receiving food far more nourishing to my soul. In the Himalayas I saw many wonderful saints, healthy and divinely contented with only a little shelter, the simplest food, and scanty clothing. It is truly a spiritually beautiful life they lead. Depend more on God. I know there is a law by which God directly supports that devotee who depends solely upon Him. If one lives the renunciant life sincerely, he will see how this law works. The true renunciant knows that everything comes from God, and that He is the sole support of life. A man may have plenty of food, but if his heart fails, food has no value for him. The power that supports your heartbeat certainly knows your lesser needs. If you live solely for God and have faith in His power, He will give you direct help. Some devotees thus renounce everything for love of God, and devote their lives to seeking and serving Him alone. Jesus Christ, the Guru of the Western world, was an example of such renunciation. He said, "The birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head." He had no home, or place of his own, he had no money for food or clothes, yet he was maintained by God. Because he had given everything to God, he still had everything. He could demonstrate prosperity as no wealthy man has ever demonstrated it, feeding people with a few loaves of bread and 2 fishes. His many miracles showed his attunement with God and his power over all life. People think of renunciation as denial. But relatively speaking, this is not so. I renounced small desires for the greatest treasure in the universe. The saintly Nagendranath Baduri, who had given up riches and material comforts to seek God, was being praised by one of his students for doing so. The teacher replied, "Short-sighted people of the world are the real renunciants, not I. I left only a few paltry dollars and temporary pleasures to gain an empire of endless bliss, and the greatest prize of all, God. God appreciates one-pointed devotion." Some will argue, if everyone becomes a renunciant, what will happen to the world? The world is not going to come to an end because you seek God. This is false reasoning, false rationalization. There will always be many who will persist in perpetuating the world, don't worry about that. Yet this world is so filled with sorrow and hate and jealousy, it might not be a bad thing if it were closed down and started anew. To bank your whole life on the ways of the world and things of the world is indeed a poor investment. The way of complete renunciation is embraced joyously by those who want to see God, and naught else but God. He reveals himself to those who live by the renunciant's creed. God is my life. God is my love. God is the temple that calls my heart to unceasing worship. God is my goal. No duty can be performed without the power borrowed from God, so my highest duty is to find Him. Without that attitude of devotion and determination one cannot know God. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says, "Forsaking all dharmas, duties, remember me alone, I will free thee from all sins, accruing from non-performance of those lesser duties." The outer, as well as inner, renunciation required of a monastic is not possible for all, but in my childhood I resolved that I would never give my allegiance to anyone or anything but God, and I never have. In my heart I live only for Him. I want nothing to stand between me and my God. Renunciation with that ideal is very beautiful. And it is very wise to renounce in this way for God, for He appreciates that one-pointed devotion. Renunciation is considered by the masses as renunciation of marriage. Of a mate, primarily. Jesus Christ and Swami Shankara were such renunciants. And there was Gautama the Buddha, who was married and had a wife and child, but renounced them and went into the forest to seek God. His test was very much harder. A great saint in India used to ask those who came to him if they were married. If they said, "No," he would reply, "You are still on the safe side." I know that many married people would say the same thing. Those who do not marry sometimes regret it, but those who do marry sometimes regret that. If one is not married, and has no strong desire for marriage, then he should seek God first, above everything else. As soon as you are awakened to the importance of seeking God, look neither left nor right, but keep your mind upon your goal. Once the desire for God is aroused, nourish it. Seek Him earnestly, seek Him first. Then if He guides you toward marriage, follow that way. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and His righteousness. Thus Christ admonished the multitudes. When you will have communion with God, you will know what He wants of you. That is the safest way to guide your life. Yoga, the universal middle path. The question then arises, what about those persons who have already incurred obligations in the world? What chance do they have to seek and find God? Is there no escape for them? Of course there is. Yoga offers a middle path between complete renunciation and complete worldliness. Yoga means union. The path of yoga is the science of uniting the soul with God. The practice of yoga is not restricted to any particular type of life. Its goal is attainable by the monastic in the cloister or by the householder in the world. The purpose of renunciation is to pursue God. The purpose of yoga is the same. In the path of renunciation the stress is on the physical relinquishment of everything that stands in the way of one's search for God. Yoga shows the way to inner freedom from such obstructions. Jesus referred to this when he said, "If thy hand offend thee, cut it off. It is better for thee to enter into life maimed, than having two hands to go into hell, into the fire that never shall be quenched." Jesus meant that it is better to be maimed of all desires, and thus be free to enter into eternal life, than to live in a hell of unfulfilled desires that keep one on the path of sorrow in this world. There should be nothing on earth that you cannot give up for God. If you cannot renounce at least some of your bad habits, moods, and materiality for Him, you are a weakling, and God cannot be attained by weaklings. Mental strength is absolutely necessary in order to find God. It would be impossible, of course, for all people to leave the world and go into the forest to seek God alone. They would constitute such a large community that it would be necessary to build a city there to take care of their shelter, water, and sanitation needs. But we can renounce most of the luxuries and unnecessary things of life, and lead a more simple existence. If we do, we can and will be more happy, more peaceful. In fact, money brings unhappiness when it becomes the only standard of happiness. Jealousy and greed arise, creating divisions even within families. Life is much better for everyone when it is more simple. That is why the yogis teach that, when possible, it is best to live away from the big cities. The city dweller has no freedom of his own. He gets caught up in the rush and becomes just another automaton of urban life. In New York I have seen people who behaved just like cogwheels in a machine. One feels freer and more alive in smaller communities. But the flaw there is that if the townspeople do not strive to cultivate spiritual freedom and spiritual interests and understanding, they are likely to become gossipy, critical, and small-minded. Unless one brings God into his life, creating a dynamic balance, difficulties arise no matter where or how one lives. Perform all duties to please God. The beauty of the Bhagavad Gita is that it is applicable to all human life. The Gita counsels simply and repeatedly that he who performs dutiful actions, not for himself, but for God, is saved. But how does one determine which actions are dutiful and which are not? The way is to follow the counsel of someone who has wisdom, for that quality is lacking in the devotee in the beginning of his spiritual quest. If one wants to be a lawyer, the best course is to seek out a good one and learn his methods, the ways in which he trained his mind to deal in legal matters. So the same is true in seeking God. Follow a divine expert. In India we call such a one a guru, he who has followed the way and mastered himself, and therefore is able to lead others. A true guru is divinely guided, and if you follow him you will know what your duty is. What you want to do is not necessarily what you should do. It is easy to do what you want to do, but that is slavery. To act according to the dictates of wisdom is true freedom. But even this is just the first step toward being a true yogi. You must then perform those dutiful actions, physical, mental, and spiritual, with the sole wish to please God. Then you are a yogi. The excellence of yoga is that it points out both the goal and the way. It says that you must be a renunciant in order to contact God, and shows that there is no excuse to say you cannot do so. Yoga teaches that whether living in the world or in a monastery, within your mind you can renounce everything, feeling that whatever you do is to please God. So in yoga there are two kinds of renunciants, those who renounce everything, both physically and mentally, and those who remain in the world to fulfill their obligations, but mentally renounce all desires save the one desire to become united with God in meditation and in serviceful activity. If you are inwardly watchful of your thoughts and your behavior, it becomes much easier to mentally renounce everything for God, and to renounce everything physically as well, when you wish to do so. You may renounce outwardly by running away to the jungle to seek God, but your undisciplined desires will go with you. Yet if you have renounced something in your mind, it is nothing at all to forego it outwardly. I enjoy the food I eat, but inwardly I am aware that it is God who is eating through me. Therefore I feel no attachment to food. If I eat, all right, if I don't eat, I don't miss it. The idea is to learn to relate all experiences to God. This kind of renunciation can be embraced by everyone. Whether one lives in the world or secludes himself in a monastery, he who would find God must be inwardly a renunciant. Whoever performs his duties not for self, but to please God, becomes a true renunciant and a true yogi. Play your role well in the drama of life. It is wise to strive to do God's will in everything, because that is the way to peace of mind and happiness. If you deeply ponder it, you will see that this is a colossal thought. A vast cosmos of the different forces of nature is tied together by God's directing power. Everything works in mutual harmony with the divine plan. We are a part of that universal scheme, just as important as the sun and the moon and the stars. We have to do our part. We must play the role that is assigned to us by the divine, not what we want to play. When you use your own willfulness in opposition to the will of God, you spoil this drama. You do not contribute your share to fulfill the great plan of this universe. Why not say, "Let me do what God wants me to do"? I think you will be much happier, much more peaceful, much better off. There will be greater joy in your life when you strive to please God, not self. When you awaken in the morning, affirm, "Lord, I offer this day unto you." The little ego no longer holds sway in this body, you alone dwell here. As soon as you begin to find God within yourself, you will also behold Him in others. Then you can't hate anyone, because you see Him enshrined in all body temples. It is a beautiful way to live. In everything we do we should think of God. In loving and serving our country, our family, and other loved ones, we should love Him above all else. He must be first in our hearts and in our lives. That is why He has declared, in the 10 Commandments, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." Be in the world but not of it. The Lord did not create this world to torture us, but to test us. The purpose of this test is to see if in carrying on our material duties we can still keep our minds centered in Him, if we can learn to be in the world, but not of it, not absorbed or lost in its materiality. This is the example given to us by Lord Krishna, Lahiri Mahasaya, and King Janaka. The Bhagavad Gita says that he is not a yogi whose renunciation is solely outward, nor is that man a yogi who forsakes dutiful actions. Some spiritual aspirants renounce sex, money, and material desires to enter a monastery or ashram, and then want to renounce constructive activities also. However, in the ashrams of my guru, Swami Sri Yukteswarji, we were given more work than we would do even for a family of our own. In family life, as a rule, one works primarily for himself and a few loved ones, whereas in a hermitage one works purely for God. But in the world, also, one can live only for God, if he changes the center of his consciousness. Live in the consciousness of God. Yoga is the art of doing everything with the consciousness of God. Not only when you are meditating, but also when you are working, your thoughts should be constantly anchored in Him. If you work with the consciousness that you are doing it to please God, that activity unites you with Him. Therefore do not imagine that you can find God only in meditation. Both meditation and right activity are essential, as the Bhagavad Gita teaches. If you think of God while you perform your duties in this world, you will be mentally united with Him. Cease to think that you are working for yourself. Find God by striving to make your daily activities less identified with me and mine and more identified with God. Each one of you can feel that you are performing all your activities in the consciousness of God, for example, by eating not for yourself, but to look after the body temple in which God resides, by doing your work not with the idea of personal gain, but as a service to God, and with the thought of God. Feel that the care of those souls who are in your charge has been assigned to you by God's will. The test of whether your life is lived for God alone is that you do not grieve over any frustrated personal desire, but only when you have displeased God. I take better care of others' things than my own. Because I perform all actions for God, I do them with more ambition and care than I would for myself. And if the results of those actions go wrong, I don't suffer personally, because I acted only for Him. I did my best, and I will try again with greater joy and determination, but without attachment to my efforts and their outcome. If I were working for myself, I would be worrying all the time. But, since my object in working is only to serve God, the results are His, not mine. This is the way to transcend the law of karma. Though I am called upon to perform all kinds of duties, I do not feel at all attached to anything I do, so I do not feel bound by anything. Every person should live in this way in order to know that this world is not his home. We are here for just a little while. So do not trust this life, for it will deceive you. Trust only in the immortal, who is behind your temporal earth existence. You think that here is your home, here is your country, here are your loved ones, but when you leave this world, not even your body is your own. You were not sent to earth to become hidebound in moods and habits, and enslaved to the environment in which you find yourself. If you had complete control over your life, I would say, go on, do as you please. But you do not have that absolute control. No one does until he becomes a master. You were sent here to find God. But without direct contact with God, no one can know Him. So the real art of living is to be a yogi, he who has united his soul with spirit in meditation, who has inwardly renounced everything, who practices the presence of God, and who performs all dutiful actions with the thought of God. You see that I am not telling anyone to neglect his duties. Look after everything entrusted to you, because God has given you those duties, but be non-attached. Realize, even as Jesus did, my kingdom is not of this world. That which lies beyond this creation of 3 dimensions is your real home. As often as I look upward into the spiritual eye, I am in that other world. Do you think it is impossible? It is not. Right here and now you can live in that other world. God is realizable. He can be coaxed to talk to you. But to hear His voice requires spiritual effort and self-discipline. Stand unshaken midst the crash of breaking worlds. Periodically throughout its history the world has gotten into a mess. During times of war it becomes a torture chamber for millions of human beings. True happiness, lasting happiness, lies only in God, having whom no other gain is greater. In Him is the only safety, the only shelter, the only escape from all our fears. You have no other security in the world, no other freedom. The only true freedom lies in God. So strive deeply to contact Him in meditation morning and night, as well as throughout the day in all work and duties you perform. Yoga teaches that where God is, there is no fear, no sorrow. The successful yogi can stand unshaken midst the crash of breaking worlds. He is secure in the realization, Lord, where I am, there Thou must come. When not all the pain of this world, nor even the sufferings of Hades can affect you, you are a king. And that is what you must be. Breaking the limitations of this frail human body, you must manifest immortality. In his poem, Marching Light, the great Saint Swami Ramtirtha wrote, I hitch to my chariot the fates and the gods, in the voice of thunder, proclaim it abroad. Liberty! 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 Aum! Hail, O ye ocean! Be dried up, depart! That is to say, before the marching light of your soul the ocean will be dried up, and mountains will stand aside. Beware, O ye mountains! Stand not in my way. Your ribs will be shattered and tattered today. Think of that. Only the liberty of the soul is all-conquering, and it is all-satisfying and ever newly joyous. Do not be frightened by God's cinema. Be not afraid of the frightening dream of this world. Awaken in God's immortal light. There was a time when life, to me, was like helplessly watching a terrifying movie, and I was giving too much importance to the tragedies being enacted therein. Then, one day while I was meditating, a great light appeared in my room and God's voice said to me, "What are you dreaming about? Behold my eternal light, in which the many nightmares of the world come and go. They are not real." What a tremendous consolation it was! Nightmares, however dreadful, are merely nightmares. Movies, whether enjoyable or disturbing, are merely movies. We ought not to keep our minds so absorbed in the sad and frightening dramas of this life. Is it not wiser to place our attention on that power which is indestructible and unchanging? Why worry about the unpleasant surprises in the plot of this world movie? We are here for just a little while. Learn the lesson of the drama of life and find your freedom. Make God the pole star of your life. Make the Lord the shepherd of your soul. Make Him your searchlight when you move along a shadowy pathway in life. He is your moon in the night of ignorance. He is your sun during the wakeful hours. And He is your pole star on the dark seas of mortal existence. Seek His guidance. The world will go on like this in its ups and downs. Where shall we look for a sense of direction? Not to the prejudices roused within us by our habits and the environmental influences of our families, our country, or the world, but to the guiding voice of truth within. Every moment I am thinking only of God. I have given my heart into the shelter of the Lord. I have given my spirit into His charge. My love, my devotion I lay at His feet of eternity. Trust nothing before God. And then, through the inner direction of God, trust those who manifest His light. That light is my guide. That light is my love. That light is my wisdom. And He tells me how His virtue is winning, and ever shall win. God's judgment is just. I used to worry about this war. But I received great comfort when I prayed, "Lord, I am not the one to judge. Thou art the judge of mankind and nations. Thou knowest the karma of all. And what will be thy decree, that is my desire." This thought took away my concern even for India, for I know God will protect her. We must learn to depend more on the judgment of the Lord. And that is known only after each act in the world drama is over. During the war His judgment may not be understood, but in time we will see that His hand was in this conflict. The immediate outcome and what will come to pass thereafter will be according to His judgment, according to the karma that each nation and each individual within that nation has earned. Out of the fires of this war a greater world will come. Remember this, brute force is never the final victor. You will see that in this war, God's virtue will emerge triumphant. Of all lands, America is blessed, and she will be blessed in spite of all the trouble she is now passing through, because there is no spirit of aggression in her heart. Through the spiritual ideals of India and the idealistic material activity of America will come the great light of tomorrow. India's urge to meditate and commune with God, and America's urge to right activity that is meant to evolve and help the world, these are virtues of the true yogi. And these ideals of America and India will be the saviors of the world. They represent the true essence of the path to salvation for the individual and for the world in which he lives. Reducing these virtues from the national to the individual level, we have the essence of yoga, meditation plus right activity, plus mental non-attachment. One who lives thus, whether his outward garb is that of a monastic or a householder, is a true renunciant and a true yogi, treading the sure path to enlightenment. With all thy getting, get understanding. Understanding is the most precious possession of each soul. It is your inner vision, the intuitive faculty by which you can clearly perceive the truth about yourself and others, and all situations that arise in your path, and correctly adjust your attitudes and actions accordingly. That is a big definition. In this world, our understanding is often short-sighted. When our mental vision is thus impaired, it is impossible to see into the future to know what will be. Being blinded to the potential results of our actions, we frequently do the wrong thing. In order to get along well in this world, you must learn to perceive accurately your immediate circumstances and surroundings, and to perceive also what you are headed for in the distant future. You should have such keen and perceptive insight that you will be able to tell what your life is going to be, 2 years or 10 years hence. If your eyes are short-sighted, you can only see clearly things that are very near to you. And if you have long-sighted vision, you can clearly see and distinguish objects in the distance, but not those close to you. Whether you are short-sighted or long-sighted, the remedy is corrective glasses, otherwise, your vision will be blurred and you will not see things as they are. Similarly, if your understanding is short-sighted or long-sighted, it is time for you to put on the mental glasses of attention, the ability to focus the mind so that its perceptions are clear and accurate. Thus the power of understanding is increased by attention. Conversely, restlessness, that which ruffles and diffuses the mind, blurs vision and causes misunderstanding. Emotion blurs your vision. Moods blur your vision. Most people act, not out of understanding, but according to their moods. Prejudices also blur your vision. These preconceived notions distort your understanding and prevent you from seeing clearly. In my experience with the great ones in India, the first thing I learned was to clear my vision of all forms of restlessness and mental prejudice that might blur my understanding. It often happens that understanding has been prejudiced from childhood, according to environment and circumstances. Such a warped understanding cannot see any situation clearly. You should analyze the many prejudices that your understanding is subject to. Anytime you are making a decision or taking action, ask yourself if you are doing it through understanding, or through emotion or some other prejudicial influence on your mind. As long as you are subject to greed or anger, as long as you are influenced by the wrong thinking of others, as long as you are affected by the misunderstanding of others, so long will your own understanding be unclear. Seek the help of a spiritual teacher who knows God. Because of prejudices, moods, emotions, you do not always see your own mind as it really is. Therefore it is wise to find some spiritual teacher or teachings that can show you how to analyze and correct your thoughts. They have real understanding who have fellowship with God. All souls who are of the divine have clarified their understanding by attunement with His wisdom. Association with them will give you light. I respected my Guru, Swami Sri Yukteswarji, not only because he was my spiritual teacher, but because he gave me that understanding. Any clarity in my vision I owe entirely to him, not to my family or anyone else. No one loved parents more than I loved mine, but the clarity of vision my Guru taught me made me unshakable in the path of truth. I remember when I left home and went to Benares to renounce the world, I was after something much greater than money could afford. I had analyzed the lives of those who had money, and I didn't want to live their kind of life. I knew I would regret it if I tried. I saw that others had many things that I might have wanted, and I analyzed what would happen to me if I followed their path. I saw clearly that I would never have been happy. While I was in Benares, God led me to my Guru. Later, in his ashram, I said to him one day, I am called to my home. I must go to see my father. He loves me very much. Master knew my family would try to hold me. Better not go, he advised. You may not be able to come back. But I said, Guruji, I promise I will return. For I knew there was no other life for me. Love for our parents and attachment to our parents are different things. Attachment clouds understanding. Divine love is never blinded. I know that I love my parents more than anyone else in the family does, and that by giving my life to God I have done much more for them than I would otherwise have been able to. When I went home, my father, who is not given to emotion, was so grateful to see me that he had tears in his eyes. You have come back, he said. I am glad. In those few words there was much meant. His affection was so deep, he never wanted to express it outwardly. As a great saint once said, the moment you utter your love, some of that pure feeling has flown from your heart and become mixed with the foulness of the mouth, the germs and taint of the lips have soiled it. God loves you more than anybody else. That is why he doesn't tell you. He shows his love silently through demonstrations. As I progressed on the spiritual path, I received more love from God than I ever could have from any human being. But to get back to my story, as I stood before my father, he asked me to remain at home to take the place of my elder brother, who had passed on. Suppose I die? Father said. Who will look after your younger brothers and your sisters? Father, I replied, I love you more than anyone else in this world, but I love God more, He who gave me such a father. How could I leave the God who had blessed me with such a loving parent? If the Heavenly Father hadn't put that love in his heart, how could my earthly father love me? Duty to God fulfills duty to all, because without him, we would not have any loved ones. This is true understanding. Father couldn't say anything further. He understood. And when I went away again, singing I am crossing the river of delusion, I shall not turn back lest I weaken, everyone in the house was weeping. By worldly standards it seemed very cruel to leave them, but through that renunciation the greatest blessing came to me, and to them. By serving God first, I could do far more for them spiritually than by any material aid I could offer. A few years later, when I returned with illumination, I took Father to see my boys' school at Ranchi, and he said, I am not worthy of you. No, no, I remonstrated, I am not worthy of you. Then he told me, I am glad now that you didn't turn back to take the railway job I wanted you to accept. Life without understanding is spiritual and material suicide. Blessed are those who have understanding. It is the greatest need on the spiritual path and on the path of life. Understanding is the searchlight that illumines your way and brings success. Before you can attain the crowning goal of this life, you must have that important faculty. So never be blind, never be misunderstanding. It is spiritual and material suicide. Understanding should be your guiding force in every situation. No matter what your trials, try to understand. God never causes harm or suffering to anyone. It is we who, by understanding or misunderstanding, help or hinder ourselves. Pray to God that no matter what experiences come to you, you may have understanding. It is the only thing that will save you. When my trials become very great, I first seek understanding in myself. I don't blame circumstances or try to correct anybody else. I go inside first. I try to clean the citadel of my soul to remove anything that obstructs the soul's all-powerful, all-wise expression. That is the successful way to live. To fly away from problems may seem the easiest solution. But you gain strength only when you wrestle with a strong opponent. One who doesn't have difficulties is one who doesn't grow. When you have understanding, you have no fears. In understanding lies security. Many, many trials I have faced in life. The most difficult of all are those with human beings, because they do not understand. I have seen people I have loved, people to whom I have given my heart, misunderstand. But that has never created bitterness in me. If bitterness arises in your heart out of the non-understanding of others, you will lose your own understanding. Do not let yourself feel hurt when someone misunderstands you. Rather, pay more attention to helping that person. If you can neutralize your feelings toward those who misunderstand you, you will be ever ready to help anyone and everyone. All those who follow this path of self-realization must hold nothing but goodwill for all. Understanding must have both heart and head. Understanding is the vision of your inner being, the sight of your soul, the telescope of your heart. Understanding is a balance of calm intelligence and purity of heart. Emotion is not love, emotion is distorted feeling that will lead you to do the wrong thing. An understanding that is guided solely by the intellect is cold-blooded, it too will teach you to do wrong. There are people you can't even talk to unless you rouse their emotion, and others you cannot move except by reason. Men sometimes become intellectually ossified, and women occasionally become emotionally unreasonable. You must have balanced understanding. If your understanding is governed by both heart and head, then you have clear vision to see yourself and others. You will also be able to know and assess what others are thinking of you. True understanding tells you when you are right or wrong. When you are right, someone may say you are wrong, and you can be wrong and somebody may say you are right. Now, if you have understanding, you know in your heart whether you are right or wrong. You have to watch and correct yourself. Suppose someone tells you that what you are doing is wrong. Then you should go into the inner sanctum of your heart and find out if you are in error. Analyze your motives. If you are wrong, correct yourself. Those persons who have the greatest understanding are the ones whose opinions and guidance are to be trusted. That is why I trusted Master so completely. I could talk to him as openly as I could talk to myself. To cultivate that kind of understanding, learn to keep your mind free of all prejudices when you talk to people. If your understanding is clear, you can love and help others without being hurt or without hurting anyone else. It is most wonderful when you can love all beings, when you can see their good and bad points without the prejudices of your own mind, and without the prejudices that others have. You will learn to love each one truly when your love is no longer conditioned by your personal desires. When you have that understanding, no one can hurt you. Sorrow comes when a desire is not satisfied, pleasure comes when a desire is fulfilled. Thus our happiness comes and goes. That is why Lord Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, be even-minded in pleasure and sorrow. He doesn't tell you to be callous or hard, like a stone. He tells you to learn understanding. When you live in that impregnable castle of understanding, no sorrow can touch you, no disease or tortures of the flesh can reach you. Use understanding to chalk out your path and the future progress of your soul. It will enable you to find the right course without being prejudiced by anything. If you want to hold on to your understanding, love and respect all, but never be prejudiced by anybody or by your own thoughts, because it will be disastrous. As soon as the world is able to confuse you, you will be lost. But if you have a clear understanding, then no matter what clouds others try to create, you will see what is right. My Guru's guidance made me clear-sighted. Understanding is your savior. I remember the many who came to Master, and later left, because they were non-understanding. But I said to myself, many may come and many may go, but I will keep on forever. Master was a very strict disciplinarian. Others fled from his incisive wisdom. But I told him one day, there is one person you will not be able to drive away, and that is myself. I am proud that I kept that promise, because his guidance made me clear-sighted. Very few people know in what lies their own good. As a result of misunderstanding, they often do the very things that will hurt them. When I say something vehemently, it is not because of any hurt I feel from the actions of others, but because of the hurt those actions are going to do to them. If you are hurt by the wrong behavior of others, and let your heart go blind, then you cannot truly love those persons. But when you can keep your understanding clear, then you can help those you love. You can see the springboard of their actions, the course of their actions, and what those actions will lead to. Some people readily respond to what I say, but others do not, because they don't understand in what lies their own good. Whenever I try to guide people, it is only because of an earnest desire to show them what is best for them. I never try to use any person for my own ends. No one. Many people think they have understanding. But it doesn't hold up under testing. Put yourself in all kinds of adverse situations, get yourself talked against, be the butt of ridicule and hate, and watch your reactions. If you are not inwardly disturbed, if you can dismiss all feelings of hurt and injustice and keep only love in your heart, that is real understanding. In the ashram, my guru used to constantly change me from one position of responsibility to another. He wanted my complete understanding in all circumstances, that my devotion to him and my peace of mind be not conditioned by any position in which he placed me. When I reached that evenness of understanding, it gave me unbounded happiness. It is wonderful to live that way. Most of the time, people talk and act from their own viewpoint. They seldom see, or even try to see, the other person's side. If, lacking understanding, you enter into a fight with someone, remember that each of you is as much to blame as the other, regardless of which one started the argument. Fools argue, wise men discuss. It is sarcasm that arouses anger. If truth spoken with kindness angers anyone, that can't be helped. They are your best friends who have true understanding, and who, when you seek their counsel, dare to tell you the truth. When your watch isn't keeping time correctly, you check it against a chronometer. So mix with those who are wise and who are unafraid to tell you your faults. That is the value of your real friends. They are our chronometer. Always be sincere. Never give others the impression that you agree with them when you do not mean it. You are a hypocrite if you outwardly agree with people rather than let them know your real thoughts. Violation of sincerity is a great sin. As soon as you deliberately deceive somebody, your understanding becomes clouded. As a result, you will attract hypocritical friends. If you want understanding, you must give understanding. You must love all with the love you give to your parents, children, and other dear ones. That all-inclusive love is the most wonderful consciousness. Materially speaking, you are nobody to me, because we are not related by blood. But I have worked for you more than I have for my own family, night and day, thinking how many souls will be happy if I can do my part to make them so. I know I have succeeded with some people, many, many have found salvation. But it is a very hard job, I tell you. When you try to enforce your authority, nobody wants to obey it. But if you exercise your authority with love and wisdom, it becomes the greatest guide to help others. That unshakable assistance I give to you is the searchlight on your path. It must not be blacked out by any prejudices. Don't oscillate in keeping your good resolutions. All good resolutions must be kept. The more you try to materialize your good resolutions, the stronger you will become. Be like the saint who said, I made up my mind to have a walk every morning, but sometimes circumstances prevented it. On those occasions, even if it was late evening, I still went on that walk, lest my mind weaken in its resolution. Before you make up your mind to do something, be sure that it is a good resolution to make. Once you have made up your mind, it is not good to oscillate, because to do so will weaken your willpower. A resolution should not be changed unless the facts overwhelmingly justify it. Otherwise, wherever you go, your mental weaknesses will be with you. If you go to a forest, can you leave your weaknesses behind? No. Wherever you are, there you must win your victory. You do not win by flying away or giving up. It is easy to make yourself miserable if you do not have understanding. I could justly reason, the world does not understand me. Why be in this materialistic land when I could enjoy the greatest spiritual freedom in the Himalayas with Babaji? But if you have understanding, you say, wherever I am, I must conquer. If you conquer yourself within yourself, all of the weaknesses of your mind, all the habits that beat you down, you are a real conqueror. You must never admit defeat. Only when you have admitted defeat are you defeated. Stand by what is right. A little while we are here on earth, and then we are gone. Don't be attached or bound to anything. When I was first asked to be a citizen of this country, I refused because I didn't want to be called a citizen of any country. My country is all nations, I am a citizen of the world. My father is God, my family is all mankind. Who can deny me that? If I fight, I will fight for justice. I will defend America when she is right, and I will not fight for her when she is wrong. I will fight for India if she is right, but I will not defend her if she is wrong. Wherever your country is right, support it. Wherever your family is right, stand by them. Wherever your friends are right, cooperate with them. You see how clear it is? You cannot deny the correctness of this principle. That is the divine spirit taught by Krishna and Christ and all great ones. That is what is going to bring lasting peace in this world. I will tell you a little story. There was a Muslim judge who was a very orthodox and prejudiced man. A Hindu villager was brought before him, and the judge asked what the charge was. He said, Your Honor, I have to declare to you that your bull, fighting with my bull, broke the horns of my bull, so that he is dying. The judge replied, Well, you know animals will fight. Case dismissed. Hearing this, the shrewd villager said, Your Honor, I have made a mistake. What I meant to say was that my bull has broken the horns of your bull, it is your bull that is dying. The judge was furious, and fined the man $1. When it was the judge's bull that was dying, his judgment became different. The moral is, always be a judge who is fair, who has understanding. Try yourself and your motives first. Whenever there is a doubt in your heart, judge yourself before your own inner tribunal. Find understanding through communion with God. Every day, analyze yourself, see how you are progressing. As you learn to analyze yourself impartially, you will be able to understand yourself and others. That is the true way of life. If you live and die in understanding, you will find immortality. My aim is not just to build a large organization. I am trying to build the lives of people around the teachings of Self-Realization Fellowship. That is why I don't try to have big congregations in the temples. We want those who will commune with God. He cannot be known by intellectualizing or by hearing emotional sermons that create inner excitement. What I have inside is something very sacred to me. I can't talk at random. I speak what I have verified by my own realization and experiences of life. That is why these truths are real to me. I don't come here to give you sermons, but to give you those truths that I garner from the garden of my experience. I come as the wind of heaven, bearing the fragrance of truth from the Father. I seek nothing from you for myself. My only wish is to give you that fragrance divine, and then disappear again in His bosom. What I give to you I want you to realize for yourself through your own personal communion with God. Nothing can match that understanding. Criticism. When criticized, analyze thyself. Take a thorough look at thy life's activities. Through the uncompromising eyes of thy censors, survey and criticize thyself. If thou dost find fault in thyself, correct it quietly and walk on. If thou dost not find in thyself the fault whereof thou art accused, smile within and go on thy way in stoic dignity. If persecutors continue to jeer at thee and demand a response, answer with love, not enmity. If thou dost hold a position in which others look to thee for light, answer or battle for truth with love in thy heart, not for thine honor or for fear of a bad name, but to uphold the glory and purity of truth. Let thine actions and words be not for the sake of victory, nor for shaming others, nor to feed thy vanity, but only for truth. Love for truth, however, must always be tempered with the love of avoiding hurt to others. Defamation of others in the name of spreading truth, or for the sake of one's own benefit, is a sign of ego and inner weakness, a desire to make oneself appear taller by cutting off the heads of others. Fight not, even for truth, if love is not in thy heart. Hatred cannot be conquered by hatred, meanness cannot be overcome by meanness. If in the guise of defending truth, hatred or vengefulness, or an inflated ego precipitates in thy heart a desire to battle thy detractors, forsake the fight. First culture love. Love is thy strength and thy greatest ally. Its salve will heal the wounds inflicted by the hatred of thine enemies, and love is never defeated. Even death in the attempt to conquer hatred is love's victory for the immortal soul. Those who hate and revile thee are not knowers of truth. Forgive them, for in their ignorance they know not what they do. As thou dost love to forgive thyself no matter what thou hast done, love to forgive others as readily. To those who criticize thee and wrongly accuse thee, knowingly and deliberately, give love unflinchingly. Let them be shamed by the steady gift of thy love in return for the poison they gave unto thee. Try to change them by thine unconditional love. No one who knows the love of God can hate or express meanness to any of his children. How canst thou hate or hurt thine own erring brothers? Hateful or loving, they are still thine own. Brothers who act out of hate and spite know not that law. If thou hatest them in return, thou wilt drown them in the flood of hatred. Rather, show them the lighthouse of love that they might swim ashore. Let thy love tell them of the ignorance of their erring ways. Show them the example that thou lovest them in spite of their hatred. Blessed are those who are criticized for doing good. A paradise of eternal bliss is theirs who live and die in right behavior. But woe unto them who out of jealousy, enmity, or self-interest malign and seek to harm the good name of those who are engaged in noble works. Sarcasm, slander, revengefulness, bias, untruth, are poisoned shafts of evil that boomerang to inflict great karmic injury to the soul of the criticizer. Unkind and unjust criticism causes inharmony and factions of partiality, bias, and rebellion. Supported by those who love gossip, it becomes a crucifixion of the soul of the innocent, more painful than the crucifixion of the body. The love of gossip is the love to crucify the soul of others. But though gossip, lies, and slander hurt the criticized, they ultimately hurt the criticizer even more. The wrongly criticized becomes purer than ever, while the wicked accusers are condemned by the unfailing karmic law of cause and effect. In addition, they are convicted by their own conscience and condemned to live in a self-created prison house of painful lack of inner peace. Those who sow error will reap the harvest of delusion and misery. The divine way is to judge thyself, not others. Unless thou doest thine own house cleaning, thou hast no right to tell others their houses are unclean. If others sincerely ask thee for thine opinion, then judge them not with bias or personal aim, but with impartial love, and give them thy loving suggestions. No compromise with wrong acts. No mere pitying the wrongdoer. No unkind criticism of the transgressor. But tutor the error-stricken with unfathomable love. Say unto thy brother, my heart bursts for the suffering caused to thee by thine own wrong actions. Mend thy ways. I love to see thee well. True words may be hurtful and bitter, so coat them with the sugar of love and kindness that they may be more easily swallowed by the one stricken with the fever of evil. But if thy views are not welcome, maintain silence. Mentally send to the wrongdoer constructive thoughts, love, and prayers, without spoken words, for that is also beneficial and will help to awaken him. He who is down needs not to be trampled on. He needs thy lifting hands of love. Think of others' woes as thine own and thou wouldst feel for all. Unkind criticism is a torturing enemy that delights in the downfall of others. Love is a saving friend that rejoices in others' happiness and well-being. To offer criticism, even constructive criticism, is risky, but to be able thyself to stand criticism is of great benefit. It tests and reinforces thine armor of truth for use in the battle of life. Those who lovingly judge thee are thy best friends. Those who flatter thy faults are thy worst enemies. To receive impartial criticism is to tune in with the law of progress. But to succumb to flattery is to poison both material and spiritual advancement. Harp not on the sins of others, neither on thine own. Forgive and forget past error. Give no life and form to thine own or others' errors. Do not speak of others' faults. Never write about them or make them public. Do not engage in or repeat rumors and gossip. Do not make an untruth immortal by talking about it, by sounding thine own trumpet in the chorus of dissent. And do not draw personal conclusions and give voice to them when thou art not in a position to understand all sides. Be busy in making thyself good. Thine example would talk 1,000,000 times louder than words. Counteract criticism by humbly living the principles of truth. Reform thyself, and by watching thine example, let others be inspired to reform themselves. That is what is wanted and needed in this world, those who are criticizers of themselves, not others. Conquer vice by virtuous example, error by truth, hatred by love, ignorance by wisdom, fear by courage, narrow-mindedness by understanding, bigotry by liberality. Let these virtues begin with thyself. Be attentive to thine own mental house cleaning, and perchance others will be encouraged to get busy doing the same for themselves. Where is Jesus now, and what is he doing? A Merry Christmas to all of you. I wish you the best Christmas ever, and I know that in your hearts you send me the same message of love. Let us specially concentrate on Christ and His love today. There are two aspects of Christ, Christ the man, and Christ the Spirit in the man. Worshipping Christ in spirit is much more important than observing His birth materially and socially. Christ must be born within us in spirit. He must be born anew in our consciousness. That is the second coming of Christ. It is an injustice to Christ to celebrate His birth only with feasting and presents. This is all right, but the lack of deep, devoted communion with the Spirit of Christ at Christmastime is a serious omission in Christian practice. This is why once more I am reminding you to observe the spiritual Christmas on the 24th of December by meditating many hours that day. And then have your social Christmas on the 25th. I am very happy that this message, to honor Christ's birth spiritually by long, deep meditation on Him, has been received and followed by so many truth seekers around the world. And it will be received by millions after I am gone. Jesus said, "The harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few." The blessings of the presence of God and Christ are there for those who will make the effort to commune with them in deep meditation. If you follow the meditation techniques as given by Self-Realization Fellowship, you will know more about Christ than the millions of churchgoers who worship Him in sermons and external rituals, but don't take time to meditate deeply upon Him. This self-realization movement was sent to the world to awaken the real spirit of Christ within you. Wherever you are, pledge yourself to celebrate first the spiritual Christmas, and then the social holiday. These two you must always observe, for then you will see what a greater awakening will come. By striving to commune with God, Christ, and the great ones at Christmastime, you will prepare yourself for the way you are going to spend the new year that is shortly to come. It is a wonderful way to enter a new year. By greater spiritual effort, every day, you must redeem yourself by yourself. No one else can do it for you. How liberated masters watch over the world. Perhaps you have wondered sometimes if great souls such as Jesus are lost to the world. Not at all. See how busy God is. He is always in His own ecstasy, yet He is busy running this universe. And all the saints and masters who have left this earth are also busy elsewhere, just as every one of them had something to do when here. The first time Lahiri Mahasaya called Babaji to materialize himself, to satisfy some doubting friends, Babaji didn't like it. "Do you call me for a trifle?" he asked. "I am very busy." When a liberated master says that, he means he is busy with God, doing God's will. The great ones are all active. It is the mission of some to try to strengthen the good in this world. And to the extent that they are able to do so, through receptive minds, the devil's power weakens and God's power becomes stronger. When a great saint is resurrected in spirit, and yet takes a form in responding to sincere, receptive devotees, it means he has some part to play in the world's destiny. I know that Christ, in flesh and blood, is in communion with Babaji in India. Together they are watching over the destiny of the world. They tried very hard to avert this world war. They and all other resurrected masters have a mission to perform. Who puts the powerful thoughts of peace in the minds of some souls? It is Christ and the great ones, for they are suffering very much in this war. They are not by any means happy with the state of this world. They are trying to establish peace and harmony on earth, and raise it to a higher spiritual level. But they can't if man doesn't let them. God is almighty. He could stop the war tomorrow, but if He did, He would be a dictator. I used to wonder why He and the great saints didn't prevent this war. The answer is that they would have had to use miracles to do so, and God is so great, he will not impose his will on us. Nor does he punish or take revenge on us. He wants to convert his children not by force, but by persuasion and love. War is made by man, not God, and it is meant to teach us a lesson, the lesson of our innate godliness. But what a terrible way to learn this truth! God knows that we will never be destroyed, for we are immortal souls, but the lesson will never be learned by us unless we suffer. And is not God suffering also? Do you think He doesn't want us to be happy? He permits us to suffer from evil ways only that we might learn that the path to follow is the way of the good. Christ has not gone, He is watching you. If you want to know Christ as He was on earth, and as He has appeared to saints through the ages, you must live His life. Whenever it is necessary, He does appear to His devotees. And if you are in tune with Him and live in your daily life even a little part of what I am telling you, you shall know Him. Christ has not gone. He has given His philosophy, and He is watching those souls who are practicing it. You must live the ideals of Christ, and know that He is watching you all the time. Why don't you see Christ or hear His voice? Because your physical eyes and ears are not attuned. You cannot see even television images or hear songs passing through the ether of this material world without the aid of television screens and radios. The static of spiritual restlessness keeps you from perceiving the still finer vibrations, which are highly delicate forces. That is why you do not see Christ and the great ones until you learn how to tune in with them. Christ is right here. He can be seen if you look within your forehead at the point between the eyebrows, the center of Christ consciousness, the seat of the single or spiritual eye. If you want to see Christ, concentrate at this point of spiritual vision, look through the spiritual eye. If you want to receive His universal intelligence, you have to feel His consciousness in the spiritual eye. After death, Jesus resurrected His body and allowed hundreds of people to see Him. To the doubting Thomas He said, "It is I, touch me." Why did He materialize His body? That others might behold Him after resurrection and know that all who are in tune can behold Him and know that He is. Saint Francis said, "I meet Christ every night in flesh and blood." You too can behold Him, if you can put yourself in tune, just as I have seen Him many times. There is a way to invite Christ. He doesn't want praise. Nor can He be bribed by wealth, by any sermon, or by mock devotion. He will be drawn only to the altar of your love. If there is sufficient love and devotion in your heart, then, and only then, will He come to you. He may actually materialize in person. Christ-like behavior is difficult, but rewarding. So remember that Christ is all the time working for you. And His throne is in your spiritual eye. When you are in tune with Him there at the center of Christ consciousness, you can feel His presence, and see Him sleeping on the bed of stars, dancing on the billows of your feelings, resting on the altar of your devotion. In every good thought is a secret home of Christ. That is where He is. But He will not come out of hiding so long as you have Satan with you, so long as you don't learn to love those who hate you and to live the other principles of Christ's life. When Christ came on earth, He was born in the Orient. It is said that when He reached the age of 15, His family sought to arrange a marriage for Him, as was the custom, but He chose to leave home, and went to India and Tibet, where He passed 15 years with the masters. I have told you this before. You will recall that there were 3 wise men from the East who came to visit Jesus at His birth. He returned their visit during those years for which the Bible gives no record of His activities. Then He returned to Jerusalem to preach His message. But how few people appreciated Him. Only when He was gone did some realize what He was, and succeeding generations began to build churches in his honor. Still, how very few people throughout the centuries have really lived the life of Christ. That is why millions who think of themselves as Christians are not happy or spiritually satisfied. It is easy enough to learn about Christ and his teachings, but to practice what he taught is not so easy. I say it not from pride, but because I know, I have lived the life of Christ in every way that it has been possible. So I can truthfully tell you that the life he taught is the only way to true happiness. Many people think that to live Christ-like is too difficult. It is hard indeed. It is also very difficult to become famous or wealthy, and great is your anguish when you find you can't fulfill your desire, even though you have made a great effort. But though you meet difficulty in trying to establish Christ principles in your life, if you persevere, there is ultimate reward. The permanent monument of Christ's love. Jesus was as perfect as a man could be. And what did mankind give him? Instead of being appreciated, he was crucified. You find intolerable the little abuse you get from others, but think what Christ suffered for giving love. Of all the miracles he performed, the greatest was when he said from the cross, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." To that great Christ we give our tribute today, to him who has established in our hearts a permanent monument of love. That same thing we must say during this wartime: forgive them, Father. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. Blinded by ignorance, they are murdering each other. They had no hate for those they now call enemies. Politicians led them to fight and kill one another. What will be the gain? The final result must be that man will understand that war does not pay. That is all. War will never solve any problem. Bombs will not settle disputes. Love alone disarms the enemy. Would any power on earth make me take a gun and shoot someone? No, I would not handle a gun for anyone. We must remember the permanent monument Christ has left within us in his counsel: love one another. For we are all sons of the one God. That is what we have to learn. And universal Christ love will become stronger than ever when the nations of the earth see their folly. No politician or monarch will ever be worshipped as Christ is worshipped, because their rule is based on narrow interest, or greed, or hatred. It is the universal eternal principles that Christ and the great ones have lived that will change the narrow rules of politics. Humanity has gone mad because the example of Christ's life has been scorned or forgotten. He will not impose himself physically. We have to accept him spiritually, then alone will he bless us. From my Indian guru I learned the real meaning of Christ's teachings. Live the ideals of Christ. It was from my guru, Swami Sri Yukteswar, in his ashram in India, that I learned about Christ and the real meaning of his teaching. And I never forgot it. I have been able to win in life because I applied those timeless principles. In the ashram there was a younger boy named Kumar, who had come as a disciple shortly after I did. I thought he was Master's favorite, because he was rather quick and intelligent, and I was more slow in my ways. It was apparent that he wanted my position as the one in charge of the ashram. Guruji assigned him to my place and gave me lesser duties. Everyone complained to me, charging that Master had done me an injustice. But instead of taking their side, I took Master's side. I told them, my relationship with Guruji is not conditioned by my title or what work I do. I have pledged to him my obedience. I didn't come here for praise or position. I came to humble my pride. In the valley of humbleness the waters of God's mercy gather. Those who flatter you usually have a selfish objective. Never bribe, or allow yourself to be bribed, with flattery. Everything that happens to us is a test of God, to see how we behave. And this was my first test in my Guru's ashram. I wouldn't be Yogananda today if I hadn't passed those tests with Master. I said to the devotees, Master is right. I don't know why he has made this decision, but I know that if I were to feel hurt or resentful, I would be wrong. So what happened? One day, when I was busy with the work assigned to me, Kumar went to Master to complain about me, and said, You put me in charge, but everybody goes to him. Master replied, That is what I wanted you to learn. You coveted his position, he never wanted it. They all go to him because he is naturally suited for it. And why did you ask Yogananda to clean your shoes, which he did? When he was the leader, did he ever ask you to wipe his shoes? I learned a great lesson from that experience. I had been tested, and in that test I had won. I did not follow Kumar's ways of pettiness. I not only said, Father, forgive him, but I learned to love him. And later he followed me. That is the way of Christ. Love those who abuse you. Jesus said that if anyone smites you, turn the other cheek, give him love. It is a very difficult philosophy, but I have lived that life, and I know it is the only one that works. The way to practice Christ's philosophy is to begin with your family. Right in your own home he is watching whether you are following his ideals or the tenets of evil. In family life, the test of spiritual existence is to remain always calm and understanding. If someone wants to fight, remain quiet. Can anyone keep up an argument if you don't talk back? If you are married and your spouse goes wrong, love him all the more. Pour kindness and love on the wrongdoer. If your love is not understood, your loved one may leave you, but to the last day of life he will remember that he is the one who wronged you. It is better to live in the hearts of those you love as one who loved them unconditionally than to live in their memory as one who was hateful. It is natural to love others who love you and are kind to you. But Jesus said to give love even to those who abuse you. I have lived that philosophy. I have learned to love people in spite of their behavior. For those who fail this test, it is their doom. The fault lies with self, not with others. No matter how perfect you try to make a place, you will see that there will always be somebody coming to interfere. That is the law of this world. How many have tried to shake me and disrupt the harmony of my work, but have not been able to do so. Why? Because I follow the laws of Christ. No one can hurt me if I don't wish to be hurt. Jesus had the power to destroy his enemies. I have that power, too. I could hurt others with just a thought, but I have never done it. I have never used that power for revenge. As you travel the spiritual path, your will becomes fiery. God gives his devotees great power as they grow. He doesn't give it to everyone, because people would destroy one another. But as one advances spiritually, his power increases. If he is tempted to use it to hurt others, however, he will destroy himself. The misuse of his power will be his end. Jesus said, If I would, I could borrow 12 legions of angels from my Father. But what did he do instead? He observed quietness. He didn't even try to defend himself. That is the divine way to overcome your enemies. If in a spiritual organization you are mistreated, give love. I have lived that. Remain quiet, for as soon as you help the wrongdoer with one word of quarrel, you have soiled your own thoughts, you have failed in your own ideals. When there is a fight, at least 2 parties are involved. So there can be no fight with you if you refuse to participate. The only way to conquer your enemy is to follow the example of Christ's love. God has the power to destroy us in an instant, but He does not do so, even though we give Him plenty of cause. He gives love for hate. And He expects us to follow that example. Each one of us must live that life. No one can quarrel with me. That is the way I have conquered. If you want to know Christ, you have to be victorious in every test, to conquer the ego self even in little things. How a quarrelsome man was changed. In New York there was a Hindu writer who couldn't stand anyone else. He was always fighting with somebody. One day he became quarrelsome with me. He started by arguing with my friends, and then burst through the door into my room and began insulting me. "How is business?" he asked, implying that I must be getting a lot of money from my lectures and classes. It is not the money itself that is good or bad, but the use of it that makes it right or wrong. You can use it for good or for evil. Everything that has come to me I have given to God's work. As this writer continued to insult me in the grossest terms, my friends were giving me looks that meant, "If you just say the word, we will usher him out the door." I was worrying that they might lose their self-control and throw him out. So when he made further accusations, I started answering, "Maybe you are right." I didn't say he was right, merely, "Maybe you are right." After some time, I asked my friends to leave the room. The writer slumped back on his chair and said, "For the first time I have been licked." "Don't think I am not going to give it to you," I replied. "Tell me, why is it that an intelligent man like you behaves in this way? You were only advertising your bad behavior, and showing what kind of person you are. I was concerned only for you, that my friends didn't harm you." "You are right," he answered. "Tell me more." So I said, "You know, vultures soar high in the sky, but their whole mind is on the carrion on the ground below. They wait their chance, then swoop down to pick at that dead meat. That is the way you behave. Wherever people are gossiping and fighting, there you love to go and pick at the bones. You are known everywhere for your bad behavior." "What should I do?" he asked. I answered, "Wherever there is gossip or quarreling, leave at once, don't contribute to the fight. If someone insults you, or calls you a devil, that doesn't make you one. He who calls you a devil is being used by the devil. The best thing under such circumstances is to remain quiet. If you refuse to fight, then who can fight with you? And even if such a person goes a step further and slaps you, and you do not respond, that slap will burn in his palm throughout his life. But if you fight back, he will only want to strike you 12 times harder. If you associate with skunks, you cannot smell the roses. Evil people don't want to change their ways. The best policy is to stay away from them. There is more goodness than evil in the world, and there are more good people than evil ones. But if you associate with skunks, you cannot smell the roses. It only seems that evil is greater than good, because evil is hard to forget. If someone hurts you deeply, you remember it. But instead of concentrating on that, you should think of all the good things about the person who has hurt you, and of all the goodness that you have in your life. Don't take notice of the insults people give you. And never let anything bring you to a decision to fight, nor give anyone the opportunity to fight with you. If you do, you are a party to it. Numerous are the scars I bear for doing good. And if they mattered, I wouldn't be here, I would be in the Himalayas. But such scars are worthwhile, for they help you to grow spiritually. Only those who live the life of Christ and meet his tests find him. To them Christ comes. He would never have come to me if I had indulged in pride or anger, or if I had slapped back when others treated me unjustly. People will treat you unjustly, that is the way of the world. This earth is not a perfect place. Consider the mosquito. You would think it would be satisfied with drinking your blood, but no, it also injects a little poison into your system, and sometimes carries germs that cause disease and even death. Some human beings also are like that. Greater than the wounds of battle are wounds to your soul. I used to have a terrible temper when I was a boy. But one day I said to myself, if you want to do good on earth, you must not lose your temper. I promised myself that I would destroy that enemy of my soul, and to this day I have never hurt anyone out of anger or spite. Greater than the wounds of battle are wounds to your soul. Let not your soul be wounded by anger and hate. Though it is terrible to see people maimed and killed in this war, there is consolation that on one side they know they are immortal souls, only their bodies have been hurt. The scars of the body perish with the body, but wounds to the soul on the spiritual battlefield are terrible. They are more deadly in their torture. Those who lose the battle of life by succumbing to hatred and meanness will lose themselves. Those scars remain on the soul, they will go with you beyond the grave and last for incarnations. If you are an angry or hateful person, who knows? You may come again on earth for many incarnations, hurting people and being hurt by them. Wrath and hatred accomplish nothing. Love rewards. You may cow down someone, but once that person has risen again, he will try to destroy you. Then how have you conquered him? You have not. The only way to conquer is by love. And where you cannot conquer, just be silent or get away, and pray for him. That is the way you must love. If you practice this in your life, you will have peace beyond understanding. And then you will know what Christ is. Why shouldn't you be victorious in this way? Conquer dark qualities that cause great suffering and wound the soul. Get rid of them, pulverize them. These enemies I have destroyed, and now I am free. So must you destroy them. Don't soil your soul with those who are mischief makers. Remember this, don't soil your soul by mixing with those who are mischief makers. Bless them. Give them love, and learn not to let them draw you down to their level. Refuse to be insulted by anyone. Just remain quiet. God could speak, and shake the world, but he doesn't, because to do so would be to use force to make us behave. He has given us freedom to act rightly or wrongly, and he is silently waiting for us to change our wrong behavior. That is the way of all those who love God. They suffer silently. If anyone causes them suffering, they say, all right, if you feel happiness in hurting me, go on. It is a marvelous ideal. I never had such joy in my life as through this philosophy. Similarly, whenever you are hurt, remain silent. And inside don't feel hatred or anger. If someone speaks to you in hurtful language, remain quiet, or say, I am sorry if I have done something to offend you, and then remain silent. What can that person do then? I have practiced these things in my life. Nobody can make me fight, even if he slaps me. I would go down on my knees and ask pardon. How can such a person fight you if you don't want to fight? He who believes in Christ should not retaliate when someone is trying to get his goat. The example of Christ is that we are here to love one another. We must never retaliate. You have no idea what strength comes from such self-control and love. You behold humanity as little children, they don't know what they are doing. If you would come to me, live the life of Christ. Whoever would come to me must come only in that spirit of harmony and love. Those who are in tune with me, as some souls have been from the beginning, have never had a cross word with me. Mrs. R. is one of these. Many have trod on her with unkind speech, but I have never seen her cold or angry. And never have I seen her without a smile. As a result, her seat is reserved in heaven. That is the kind of example I live. And all those who come to me, I want them to live the life of Christ. If I can save one soul out of this crowd, I have done something much more valuable than the converting of thousands of people. I am speaking to your souls. I know many of you who come here will be saved through the words I have spoken here. But you must practice these ideals in your life. You must live more by the Christ principles, instead of just talking about them. When you live Christ's example, you will be able to see Him. He is like a fragrance, all-pervading. But it is only through receptive souls that He works. If you call to Christ with all your heart, and if you have learned the lesson that you must never fail to live in humility and love, and to meditate deeply upon God, Christ will come to you. You can see Him in flesh and blood, even as He has come to Babaji, Saint Francis, and others who are in tune. Dear ones, this has been my Christmas message to you, that you might know where Christ is today, and what He is doing, and how you may know Him. Christ love and harmony I send to you all this Christmas. Let no one rob you of your peace and love. And remember to set aside a day before Christmas every year in observance of the spiritual birth of Christ. I know millions of people will follow this path when I am gone, because it is the true teaching of Christ. Do souls reincarnate? Our theme tonight is the reincarnation of souls. Why should we be interested in reincarnation? Isn't one lifetime sufficient to worry about? In one sense, it is good to think that we live only once. And if it is so, we must not waste our time, but live every minute grandly and beautifully, in a spiritual way. It is true that no individual has been born on earth twice as the same person. This is according to God's wishes, and since the beginning of time He has not changed His policy. Shakespeare wrote of the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. Once the hand of fate writes that you must depart, the decree is final and you are gone, and there is the end of your present form. So in that sense there is no return, because regardless of your identity in your previous incarnation, you start this life anew, with no recollection of who you were before. Because of that limitation on our consciousness, we see this life as the beginning and the end. It may seem to you that I am teaching a philosophy contrary to that of the Hindus. But I am dealing with truth from the relative standpoint of God's creation. I read from the Book of God, and from that library I speak to you. This is the way I learned from my Guru, Swami Sri Yukteswar, and the way he learned from his master Lahiri Mahasaya. Without direct perception you can't really know at all if something is true. Again, relatively speaking, if we incarnate only once, then we see in nature a devastating, iconoclastic method. Some babies are stillborn, or die after only a little while, without having had a chance to experience life. People of all ages are stricken with suffering, disease, and death. There is no certainty about life. Every year when new models of cars come out, there are always some that are lemons, having mechanical defects. Is life like this, too? That somehow in the process of nature some souls are made with firm, sound bodies and minds and others are accidentally given weak bodies and defective brains? Are we just factory productions, with no control over what happens to us? If this life is the beginning and the end, then I say it is a terrible injustice. It is ruthless. We don't want to think of a God who would create such a life. This world would just be God's great zoo, with us as merely experimental animals, his human guinea pigs. If God deliberately made specimens with great talent and others with poor mentality, some beautiful and others deformed, then there is no justice, and no use in religion. And if this is the only life, with no existence hereafter, then there is no point in making any effort beyond satisfying our selfish whims of the moment. We have made a mess of God's creation. God did not give us reason only to question but never be satisfied. The very fact that we can question shows that there are certain processes of evolution going on that enable us to gain greater and greater knowledge. We may not fully understand, but we instinctively know this much: there must be some justice in the law that creates the infinite differences among human beings. Is there any clue? We find it in the law of reincarnation, with its corollary of karma, the principle of cause and effect. God at some time started all souls in a fairly uniform way. We all had equal goodness and potential within us, but owing to the misuse of our intelligence and free will, we have created terrible disorder and lack of equality, lack of uniformity, in life. You can't generalize about people, because God has given every individual freedom to make his own choices. No matter who we are or what we are, and even though we are somewhat bound by circumstances of our karma, the effects of our past actions, we can do anything we want to in our minds. In the vault of the mind lie all the chains of bondage, as well as the keys to freedom. All actions originate in the mind. Trouble comes because people have so many crazy thoughts, and wrong thoughts lead to wrong actions. In this country, everyone wants to be or to have something different from everyone else. People do whatever comes into their minds. They get married and divorced as often as they wish. They do just as they please without any thought for their fellow beings, or even for their own highest welfare. We stagger at the wild way the world is moving, so many different ideals held by so many millions of people, contradicting and conflicting with one another. One person or group wants one thing, and another person or group wants the opposite. There are so many customs to bind us, so many philosophies to confuse us. I often say that we are all a little bit crazy and we don't know it, because people of the same craziness mix with their own kind. It is only when people differently crazy come together that they find out their own craziness. God wants to make something beautiful out of this earth, but there are lots of things that have gone out of control because we have misused the freedom he gave us. It is we who have made a mess of this world, and it is we, through opportunities in this life and in new incarnations, who must better our own lot as well as that of the world we live in. We feel mortal because we lack continuity of consciousness. We are so identified with this present life and its travails that it seems to us we are mortal, but only the body is mortal. Our real self, the soul, is immortal. We may sleep for a little while in that change called death, but we can never be destroyed. We exist, and that existence is eternal. The wave comes to the shore, and then goes back to the sea. It is not lost. It becomes one with the ocean, or returns again in the form of another wave. This body has come, and it will vanish, but the soul essence within it will never cease to exist. Nothing can terminate that eternal consciousness. To know firsthand about reincarnation you would have to have a continuity of consciousness during the transition period of death, the after-death state, and the prenatal state in the mother's womb, from one incarnation to the next. It is possible. I have experienced that. In my autobiography that is coming out you will read how I felt when I was born, that helplessness of being confined in an infant's body, for my soul was developed and awake even when I was in my mother's womb. My soul rebelled against the limitations. When the memory of the past comes while the soul is still closeted in a helpless body in the womb, the soul feels very frustrated. Those memories cause the baby to move around with life. It wants to get out. The soul feels powerless in that confinement, remembering breath, yet unable to breathe. It struggles to be freed from the prison of the mother's body. When the baby is about to be born, an intense prayer thought goes out from that soul. That is why some infants are born with hands folded as in prayer. But as soon as the child is born, it forgets its past. Only if the consciousness is highly developed will memories of the past be retained. For instance, if you take a person from one house to another, he remembers it, because he was conscious during that transition. He may very well remember not only the different houses he went to, but also the route. But suppose an Eskimo in Alaska sustains a head injury that causes unconsciousness and amnesia, and is put on a train and brought to Los Angeles for treatment. When he awakens, if asked whence he came, his reply would be, "I don't remember." Also, under the spell of hypnosis you can be made to feel like a different personality, so that you don't remember your real name. At death a state of coma comes, in which you forget everything. But do you forget everything? That is the question. Your mind may not remember, but your soul does. When you are highly advanced spiritually, your soul remains awake and conscious from one life to another. We don't want to remember troubles of past lives. I would plant one thought in your mind: without God realization, you wouldn't care to know about your past lives, lest you learn of the terrible happenings that have taken place in those previous incarnations. Think of the troubles and sorrows you have had in this life, and then think of your many past incarnations. Do not believe for one moment that you have not had equally painful or worse experiences in those earlier lives. Would you want to remember all you have gone through from the beginning of your creation? No. Because to do so would so depress and discourage you that from the beginning you would have no strength, no will, to keep on. For instance, suppose you died of cancer in your last life. Would you want to remember that suffering now? Your fear of that experience might produce the condition again. If you had continuity of remembrance, and could recall that as John in your last life you were poor and died of a terrible disease, and that now you have come back in this life as Jack, and again you are afflicted with poverty and sickness, you would be hopelessly discouraged. It would paralyze your will to succeed. We don't want to remember things that are unpleasant or evil. That is why nature obscures our memories from one lifetime to the next. In going from one body to another, something happens that makes us forget our past existence. God is good to us in that respect. Of course, if we were wonderful in our last life, we might want to remember that, especially when facing some trouble in this life. People who go to fortune tellers or others to try to learn about their past incarnations really want to be flattered. They don't want to hear that they were an average or an evil individual. They want to be told they were a great king, a famous person, or a saint. False prophets tell people what they want to hear because they want to increase their following and the contents of their coffers. In one of my classes there were 3 ladies, each of whom confided to me that a certain fortune teller had revealed to her that she was a reincarnation of Mary, Queen of Scots. I brought the 3 Marys together and asked them to tell me which was the real one. Live rightly now, regardless of what lies hereafter. If there is a life beyond, and if you have lived this one well, you will carry that goodness on into your next life. If you haven't lived well in this life, you will still be reaping the results of your wrong actions in the hereafter and in your next incarnation. Even if there were no life beyond, To have lived this one rightly is still far better and more satisfying than living to the end of life in an unhappy, miserable state as a result of desultory behavior and wrong actions. Once an atheist came to talk with me. He told me he didn't believe in an afterlife. It was his conviction that when we die, that is the end of our existence. I said, "Do you know for certain? Suppose there is life after death? Isn't it more practical to live rightly now? Then, if there is a hereafter, you will be rewarded for your good actions. Even if there is no hereafter, you will find inner peace and happiness in this life if you live it well. We are not products of blind chance. We are not products of blind chance, we are highly intelligent creations. Therefore it stands to reason that some great intelligence must have created us. There is no doubt about this. And certainly an intelligent God would not bring us on earth with so many inequalities without giving us equal opportunities to forsake evil and express goodness. He would give us time in which to practice that goodness and reap the blessings of right action. What is the use of scriptures, or of following divine laws, if this life is the end? Where is the love and justice of God if the hereafter is eternal heaven for a chosen few and eternal torment of hell for the error-stricken? God's law of reincarnation shows that when a person is evil, and no one can be so wholly evil that he can be forever barred from the kingdom of God, he is given a chance to work out that evil and to turn to goodness. Evil is like a graft, it is not a permanent quality in man, for everyone is a child of God. Every night God reminds you in sleep that you are not the body and its habits. You are free, you are happy. The purpose of reincarnation is to provide opportunity for man to go on working out all his desires and expressing all that he wants to express, until he realizes his true nature as a child of God, and understands that reunion with God is the true object of all his seeking, the goal of all mankind. We seek religion because we want to do away with our suffering forever. Worldly methods are not the answer. God is the answer. True religion that brings God realization is the answer. So now is the time to wake up, take the sword of wisdom and slash away all bad habits. Most of you know the Bible story about the servants who stopped their work while their master was away. Only one of them kept on with his duties. When the master returned unexpectedly, and saw what had taken place, he dismissed all the other workers and rewarded the one who had faithfully continued to fulfill his responsibilities. So remember, the Lord has gone away for a time, but he says, "I will come back again, and I will see whether you have done your work or not. I will see whether I find you sleeping, or building up material desires, or if you are dutifully tending the house of life I have given you to care for." Present tendencies reflect temperament of past lives. The most important thing to know about reincarnation is that this life is a new opportunity given by God to destroy the evil and cultivate the good that you have brought from past lives. Every good quality you have is a heritage of the past. And those bad tendencies that seem to be beyond your control, tendencies that are staying with you in spite of all your attempts to destroy them, are also from the past, otherwise they would not grip you from the beginning of your life. Of course, you have acquired some new qualities in this incarnation, but the salient temperament of your past life has been brought forward into this one. That is why you find yourself a helpless victim of certain idiosyncrasies. But you can overcome them. You must free yourself from them now, otherwise they will pursue you into another life. Death won't make an angel of you, self-effort will. If you have an angry temper, rid yourself of it now. If you are peevish or moody, overcome it now. Some people get angry without cause, no matter how kind or thoughtful you are toward them. Others habitually indulge in bad moods and negative thoughts. The most practical use of our God-given reason is to analyze what aspects of our nature we have brought from the past, and to rid ourselves of the bad habits now. It is certain the bad and good tendencies that follow one since birth were not acquired in this life. Whence could they have come other than as a carryover from past existences? If you study children, you can see something of their past incarnations reflected in their behavior. Why are some so smart and others less keen? Why are some children born with a great talent for music, or mathematics? They have had no opportunity yet to acquire their talent in this life. It was highly cultivated in a past life. In some children you can see an old soul talking to you. Others are very infantile and cry over every little thing. They lacked emotional maturity in their last life. Early child training is so important because you can easily recognize those latent tendencies that should be nurtured or discouraged. After a child reaches the age of about 5, it becomes more difficult to distinguish his past life tendencies from those traits he is acquiring from present influences and the increasing awakening of his free will in this life. Anytime I have found something hounding me from the past, I have cut it out. As a child I had a very fiery disposition. And then one day I resolved that I was not going to carry this anger with me anymore. I said, "Get out," and from that day forth, I never felt anger again. I don't tell people I am not angry, I let them think I am, because sometimes a little fire is necessary. But inwardly I couldn't be angry if I tried. I have never willingly hurt anyone. Why exist with bad habits that we will carry from one lifetime to the next? Why not overcome them? That is why we have come into this world. Your divine nature is what you must cultivate. Remember, you are a child of God. Your divine nature is what you must cultivate. Do not allow your happiness to be conditioned by anything material. That is the first lesson you learn in the hermitages in India. Here, you want everything to be comfortable and just so. You must be able to forego anything without its disturbing your happiness. Learn to be even-minded, regardless of the conditions that arise every day. Do not even allow yourself to be limited to the consciousness that you are a man or a woman, you are a soul made in God's image. Most souls born as women in this incarnation were women in their previous existence. However, if in this life they manifest strong manly tendencies, it is probable that they were born in a male body before. If one is a man now and has strong manly tendencies, he will be born as a man again. If you want to be a man in your next incarnation, cultivate reason more, and masculine interests, and if you want to be a woman, cultivate feeling and interests that are more feminine. The wisest course is to remember always, I am neither man nor woman, I am spirit. Then you will rid yourself of the limiting consciousness of both tendencies, you will realize your highest divine potential, whether you are incarnate as a man or a woman. Seek the answer to the mystery of life and death. 3 kinds of reincarnated souls are of particular interest to us, our friends and loved ones, great souls such as Abraham Lincoln, and spiritual giants, and our own selves. Every 100 years, about 1,500 million people die. They are gone and forgotten, except those we love, and the great men and women who leave a permanent mark on history. We keep contact with them through our thoughts of them, so in that way they still live with us. But where are they, physically speaking? Where are the God-realized saints and great world citizens of the past? God has shown me the subsequent or present incarnations of many of them. Some are playing similar active roles on earth today. But God doesn't like to have these things talked about too much. It takes away the charming mystery of his play and would cause the actors to be stilted in their new roles. Perhaps we wonder most of all about those we love. Where are they? Why are they spirited away from us? A brief goodbye, and then they disappear behind the veil of death. We feel so helpless and sad, and there is nothing we can do about it. Though all souls are born into a family of seeming strangers, their parents love them, but they don't know why. Are these souls sent for us to love just to cause us hurt when they are snatched away? If this is so, isn't it foolish to love at all? Isn't it foolish to be attached? Because you don't know when your loved ones will be taken from you, or when death will take you from them. When someone is dying, though he cannot speak, a desire is expressed in his consciousness. He is thinking, I am leaving my loved ones, will I ever see them again? And those whom he is leaving behind also think, I am losing him. Will he remember me? Will we meet again? That part is natural. Now, these thoughts would not have been given to us if there were no answer to satisfy our souls. It is only because it is so difficult to know these truths that you don't find the answer. When I lost my mother in this life, I promised myself that I would never again be attached to anyone. I gave my love to God. That first experience with death was very serious for me. But through it I learned much. I searched undaunted for months and years until I found the answer to the mystery of life and death, and whether or not souls reincarnate. To you it is only a thought, just a belief, because you have no proof. But I am not talking to you from mere belief. I found proof of life after death, and of reincarnation. Therefore I can speak truthfully to you. What I tell you, I have experienced. I found in this life many souls that I knew before. That is what I meant in my poem, on coming to the new old land of America, when I wrote, sleeping memories, of friends once more to be, did greet me, sailing o'er the sea. I can recognize souls whom I knew before in other lifetimes. You may ask how. God has given me that power because I first sought and found Him. How to recognize souls you have known before. There is a way that you also can recognize those whom you have known before. For example, we may associate with some people day after day, yet never really know them or feel close to them. But there are others with whom we feel immediately a deep harmony the first time we meet. It is not anything physical. It is a memory of the past. Many, many people that I have met in this country, and in India and elsewhere, I have known before. The friendship is even stronger now. It was not finished in past lives, and so it had to continue to evolve in this life. Friendship is the highest form of love. As such, it is meant to evolve into the divine manifestation of God's eternal love. Friendship is the highest relationship, because in friendship there is no compulsion, it is born of the free choice of the heart. It is God calling souls back to unity in Him. If you can be a friend to all, unconditionally, that is divine love. Not many in this world find true friends. Mere acquaintances are not to be confused with real friends. There is no attachment in true friendship, nor is it founded in selfish human love. It is an unconditional relationship between two or more souls. They may be unrelated, or family members, or marriage partners. It is best formed between souls who are seeking God or who have found God. Such was the friendship that existed between Christ and His disciples. Otherwise, relationships develop into attachment and remain on the plane of human love, taking the soul away from supreme friendship with God. True friendship may be developed between woman and woman, man and man, or man and woman. The important consideration is that it be based upon soul qualities, not worldly qualities or attractions of the flesh. This can come only when you free yourself from the consciousness that you are a man or a woman. If you are seeking such friends, pray to God, Lord, lead me to those who are friends of the past, that I may continue with them the friendship that was interrupted through separation by death. Send such friends to me, because I want to help them with my thought of thee. That is a wonderful ideal, isn't it? To have friendship not for idle talk and useless pastimes, but to develop the ultimate friendship with God. Only on that plane of sincere friendship will you find lasting happiness with any other soul. Don't engage in too many socials. They are all right once in a while, but frequent socializing takes up too much valuable time. Enjoy divine thoughts with your friends. Use your time for God. If you find souls who will share that goal, then you can drink God together from the chalice of divine friendship. The highest duty God has given you is to develop His consciousness in yourself and to help true friends to do the same. So long as life sweetly sings with God, it will bring happiness to you and to others. Friends that harmonize spiritually with you are therefore very important. No matter what difference of opinion there is between you and such friends, there is always understanding and communication. In that relationship, regardless of differing views, you have mutual respect and cherish your friendship above everything else. True friendship established in God is the only relationship that is lasting. On one occasion, while I was traveling on a train, my attention was drawn to a man who was drinking and playing cards. There came a strange feeling that I must talk with him, that I had known him before. I sat nearby for a little while, and I felt the call of his heart. As I got up and passed down the aisle, he looked at me and said, "Can I talk with you?" We sat in a small empty compartment and talked for an hour. Then I told him, "God's blessing falls upon you." He cried and said, "Never will I follow evil ways again." Several years later we met in Kansas City. He stood to introduce me before my lecture, and right before the whole audience he shed tears and said, "The greatest blessing of my life was 1 hour spent in talking to Swami Yogananda on the train." I am not speaking about myself, but to show how strong is friendship of the past. So, whenever you meet people, be watchful. Notice your first reaction to them. This tells you much about whether you knew those individuals before. It is not an emotion. When you feel in your heart a deep harmony with another person, then you know that you knew each other before. Help enemies of the past through love and forgiveness. Of course, I have also met some enemies of the past, but mostly friends. I remember another life centuries ago, when someone I loved very much was inimical to me and hurt me, but I triumphed over him. I met him again in this life, and again he became treacherous. But I have tried only to help him. He shall pursue me no more. Forgiveness is more powerful than revenge. I have forgiven everyone who has knowingly or unknowingly tried to annoy or hurt me. I want nothing for myself anymore. I have found such joy in my heart by giving everything to God and doing everything for Him. Those who do evil stew in their own evil. They can't really hurt you unless you let them. Even our enemies are all part of the tests of life. When an evil person tries to persecute you, remember that he has probably tried to harm you in some way in the past also. If you think of that hurt and how terrible that person is, that is a great mistake. When you give out hateful thoughts, that person receives them and hates you twice as much. Also, hate attracts, as does love. You don't want the magnet of your hate to draw your enemies near you. Never hate anyone. Love and forgiveness have a healing effect on yourself and on your enemies. And be grateful for all the wonderful friends God has given to you. Never try to impose yourself. to force your friendship on anyone. I give my love to all, and to those souls who are in harmony with me, I give my friendship unconditionally. When I receive the same, I rejoice, because in that friendship is the manifestation of God. Seek God, He will show you glimpses of your past. I also recall my own past incarnations, beyond all doubt. In the Tower of London, for example, I found many places that I remembered from a past life, places the present caretakers didn't know anything about. Because I was once an Englishman, in my childhood in India I preferred to eat with a fork and knife. When my family asked why I wanted to use these instead of my fingers, as is the Indian custom, I said, I remember this from the past. They didn't understand, but I knew I had eaten in this fashion before. Such glimpses of past lives will be given to you as you advance spiritually. God will show them to you. And when you will be less curious about such matters, and your mind is filled only with God, you will know even more. Remember, you are sent on earth to strive to destroy the bad tendencies and habits you have brought over from previous lives, and to avoid creating any more in your present incarnation, so that you may find God. Then you can walk out of this life saying, Lord, my life's purpose is fulfilled. I don't have to come back again, unless you want me to come to serve you. As Christ said, him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go no more out. You should seek God now, don't wait incarnations to find him. He can be known in this life, now. And the more quickly you know him, the better off you will be. You are foolish if you don't seek him, because there is no other way that you will be satisfied. Having him, you shall have everything. If you make the effort, you will find God. God can never be given to you by somebody else. Why would he come to you unless you make your own effort? You must make love to God with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your soul. You must show that you want him 100%, and then he will come. The desire for God that you feel in this life you have surely had in your past life. This I can truthfully tell you. But it doesn't necessarily follow that you have the same degree of enthusiasm for God now. You must nourish that desire if it is to grow and be fulfilled. You don't know when you will be snatched away from this life and have to start all over again as a helpless baby. Years will go by before you feel again the desire for the infinite. How many of you make a sincere spiritual effort? You listen to my talks, but do you really try to know God? If you would sincerely try, you would find him. It takes time and persistent faith. Lord, I know you are listening to my prayer. If you stop calling to him because you think he is not listening, that is your end. You are walking on this earth as in a dream. Our world is a dream within a dream. You must realize that to find God is the only goal, the only purpose, for which you are here. For him alone you exist. Him you must find. And him you can know by continuously seeking him, by steadfastness in your mind, harmony in your life, evenness in your temperament, by finding fault not with others but with yourself, by schooling yourself in the path of wisdom, by being humble, ever loyal to your friends and benefactors, appreciating the sincerity of all hearts, cooperating always with good and resisting evil, helping others, giving strength and understanding along the way. This is the royal way of living, the real way that leads to God. The recognition of the world doesn't matter, seek the approval of your own consciousness, and in that you will have the recognition of God. To be self-satisfied and make little or no effort to improve is to become stagnant. But to try unceasingly to progress, until you are sure that you are with God, is the way to live. When God comes, the veils of delusion drop away. This earth is a most imperfect place. When prosperity comes, war breaks out and sets mankind back centuries again. But don't take the ups and downs of this life too seriously. No matter what happens, inwardly say, it is all right. I am only dreaming in God's dream, nothing can touch me. I am happy. Nothing holds me. I am ready every minute, Lord, to walk out of this dream, or to remain to do your will. Then you will be free. That is a wonderful thought. Anything you do with the thought of God is much different than the same experience without Him. The other day I was taken to see a movie, and the first thing I knew, I was in samadhi. Someone asked, "Aren't you seeing the picture?" "Yes," I said, "it is all movies, a movie within a movie." The theater, every motion, the people sitting around me, I could see them all as pictures on the vast screen of cosmic consciousness. No matter what you are doing, when God comes, there is just complete intoxication. The veils of delusion drop away, and you know the answer to anything you want to know. In this state of consciousness I have seen far into the past and into the future. Generally I keep my eyes closed to these things, but when I am interested, I see them. And I see into the souls of those who come. No one can deceive me. I know each one inside out, but I never speak of this. I am not interested in the evil side of people, only in their good. I don't encourage crowds of curiosity seekers, but I do encourage true souls in their individual romance with God. Such joy, such happiness. To have the love and protection of the divine is the highest of all achievements, and you will find it here by making a little effort. I come only to tell you of that joy of God. Of my own free will I give my time to serve you all. My reward is those souls who really love God and are in tune with this work of self-realization. I am not bound or attached to anything. Any time I wish to walk out I can do so, for I have no illusions of name and fame, which only means to be beautifully eulogized and then buried. Whoever comes, freely I give of my time and my realization. And if you would receive, receive it. I am only too glad to give to you, for I know how hard it is to be without the infinite beloved. No matter where I am, you will receive from me that friendship and help. The tiger of death is after you, and you must reach home. If you value your souls, you will make the effort. Study the self-realization lessons, practice the techniques, meditate deeply, and if you sincerely persist for 7 years with intense concentration, you will have such spiritual satisfaction in your life that you will never forsake or forget this path. So don't wait. I come only to tell you of that joy. And I ask nothing of you but that you tune in with me, so that I may give you that joy which is in me even as I talk, that joy of God. It is so personal and sacred, even to speak of it is sacrilegious, but He knows I do not say it to extol myself, but to help you. He knows I love Him above all else, and I know He loves me. Hold to the thought that this earth life is like a motion picture. It is not real. To think it is real is to doubt God, and to be shattered by torments and death. But in the movies there is no actual life and death in the play on the screen, merely electrical shadows moving here and there. The bullet that is fired and the man who is shot, both are nothing but electrical images. A long time ago I went to see a movie about Abraham Lincoln. I was watching that great hero, and deeply appreciating his noble deeds, when suddenly he was killed. I felt very sad. But then I thought, why feel sorrow? I will wait until the picture starts again and he is reborn. So I sat through the showing until I had again felt the inspiration of his life. Then I said, now let me leave, before he dies. This life is like that. Many whom I loved and have missed, God has shown to me again. So I sorrow no more. He is a wonderful God, you must know him as I know him. Once you see this life as God's dream, or cosmic motion picture, you will say, there is no birth or death or tragedy. I am not afraid of these delusive changes made of light and shadows, for I am thine immortal child. I have seen life and its dramas played well. It is an interesting play, but no matter what my role in it, I am thy child, eternally one with thee, O Lord. Where are our departed loved ones? Science has not created or invented anything, it has only discovered what is already existing in God. If we put our minds to it, we can similarly resolve the mysteries about which I am going to speak today. When I talk to you about these things, it is not from what I have read or studied, but from my own direct experience of truth. You may think it strange, but when I am speaking, I am at that moment seeing whatever I am describing to you. And why not? Through an X-ray machine, you can see the skeletal frame and all of the organs of the body. Certainly the human consciousness has much greater powers of perception than any machine. The little brainless radio can penetrate the ether and receive messages broadcast from miles away. Our consciousness is far more sensitive than this when we learn to finely tune it. Behind the body and all the thoughts identified with it is the subtle inner world, which is vitally linked with this world. You can behold this inner world when you have advanced spiritually. The unperceived world of thought. We are accustomed to perceiving and responding primarily to gross manifestations that can be picked up by the senses. For the most part, we remain unaware of the subtle forces around us. Yet every thought we think sets up a particular subtle vibration. Do you know that because of this you can't hide from others what you really are? If you have done wrong, you know it. Even though you think you may be hiding it, the consciousness of having done wrong is present in your thoughts. People will find you out, because those thought vibrations will be reflected in some way in your behavior. The same of course is true of good thoughts. When you mentally utter the word God, and keep on repeating that thought within, it sets up a vibration that invokes the presence of God. Thoughts are so subtle that no instrument has been able to record them. This is why we have voices, they enable us to convey our thoughts. But if you advance spiritually and cultivate deep calmness within, you will be able to feel and read the thoughts of others. When you are disturbed or restless, your mind radio is so out of tune it cannot receive their mental messages. If your consciousness is always fixed on externals, the body, desires, what somebody else has or is doing, it will never be aware of the subtle activities that are going on within and around you. The five senses are extremely limited. The eyes can behold only certain vibrations of light. The ears can receive only certain rates of sound vibrations. Any vibration too high or too low is not perceived. Unheard by most people, the whole universe is sending forth music, the great sound of Aum or Amen, the Holy Comforter, emanating from all creation. They seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. Thus Jesus referred to the limited nature of the senses. Man is the inventor of instruments that can perform miraculous tasks he himself cannot do. The microscope gives him a supersense through which he can see many things invisible to the naked eye. The radio has made available more knowledge about the world than any other modern invention. But remember, it is man's mind that has discovered the universal principles which made possible the microscope and radio. It is the power of the mind you must cultivate. When you develop spiritually, your sight and hearing, each one of your senses, become so refined that you can perceive all the subtleties of which I speak. You will perceive the vibrations of thought, which are the true essence of the gross vibrations to which the limited physical senses are attuned. You will be able to see right through others' outer pretenses and perceive their thoughts. But it won't influence your attitude against those persons. You won't judge them, because you will understand them. God knows all the thoughts, good and bad, of every human being, yet He loves all His children just the same. If you are always looking at the world through a blue glass, everything will appear to be blue. So if you look through a blue glass of prejudice or hatred or emotion, you cannot behold people or conditions as they really are. As soon as you become ruffled by such feelings, your voice becomes harsh and you feel antagonistic and spiteful. But when you are calm and at peace within, you love everyone and feel friendly toward all. This is the harmony God intended for His creation. You should develop changelessness, even-mindedness, in this changing world, then the evil thoughts of others will not disturb or influence you. You will begin to feel the true subtle nature of human beings and the universe in which we live, and become more aware of the fourth dimension. Where is heaven? The fourth dimension is the sphere of lifetrons, which can be perceived only through the sixth sense of intuition. As your senses become spiritually refined, they become intuitive, and you become more and more conscious of that other world. And where is that other world? Many people think it is far off in the skies, but this is not so. The fourth dimension, the astral world, heaven, is just behind the gross vibration of this physical realm. On the astral planets, life is not dependent upon breath or food or oxygen. This is not a fantasy of an overwrought imagination, it is the finding of my own experience. But one must develop spiritually in order to experience and understand the higher forces and laws of life. One such exalted soul was Trailong Goswami. He used to float on the Ganges for days together, and sometimes would remain under the water for several hours or days. And why not? When you understand life, you know that it is more than its physical components. Realized souls can operate the laws of the higher realms even though incarnate in a physical body. Because you don't see these things, you think they can't be true. But you must realize that your realm of experience is but an infinitesimal part of the Lord's creation. We are made of God's thoughts, which death cannot destroy. You are beholding only the middle of life, you do not see the beginning or the end. It isn't even reasonable to assume that death is the end, that we who are so intelligent and full of life cease to exist as soon as we fall asleep in death. The whole human being is a cluster of the creative thoughts and consciousness of God, which physical death cannot destroy. If death were the end, then there is no God, and there are no realized masters, it is all a pack of lies. The great ones wouldn't urge you to become better, for what would be the use if, good or bad, we are all junked at the end of life? What would be the value of the scriptures? Why should good men try to be even better? There would be no justice whatsoever if this present existence is all there is to each individual life. What of those souls who lived only a few years, or lived in blind or crippled bodies? Know the right way to find your loved ones. True spiritualism is a wonderful science. It enables us to know that there is a life beyond this world, and that all of our loved ones do, indeed, continue to live on, though they have shed the physical body. But the modern practice of spiritualism has ruined the meaning of the real search for knowledge of the spirit world. Many who believe themselves to be spiritualists don't really know what they are talking about. Some have a little understanding, but too often they are victims of their own imagination, or worse, they become subconsciously possessed by disembodied tramp souls seeking a human vehicle. These tramp souls delude and misguide the medium and, indirectly, those who seek his counsel. Once I was sitting with some students in a gathering where a gypsy was present. Everyone was flocking around this fortune teller. I was quietly observing her. Soon I realized she was not actually answering what they asked her, but rather some queries she was cleverly putting to them. The students urged me to have my fortune told. The room was rather dark, so the gypsy couldn't see me too clearly. In a high squeaky voice I asked, "When will I divorce my husband?" She quickly responded, "Right away." Then I stood up, and she saw my trousers below my robe. "You deceived me," she exclaimed angrily. Supposedly she was reading our minds, but I had read hers. Because of my long hair she had thought I was a woman, and that is why I tested her with that question. So in spiritualism, as in any other field, there are some frauds, and among those that do have some psychic development, there are many who are well-intentioned but whose psychic powers are not guided by wisdom and self-realization. In any case it is unwise, and can be dangerous, to toy with the spirit world through seances and mediums. You cannot contact saints through such channels, and if any spirits are invoked, they will be for the most part from the lower astral realms. But if you are truly sincere, it is possible by meditation and spiritual development to contact departed loved ones or great saints. The astral world has many spheres. When we awaken in the morning, we find we are exactly the same as before we went to sleep. Similarly, when we and our loved ones awaken in the astral world after death, we are exactly the same, only generally we may be more youthful in appearance and free of disease. We don't become angels merely by the instrument of death. If we are angels now, we will be angels in the hereafter. If we are dark, negative personalities now, we will be the same after death. Just as there are slums and beautiful parts of the country here, so it is in the other world. According to the way you have lived your life on earth, whether you have lived a good, pure life, or a mean, ugly one, you go to a better or a darker region in the astral world. Jesus spoke of these different regions. In my Father's house are many mansions. The astral planes are of differing atmospheres, or vibrations, and each soul that passes on from this earth is attracted to whichever atmosphere is in harmony with its own particular vibration. Just as fish live in the water, worms in the earth, man on the earth, and birds in the air, so souls in the astral world live in whichever sphere is best suited to their own vibration. The more noble and spiritual a person is on earth, the higher the sphere to which he will be attracted, and the greater will be his freedom and joy and experience of beauty. On the astral planets, beings are not dependent upon air or electricity in order to exist. They live on variously colored rays of light. There is more freedom in the astral world than in the physical world. There are no bones to break, because there are no solids there. Everything is composed of light rays. And everything takes place by the power of thought. When souls in the astral want to produce a garden, they merely will it, and the garden comes into being. It remains as long as it is willed to. When a soul wants the garden to disappear, it goes away. Communication with the astral, a secretly guarded science. Communicating with souls in the astral world is not a simple accomplishment. It is a science secretly guarded by nature. God does not want us to limit our love to the members of our family, but to learn to give that same love to the whole world. It is to teach us this that the members of our family are taken away one by one, thus we learn to turn our love to others. But if we love purely and unselfishly, and develop spiritually, we can learn the secret science of maintaining a link with our loved ones after death. The human heart is so strong, and often so unreasonable. A boy meets a girl, they fall in love with each other. They grow up, marry, have children, and think, these are mine. Possessiveness makes people forget they were strangers before they met, that death will sever their present relationship, and that the children they call their own have only been given to them to look after during one lifetime. When their loved ones are snatched away by death, they grieve and wonder what life is all about. The attachment of human affection is such that losing our loved ones brings a severe longing in the heart, and often creates rebellious thoughts within. Though I was still a little boy, I knew deep in my consciousness, long before her death, that my mother was to go. When she passed on, I cried and cried. I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find her. Divine Mother, I prayed, if you are here, you must answer me. Why did you make me love my mother so much, and then take her away? Was it to punish and torture me? The answer came when the Cosmic Mother said, "Who gave you mother? Who gave you father?" It was I who gave you your beautiful mother. When I realized it was because of God that I had such a wonderful mother, I thought, God alone holds the key to this mystery of life, and I began to search deeply within and to pray. Divine Mother answered and told me why my mother was taken away. It is I who have watched over thee, life after life, in the tenderness of many mothers. See in my gaze the two black eyes, the lost beautiful eyes, thou seekest. After I found Divine Mother, I also found my earthly mother again, in the astral world, and talked to her. Such communication is possible. You can convert yourself into a broadcasting instrument or a receiving set. If you seek a departed loved one by very strongly and continuously meditating on that soul, you will receive an answer. But if your desire is not strong enough, your restless thoughts will disturb your meditative concentration. If your thoughts are running hither and thither when you are broadcasting your heart's message to a soul, your broadcast will be short-circuited. You must have a tremendous desire and powerful concentration in order to contact a soul who has gone into the other world. And you must send your thoughts to that soul continuously. Also, the one to whom you are broadcasting must be developed enough to receive and be able to respond to your call. It is easiest to contact souls that are on your level or plane of consciousness, and with whom you have had a deep affinity and close relationship. Communing with highly evolved souls requires much more powerful concentration. The saints cannot come to the spiritually unprepared. You cannot tune in with great saints unless you are spiritually receptive. If the person who is invoking the presence of a holy personage is not spiritually ready, that saint cannot communicate with him. Suppose you are invoking the soul of Jesus Christ, or Krishna, or Buddha. Divine ones such as these won't come until your consciousness has become so refined through meditation that you can receive them. The vibratory power of their manifestation is so intense it could burn the body and brain of one not attuned. I have seen these avatars and many saints. You can, too, when your own spiritual vibration becomes very strong. These divine souls are all present in the ether. No one has ever become nothing after leaving the physical body. They respond to your prayers and bless you. They live in the astral world unless they have reincarnated on Earth or on other higher planets where the evolution of man is further advanced. So you should develop yourself. Strive to be more in tune with the divine ones, such as Christ, Krishna, and the great gurus of self-realization. If in deep attunement you inwardly see one of these great ones, beneficial changes will begin to take place within you, through their blessings. These are not simple matters we are discussing. You must never be negative, that is, never sit quietly and make your mind blank in order to become open to messages from the other world. This practice makes one receptive to tramp souls that are roaming in the ether, seeking human vehicles for expression and experience in the physical world. These souls are of low type, with strong attachment to this world, which prevents them from natural adjustment to the better life in the astral world. Instead of remaining in the astral world, they hover between the astral and physical planes and are occasionally successful in possessing someone whose mind is weak and dwells on a low level of consciousness. The devils that Jesus cast out were tramp souls. The man Hickman, who murdered a little girl many years ago, was possessed. I have studied him thoroughly. He was a good boy, but abnormal sexual drive and abuse weakened his brain, and a tramp soul took possession of his body. This is the reason he killed the girl in such a vicious way. Souls trapped in human forms not their own usually destroy the brain, the personality, of the one they have possessed. This is why many mediums go wrong. Good departed souls do not possess you, they do not even come without a proper invitation, one that is issued from a high level of consciousness. In order to draw good souls, you must have deep concentration and lift your consciousness to a pure, spiritual plane. In the superconscious state, you can consciously direct the trend of your experiences. So if you are meditating, you are on a high plane of thought, tramp souls, or negative or evil souls living on the lower astral planes, cannot get in touch with you. One who is highly developed, and has mastered all levels of consciousness, can see into all realms of the astral world, high and low, and he can spiritually help the souls on those planes to work out some of their karma. That other world is as real to me as this one. Sometimes when I sleep on my left side, I see all kinds of dark souls dancing around. I bless them, and they go away. I rarely see such souls when I sleep on my right side, because the right side of the body is the positive side. There is a stronger flow of divine life current there, whose spiritual vibration serves as a screen blocking off negative forces. This is why, during practice of the self-realization Aum technique, the meditator is taught to concentrate on the cosmic vibration in the right ear. When you are thinking of God or meditating upon God, or concentrating at the Christ consciousness center at the point between the eyebrows, no astral beings can intrude on your consciousness. God is deeply respected in the other region, even by lower astral beings, who cannot stand high spiritual vibrations. Technique of sending thoughts to departed souls. To send your thoughts to loved ones who have passed on, sit quietly in your room and meditate upon God. When you feel His peace within you, concentrate deeply at the Christ center, the center of will at the point between the two eyebrows, and broadcast your love to those dear ones who are gone. Visualize at the Christ center the person you wish to contact. Send to that soul your vibrations of love, and of strength and courage. If you do this continuously, and if you don't lose the intensity of your interest in that loved one, that soul will definitely receive your vibrations. Such thoughts give your loved ones a sense of well-being, a sense of being loved. They have not forgotten you any more than you have forgotten them. There is still the dim memory in their consciousness of the loved ones they have left behind. When you want to feel a response from such souls, concentrate at the heart center. When you concentrate deeply enough, they may first appear in dreams. It is possible for them to do so. Sometimes you may have the same significant dream several times. So not all dreams are meaningless. If your mind is calm and attuned, you will know someone is trying to get in touch with you through that dream. As you develop spiritually, your loved ones may appear to you in visions in meditation. And when you are very highly developed, you can behold those souls right here in front of you. Saint Francis used to see Jesus Christ in the flesh every night. But you must be really advanced before you can have such an experience. If you deeply meditate on God, He will show you all of these things. Instead of weeping and feeling a sense of loss after the death of those who are dear to you, always send them your love. By doing so you can help the progress of their souls, and they can help you. Never drag them down by unreasonable feelings of selfish attachment and sorrow. Just say to them, I love you. Send your thoughts of love and goodwill to your loved ones as often as you feel inclined to do so, but at least once a year, perhaps on some special anniversary. Mentally tell them, we will meet again sometime and continue to develop our divine love and friendship with one another. If you send them your loving thoughts continuously now, someday you will surely meet them again. You will know that this life is not the end, but merely one link in the eternal chain of your relationship with your loved ones. We can find loved ones who have been reborn. Ordinary souls remain in the astral world for a karmically predetermined time, and then reincarnate on earth. Highly advanced souls can remain in the astral heaven as long as they wish. But what if the souls of some that you loved are reborn on earth while you are still seeking them? As you go on sending them your love, they will feel your thoughts. When they are asleep, that is, when their conscious mind is asleep and the subconscious is awake, they will receive your love. In time, those souls will be aware of the vibrations you are sending them, and they will remember and understand. Furthermore, you will surely be attracted to one another again, and will feel the closeness of your previous relationship. If you are spiritually developed, you will consciously recognize souls you have known before, just as I recognized my master, Swami Sri Yukteswar, when we met in this life. He had been broadcasting to me. This is why Master was often in my thoughts, and how I came to know him long before I ever met him in this life. Many times I had seen him in dreams and in meditation. When I was sleeping or meditating I got the vibrations he was broadcasting to me. So when I met him, I recognized him at once. Similarly, when your loved ones are reborn on earth, if your love for them is strong they will be brought back to you. They will be drawn into your life once again, in this incarnation or the next. Generally, in each new incarnation, nature makes us forget the particular personalities and relationships of souls we knew in previous lives. What a blessing! Imagine how confusing it would be if you remembered all the roles you and your loved ones played in past lives. You wouldn't know which mother, father, spouse, or child to love. God prevents this chaos by dimming our memories so that we are free to perfect the relationships of our present incarnation. True love draws souls together life after life. But even though we may not remember anything specific about previous life relationships, love between souls, or even a deep attraction of hate, draws those souls to one another life after life. This is why, in this incarnation, you have felt strongly attracted to certain souls and not to others. You always feel naturally drawn to those you knew before. A close friendship is impossible with anyone you have not met in former lives. This is a fact. When you think of someone as a friend, it is because you have known that soul before, and your previous relationship makes you feel closer to that person. By reaching out to know and understand others we should increase our treasure house of friends and loved ones from one incarnation to another. When in this life you are attracted to souls whom you like, but with whom you have quarrels and misunderstandings, as sometimes happens between family members, and you have to strive constantly to get along with one another, it means that in your previous life your relationship was half as friends and half as enemies. An example of this was Judas, who betrayed Jesus. Judas had known Christ in other lives, and was destined to be in that wonderful family of disciples. Even though he betrayed Christ, Jesus loved him unconditionally, as the mother loves even a wicked son. Jesus knew all of the 12 disciples before, and they had known him. This is why there was instantaneous attraction and acceptance. Lord Krishna similarly recognized his most beloved disciple, O Arjuna, many births have been experienced by me and by thee. I am acquainted with them all, whereas thou rememberest them not. The relationship between disciple and guru is the most beautiful because it is unconditional and everlasting. Through all incarnations they are in touch with one another. And at the time of death, the guru comes to guide the disciple through the transition from the physical body to the astral heaven. I have met in this life many, many souls I have known before, and they have also recognized me. In previous lives they were mine, and I was theirs. Most of those who have come to me in this life are souls I knew before. We may remember not only people we knew and loved in previous lives, but places as well. When I came through London on my way back from India, I visited many localities where I had been in a former life. The memory of those places was stored in my consciousness. You may have had similar experiences. A new area seems so familiar to you that you feel certain you have been there before. The soul and its joy last forever. There is so much more to life than what the ordinary man perceives and feels. Life and death hold no more mysteries for me. I know that I and all souls are ever-living manifestations of the one life, God. The physical body and its comforts and pleasures do not last, but the soul and its joy last forever. I don't care about my body anymore. When you have finished your dinner, the plate no longer has a purpose. I am interested only in spirit, who can make 1,000 Yoganandas if he wants to. The body, which is so dear to the ordinary man, is no longer important when you find God. I never pray for my body. I have given it back to the Lord. His love is so great, it has taken away all attachment to this physical form. In His love all my desires have been satisfied many times over. I want nothing more. In my heart I can find but one wish. May thy love shine forever on the sanctuary of my devotion, and may I be able to awaken thy love in all hearts. This is my only desire. Dear ones, don't waste your time. You are wasting time, and you know it. I speak frankly and freely to you, because I have nothing to gain from you except your own highest spiritual welfare. You can't reach happiness or God by anyone else's assurance. You have to work for it yourself. Wherever I find souls who are receptive, I try to speak to their minds. To those who are not interested I say little, because they don't want to listen at all. But those who are sincerely seeking God I try to reach through their thoughts, and draw them to Him. In God, you and your loved ones have existence and joy everlasting. Reflections on Love. Love is a golden mansion in which the King of Eternity homes the entire family of creation. And at God's command, love is a mystic fire that can melt the grossness of the cosmos into the invisible substance of eternal love. Like a river, love flows continuously through humble, sincere souls, but it bypasses the rocks of egotistic, selfish, sense-bound souls, because it cannot pass through them. Love is an omnipresent spring with countless founts. When one of its heart openings is clogged with the debris of wrong behavior, we find it surging from some other heart. But to think love dead in any heart is ignorance of the omnipresence of love. One should never block with wrong actions the channel of love in his own soul. Then he will drink with countless mouths of soul feeling from the divine fountain of love coursing endlessly through all open hearts. Love may exist in the presence of passion, but when passion is mistaken for love, love flies away. Passion and love together are a bittersweet mixed drink that produces some joy, but mostly an after sorrow. When pure love is quaffed, the taste for passion loses itself in the sweetness of true feeling. Droplets of love sparkle in true souls, but in spirit alone is found the sea of love. To expect perfection in human love is folly unless one seeks to perfect that love by feeling within it God's love. Find God's love first, then, with His love, love whatever or whomever you like. Do not limit your love to one being, however lovable, to the exclusion of all else. Rather, with the love you feel for the one you love most, love all beings and all things, including the one you love. When you try to imprison omnipresent love in the form of one soul, it will escape and play hide and seek with you until you find it in every soul. Increase the intensity and spiritual quality of the love you feel for one or a few souls, and give that love to all. Then you will know what Christ's love is. Love is wonderfully blind, for it dwells not on the flaws of the beloved, but loves unconditionally through eternity. When dear ones are parted by death, mortal memory may fail to recall the pledges of love they made, but true love never forgets, nor does it die. For incarnations, it escapes from the heart of one form and enters that of another, pursuing the beloved, fulfilling all its promises until the emancipation of those souls in eternal love. Grieve not for lost love, whether it is through death or the fickle fluctuations of human nature. Love itself is never lost, but just plays hide and seek with you in many hearts, that in pursuing it you might find its ever greater manifestations. It will keep hiding from you, and disappointing you, until you have quested long enough to find its abode in the one who resides in the deepest recesses of your own soul, and in the heart of everything. Then you will say, O Lord, when I resided in the house of mortal consciousness, I thought I loved my parents and my friends, I fancied I loved birds, beasts, possessions. But now that I have moved into the mansion of omnipresence, I know it is Thee alone I love, manifested as parents, friends, all creatures, and all things. By loving Thee alone, my heart expanded to love the many. By being loyal in my love to Thee, I am loyal to all I love. And I love all beings forever. I see life on earth as only a scenic backdrop behind which my loved ones hide at death. As I love them when they are before my eyes, so does my love follow them with my ever-watching mental gaze when they move elsewhere, behind death's screen. Those whom I have loved I could never hate, even though they grow uninteresting through ugly behavior. In my museum of recollections, I can still behold those traits that caused me to love them. Beneath the temporary mental masks of those whose behavior I dislike, I see the perfect love of my great beloved, even as I see it in those worthy souls that I love. To stop loving is to stem the purifying flow of love. I shall loyally love every being, everything, until I find all races, all creatures, all animate and inanimate objects embraced by my love. I will love until every soul, every star, every forsaken creature, every atom, is lodged in my heart, for in the infinite love of God, my breast of eternity is large enough to hold everything in me. O love, I see thy glowing face in the gems. I behold thy shy blush in the blossoms. I am enraptured, hearing thee warble in the birds. And I dream in ecstasy when my heart embraces thee in all hearts. O love, I met thee in all things, only a little and for a while, but in omnipresence I clasp thee entirely and forever, and I rejoice in thy joy evermore. The known and the unknown. We exhaust the known by knowledge and enjoyment of it, then we turn to the exploration of the unknown, because the known does not satisfy us permanently. If it did, we would not have survived so long on this planet. Permanent satisfaction with the known, with no vision for the future, no effort to improve, no initiative to explore, no impulse to interpret, would have meant stagnation of the human race, and hence annihilation. The terms known and unknown are relative. What is unknown to the savage is known to us. Both are links in the chain of life. When a link is still on the reel, it is unknown. When the reel unwinds and the link comes out, it is known. What was unknown to a boy comes to be known to the man that the boy becomes. What was unknown to the average person 20 centuries ago is common knowledge to the average citizen of today. Man can know more and more because there remains at every step of knowledge something unknown. If there were not always this unknown quantity, the phrase progressive knowledge would be a contradiction. How to develop your talents? Consider the seemingly unfathomable depth of the human personality. Like bubbles, the many facets of our being rise to the surface, coming from somewhere deep below. A 1-year-old child has hardly any coordinated finger movement. He practices the violin for many years and becomes a Chrysler. Can everyone, given the same opportunity, become a Chrysler? Yes and no. Yes, because each person is the same as everybody else in essence, and can become as accomplished as anyone else in actuality. The infinite possibilities of the soul are the same in all persons. And no, because time is needed for the possibilities to come forth as actualities. If someone is still scratchy on the violin after many years training, it will probably take him several lifetimes to become a Chrysler. Talent is the unknown quantity of personality born with the person. It may not be full-fledged. Training brings out talent that is already within. It cannot bring forth sprouts if seeds are not already there. Training not only encourages the seed to grow into a plant, it has the additional merit of improving the quality of the seed through culture. The enhanced seed then makes for further improvement. Thus, when talent is improved through training, it becomes the father of further accomplishment. The fact that talent can be improved proves the latency of its potential, just as it proves the importance of training to make it fully manifest. Talent, therefore, has various stages of expression, which can be observed in the development of a personality to its consummate expression in that human being. Every man who comes into the world carries within a general chart of his life, the details of which he fills in throughout his lifetime. The highways, and some byways, are already in the chart when he is born. These are the traits he brings with him from previous incarnations. He accepts them as his basic nature, and then connects them with alleys, and makes some additional byways. Sometimes he also extends the highways far beyond their original limits, if he has real dynamic driving power. If he lacks this dynamism, he moves for the most part along the limited maze of paths that he had in his chart at birth, and in the few new pathways he has drawn in his present daily life. He does not push himself further. He is a common man. But he cannot remain so circumscribed forever. He cannot always be common. He will have to expand. He will have to move out toward new vistas. The cosmic law of evolution will not let him rest. He may be idle for a while, but the law of soul progress is eternally active. God is always on the job. His idleness or sleep would spell death to the universe. He will, through the material working of his law, arrange circumstances that will at first coax the apathetic individual to turn in the right direction and move forward with positive action. If he does not heed, God will have to let him wander through the stinking open graveyard of his own follies, until he wages his very life to get out of his abysmal condition and resolutely follows the proper road to progress and true happiness. Recognize the tendencies that make you unique. Above all, to thine own self be true. This statement is the climax of a famous list of advice given by Polonius in Shakespeare's play, Hamlet. Narrowly speaking, it means to be honest with yourself. Do not do a thing that you inwardly feel to be wrong. Truly, to have a clean conscience, even if the whole world doubts you, is a joy and a strength worth all the treasures of the universe. But the words of Polonius hold a great deal more meaning than this. Conscience is not the only companion of ourselves that we have to care for. There are others, too. A party of peeping desires, a group of half-sleeping tendencies, a company of live-wire wishes, compose the crowd. In order to be true to ourselves, we cannot push aside these traveling companions with whom we started life. We have to be at least attentive to them, too, if we do not want to lose in life's game. There may be some in the crowd that need shackling, the appetites, jealousies, and others that are apt to choke our growth or hurt others. Some, such as selfish desires, may need strong doses of advice and treatment. There are others that are safe enough to be relied on, or at least tolerated, such as the self-preserving and social instincts. A special few need to be deliberately spurred on, sympathetic tendencies, spirit of reverence, service, love of truth. We have to attend to each propensity in a way that is most suitable. That is the proper education of the inner being. In other words, we must be true to ourselves, not in the sense of bringing flower offerings to every tendency we have, even the baser ones, but in the sense of recognizing the place of every one of them in the scheme of our life, and checking and subordinating, or guiding and directing, each one of the crowd in such a way as to make it contribute to the general well-being and happiness of the whole. Though some tendencies have been cited and generalized, they are only a small part of the whole potential crowd from which each individual has gathered his own host of tendencies. In childhood his collection remains in the backyard of his personality as an unknown quantity. The progressive expression of his personality is the result of those tendencies becoming known, added to, or banished from his life. In this way, every individual is a species unto himself. Though each person is a human being, one does not resemble another any more than the dress of a native Burmese resembles that of an American. The fabric may be essentially the same, both being made of cloth, but the design and style are significantly different. Mass education must allow for individual development. To recognize difference is as important as to discover similarity. To legislate or to enter into a contract is an evident attempt to standardize human relationships by considering the similarities of human nature. If every person were radically different from every other, if there were not a single point common to them, laws that would apply to all or the majority of a group could not be passed, nor could there be fairness in any binding contract. Noting similarities is all right, for human interaction would be impossible without some common basis. But there must also be consideration of the differences. Modern civilization, with its inventions, discoveries, and larger contacts, with its forms of government, and its devices of popularizing culture through books, newspapers, radio, with its vast arterial systems of transportation and commerce, leans toward the standardization of the mind of man. The PAR is more important than personalities, the average more important than the exceptional. In medieval and more ancient times, personalities overshadowed the PAR, the exceptional eclipsed the average. The overall intellectual level was lower than today, but in each age there were towering personalities, as were Newton and Milton in their time. There were many ignorant or illiterate persons to one Solomon or Shakespeare. Now there is more attempt than ever before to raise the average human being to a desirable level of culture, but there is always the accompanying danger of cramping the genius in the straitjacket of the mediocre. There is an element of good in either point of view, emphasizing the PAR or the exceptional. One encourages the upliftment of the ordinary multitude, the other makes people revere the bright men. A happy mean is best. It is as foolish to try to make all people the same, however high the level of sameness may be, and overlook the exceptional genius, as it is to prepare the ground for the growth of only the exceptional to the neglect of the average. To return to our point, observing similarities may be good, and standardizing the human mind, if the standard is high, may be partly justifiable. But it would be a grievous psychological crime to standardize methods of education or training by ignoring the differences in the personalities of the learners. Because of the similarities among people, some set standards may be used, up to a certain point, with respect to the system of education. But if education according to such set standards is carried beyond that point, we crush the man to save the standards. In an attempt to bring below-average children up to the average level, a teacher may stunt the growth of the bright ones. What is true of secular education is also true of inner psychological training. There is no stereotyped way of promoting spiritual growth. There is no spiritual mill that can grind non-spiritual persons into self-realized souls by the turning of a motor. Everyone has to work out his own salvation according to hints from his inner self after he has been started on the right road by stereotyped suggestions, standardized spiritual advice: be reverential, be patient, be contented, be self-controlled, be meditative, and so forth. The crowd of tendencies that one is born with then needs slightly different handling in different people. Some of the inclinations are to be curbed, some tolerated, some developed, some sparingly fed, some starved out. The tactics applied in the case of each individual will therefore necessarily vary according to the set of traits he possesses. Past desires produce present tendencies. What is the origin of a tendency in a man? A conscious desire that he entertained in this life or a previous incarnation. If you do not believe in reincarnation, and by the way, if you don't, it will surely be uncomfortable for you to give any satisfactory explanation of the discrepancies in the conditions and talents of people, then you will have to blame the desires that your forebears entertained as having crystallized as hereditary tendencies in you. This latter explanation is certainly not wholly satisfactory. Training of innate talents or tendencies enlarges the scope of their influence. A man with diplomatic ability ingrained in his nature will be a diplomat, no matter whether he is an ordinary laborer dealing with fellow workers or members of his family, or whether he is one of a board of select men, a member of the legislature or a plenipotentiary in an international peace parley. Education or political training and opportunity will only sharpen his inborn diplomatic tool, and extend the scope of its use. The difference in the capacity of talent in different people, even when increased by training, is therefore due not only to the scope of the training, but also to the inborn possession of that ability and its prior degree of development. If there were no possibility of change inside, wherein are sheltered the seeds of what we are to become, we would be unable to alter the unknown part of our nature. But we do have the opportunity to influence what we become. Early training has much to do with stimulating or paralyzing the growth of this unknown part of ourself. As the seeds send forth their messenger sprouts, we should look after the fertilizing, weeding, loosening of the ground, watering, and protective fencing. And we must also do pruning and uprooting of undesirable growth. The fruits of the garden of our life will be large, small, or medium-sized, healthy or diseased, according to how we attend to their rearing. That much lies within the scope of human freedom. If we turn our free choice activities to the best use, the outer result will be desirable, and there will also be new and better seeds gathered in the unknown part of our nature, and these will in turn determine the future known expression of life. How much free will do we have? Though man is made in the image of God, somehow or other there is a lot of foreign matter in his makeup that he will have to replace or spiritually alchemize before he will have the right to a place anywhere near the throne of God. Our tendencies are the foreign matter. They are what make us throw in our lot with surroundings and circumstances. If it were not for these inclinations, there would be no meaning as to why each person attracts different circumstances. As a matter of fact, through an inexorable law, our tendencies attract our companions and environments for the most part. The law of affinity is a matter of correspondence between what we are potentially and actually, on the one hand, and the broad world on the other. The cue to our conduct is always supplied from the known and unknown within. What we are going to be is about 75% foreordained by ourselves. That horoscope of tendencies from past incarnations attracts our present hereditary condition as well as the other circumstances we will draw to ourselves. Fatalists, and some inept astrologers who try to compute the unknown, are greatly mistaken in their belief that life is 100% foretold and can be astrologically charted. They leave no margin for the freedom of the individual, free choice to change himself this way or that, free choice to decide between two courses of action. In most cases, though, the free will of man is nothing more than a slave, in the guise of freedom, but fettered to past tendencies. Yet everyone knows there is such a thing as an unconditioned decision that we make after rationally balancing the pros and cons of a certain matter. Having made such a decision, if we exercise our will, we can change many things in our lives that appeared unchangeable, or that may have been predicted to be incontrovertible. This willing is freedom of will. Free will does exist. If it were not so, none could escape the vicious circle of his fate once he had drawn it. Growth would be circumscribed. Newer channels of activities would have little scope. The evolution of human beings would hardly emerge from the level of savagery. The conception of new social orders, progressive ideas in political government, advanced methods of scientific exploration, new departments of research, sallies of literary activity, all prove the ability of man to exercise free choice in every line by the power of will. As previously stated, you are born with about 75% of your life predetermined by your past. You will make up the remaining 25%. If you yourself, through your own free choice and effort of will, do not determine what that 25% will be, the 75% will make the 25% for you, and you will become a puppet. That is, you will be ruled absolutely by your past, by the influence and effects of your past tendencies. This is why spiritual training is vital. It takes into consideration not only the 75% of our lives that we already are, but also designates the methods to mold the brand new 25% that we ourselves are going to create by the exercise of our freedom. Cosmic law is activated by our decisions. The cosmic law is not the doer of things, but the evolutionary mode of operation of cause and effect. This law works changes when activated by the agency of our decisions, which are determined either by our past tendencies, or by our present free choice. The motive of eternal good that is interlinked with the cosmic law is in every atom, and in us too. It is what inherently urges us to learn from past mistakes, and to use our free choice and will to initiate those positive causes that produce everlasting good effects. What we do automatically is within a predetermined realm of the law of cause and effect. That is, when habit, psychological or physiological, determines our conduct, the habit is the cause, and our conditioned response is the effect. What we do with a distinct motive decided upon by free choice is within the realm of final cause. When we act in accordance with a forethought of a distant purpose, such as to realize a goal or attainment of an object, and we harness our habits and will-initiated actions to serve as the means to that end, we are acting according to the final cause. Every motive is a final cause, and every final cause starts the series of ordinary cause and effect. President Wilson wanted world peace. He boarded a ship, crossed over to France, and gave his 14 points. The thought of world peace is the final cause, or motive, the preparation for the trip, taking the boat and crossing the Atlantic, delivering his speech, and so forth, are the series of ordinary causes and effects started by the final cause. All our impulsive and habitual acts, and motive-caused acts, that is, actions initiated by final causes, are the chariots that carry the will of the Lord, the cosmic law, the divine final cause. In other words, everything happens according to the will of God as expressed in His cosmic law. We are instruments for the fulfillment of that law. Our part is to make the right free choice so that our instrumentality is used to fulfill the good effects rather than the unpleasant ones that cause suffering as a means of teaching man to avoid wrong actions. When our chariots run into the ditch because they were hitched to wrong actions, they have to be pulled out by strenuous effort of our will and God's will as expressed in the cosmic law. Frankly speaking, from the highest metaphysical point of view, the truth is that the cosmic law has its hand in everything that we have done or are going to do. Fortunately, we do not realize that. If we try to fathom with our crude understanding that greatest mystery by which the universe is governed, we would become paralyzed from self-induced fatalistic blows to our psychological makeup. Do not let your dream of life be broken by fatalism when it is not yet time for you to wake in the daylight of God. You will be puzzled by your wrong judgment of God's ways. The first step toward understanding is to use your will to make those choices that are in harmony with the eternal good within the cosmic law. Live life for God. When you live life, not for God but for itself, every moment of it is incurring a debt to Him. Those debts pile up, day after day. Borrow from the commonly unknown bank of God, the universal Spirit, and clear your debt to Him. You can get the loan only for the asking. And you will not be hounded for payment of interest either. This is the only bank that makes loans and does not worry the recipients with the demand of interest, because the universal bank is always ready to invest in the betterment of its own property, the world, and to look after the interests of its tenants. This is a form of banking that none but God allows. If you do not pay off the debts you have contracted by your life in matter, isolated from God, suffering will be your jail sentence. What is the loan, you should ask? The loan of spiritual wisdom, the eye to see every event of life as God sees it, to feel every detail of life as He feels it, to live every moment of life as He lives it. When you ask God for this wisdom, the loan comes to you written off as a gift. Every event, fact, action, or thought of a God-man such as Jesus or Krishna is the meeting point of the same wisdom coming from two sides, from God and from the God-man living in God. It is like a dot on a circle that you can approach from either side. God fulfills His aim through the God-man, and the God-man knowingly acts to fulfill God's will. We do not know that He does the same thing through us, so we suffer and lament the bankruptcy of our so-called freedom. This is not narrow determinism. It is true idealism. We are absolutely free when we reach the absolute. Until then we are relatively free, and it is a sin and source of suffering not to use wisely our relative free will. Working our way through relative freedom, we come to the absolute freedom. Then the whole of the unknown becomes the known, there is nothing more to know, and the knowing is all satisfying and ever new. Controlling your destiny. With the beginning of the new year, let us with concentrated resolve and spiritual determination enter into a new era of our lives. Please pray with me, we are entering a better life, O Father, through the portals of the new year. May it be a year of greatest communion with Thee, the giver of all gifts. Be Thou the only King sitting on the throne of all our desires, directing our lives through our intelligence. In the past year desires often led us astray. Bless us that henceforth all our aspirations be in consonance and harmony with Thy will. Bless us that every day be a new awakening in Thy consciousness, physically, mentally, morally, and spiritually. We thank Thee, O Father, and the great ones who are all blessing us and coaxing us to Thy kingdom. Aum. Aum. Amen. This is my New Year's wish for you, that you all reach the land beyond your dreams, where there is peace and joy eternal. May you realize the fulfillment of whatever strong good wish you release in the ether. Let us meditate, think of the beautiful happenings of the last year. Forget the dark experiences. Sow the good you did in the past on the fresh soil of the new year, that those vital seeds may grow in an even better way. All past sorrows are gone. All past deficiencies are forgotten. Loved ones who have died are living immortally in God. We are in eternal life now. If we realize this, we shall never know death. Waves rise and fall in the ocean. When they disappear, they are still one with the ocean. Even so, all things are in the ocean of God's presence. There is nothing to fear. Link every state of the mind with God. It is only when the wave separates itself from the ocean that it feels isolated and lost. Think constantly of your connection with eternal life, and you shall know your identity with the Supreme Eternal One. Life and death are but different phases of being. You are a part of the eternal life. Awaken and expand your consciousness in God so that your concept of yourself ceases to be limited to the little body. Meditate on this. Realize it. Your consciousness has no circumference. Look ahead millions of miles, there is no end. Look to the left, above, and below, there is no end. Your mind is omnipresent, your consciousness unlimited. Pray with me, Heavenly Father, I am no longer bound by the consciousness of the past year. I am free from the cramped consciousness of the body. I am eternal. I am omnipresent in the chasm of eternity above and below me, on the left, on the right, in front, behind, and all around. Thou and I are one. We bow to Thee, O God, to Guru, and to the saints of all religions. And we bow to all souls in every nation, for they are made in Thine image. In the new year we wish peace for all nations of the globe. May they realize their common brotherhood under Thy fatherhood. Bless them with this understanding, that they forsake fighting and live peacefully with one another to make a heaven of this earth. And bless us all, that we may help to build Thy heaven here by remodeling our lives spiritually, and by example inspiring others to do likewise. We love Thee, our Father, and we love all races as our brothers. We love all creatures, for they reflect Thy life. We bow to Thee, templed in everything. Heavenly Father, make us strong in this new year, ever guided by Thy constant presence, that in body, mind, and soul we may reflect Thy life, health, prosperity, and happiness. As Thy children, may we become perfect even as Thou art perfect. Aum, peace, Aum. Each day do some good. Give to a worthy cause, it doesn't matter how much, or help some individual. God is watching to see if you feel for His suffering in others. Make up your mind to be of service to someone every day. You can often help others just by giving them a little understanding. Never gloat over the faults of wayward brothers if you wish to reform them. See God in everyone, as I see Him. Do not ridicule an erring person. God is sleeping in that soul, you must lovingly awaken him. Mentally put yourself in the position of others, and then with the utmost kindness you will be able to understand and help them. There is no greater joy. Just as I am always trying to improve myself, I feel for others and their aspirations to be better. The one thing that will help to eliminate world suffering, more than money, houses, or any other material aid, is to meditate and transmit to others the divine consciousness of God that we feel. 1,000 dictators could never destroy what I have within. Every day radiate His consciousness to others. Try to understand God's plan for mankind, to draw all souls back to Himself, and work in harmony with His will. The greatest blasphemy is to create divisions in God's church. If there were 100 gods there could be 100 different religions, but there is only one God, one truth. It is not dogma and churchanity we are to follow, but the spirit of truth and realization that is within every soul. Our acts, past and present, forge the chain of our destiny. Picture the new year as a garden you are responsible for planting. Sow the seeds of good habits in this soil and weed out worries and wrong actions of the past. If you are not a good gardener, you will have to come back on earth to try again. You will never find happiness so long as you are controlled by destiny. By destiny I do not mean fate. There is no such thing as fate. Destiny comprises those forgotten past causes of present effects that you have created in your life. You may say, I was destined to be greedy. But no, you are not. The first day you started eating you were not a greedy person. You created that habit. The drunkard was not a drunkard the first time he tasted alcohol. When you repeat actions without judgment, you find they begin to usurp your thought and will and make your body obey their dictates. Then you say it is your fate to be a weakling or a failure. That binding chain was forged by you, link by link. You are not destined to be anything except what you have made of yourself. You alone preordained yourself to be good or bad when you repeated in the past certain beneficial or harmful actions. Each soul is therefore controlled both by a destiny created by himself and by present free will initiated actions. It is good to know how much of your life is controlled by destiny and how much you govern it as you want to. Most mornings when you awaken you make up your mind to do something, but you don't do what you had planned. Modern life is an unbalanced existence. Everyone is racing for something he does not really want when he gets it. Before you create compelling desires, discriminate carefully. If you are driving a horse that is running away with your carriage, your first need is to control the horse. Analyze your actions and find out whether your life is similarly uncontrolled, pulled toward certain destruction by the wild steeds of your senses. If there is any harmful habit you have not yet tamed, learn now to control it. Slavery to habits such as drinking or sex indulgence will destroy you. Start now to master them. To stumble and fall into wrong ways is only momentary weakness. Do not think yourself wholly lost. The same ground on which you fall can be used as a support to help you get up again, if you learn from your experiences. But to stay fallen is a grievous weakness. Your soul must ultimately be redeemed, and the only real sin is in ceasing to strive toward that goal. The Hindu scriptures say that each soul is individual and independent. It is not governed by heredity, but rather attracts a certain family and heredity because of some similarity to its own ego or pseudo-nature, or because of other attractions created by certain past habits and desires. Your disposition may be either sweet or sour, but God did not make you that way. If He arbitrarily created you as you are, you could not be held responsible for what you do. The prevailing system of law is defective in that it does not penetrate the inner man. The punishment may fit the crime, but unless it fits also the particular karmic pattern of the inner man, the criminal may neither repent his wrongdoing nor desire to mend his ways. No matter what his present state, man can change for the better through self-control, discipline, and following proper diet and health laws. Why do you think you cannot change? Mental laziness is the secret cause of all weakness. The mentally lazy man is the most hopeless. He does not even want to make an effort to succeed. Man must change his slothful mental habit and cease to think his present status is predestined. Even the consciousness of being male or female can be completely forgotten. In sleep this consciousness goes, you are a free individual. Every morning God awakens you with the consciousness that you are free, but as your day begins you again put on all the binding habits of worldly consciousness. Do not live day after day in the same sorry state. If you pray, and believe what you pray, you shall receive God's blessings and help. If you have a bad habit, create a mental antidote and continuously apply it until the poisonous habit is neutralized. Tell yourself resolutely that you are going to be different, that you may be weak now, but you are going to be strong. The minute you make up your mind to correct yourself, you will change, you will be different. Suppose you are a greedy man. If you are mentally determined, then as soon as you think self-control, you have self-control. So long as you think you are strong, you can mentally resist temptation. If you anger easily, resolve that you will not become angry today. Even if at first you can control your anger for only a few minutes, you will conquer if you persist. The example of great men shows that our destiny is not fixed. Try to remember and concentrate on all the beautiful and positive qualities of your life, and do not affirm your deficiencies. The greatest enemy of yourself is yourself. You alone are responsible if you cannot get out of the ruts you have made. You must make a firm determination to do so. No one keeps you tied to destiny but yourself. The example of great men should make you begin to disbelieve that your destiny is fixed. They became great by changing their attitude. You can do the same. Usually those who have achieved great things in life have also had great failures. But they refused to be downed by them. Those who have achieved won many battles, and lost others, but they did not give in to a negative destiny. As a young boy I had chronic indigestion. I kept a chest full of medicines for the malady. The first time I talked about it with my guru, Swami Sri Yukteswar, he said, "Why not try divine healing? You don't have to suffer like this." I had been convinced that nothing would work, but when he spoke to me in this way, his conviction impressed my mind. From that day on I was healed. You sympathize with yourself, believing your weaknesses and difficulties are inescapable. Change that kind of thinking. Reject the consciousness that you are a mortal beggar. Always remember you are a child of God. I know I can will anything I want to, and nature will obey me. Be mentally dissociated from the body's limitations. Begin by controlling your physical habits. They come from the influence of the habits of your family, of your forefathers, and of the whole world. Resist those influences. While trying to rid yourself of a physiological habit or condition, do not give in to it even mentally. Do not let your mind accept any limiting suggestion from the body. Look after the body, but be above it. Know that you are separate from your mortal form. Put up a great mental barrier between your mind and body. Affirm, I am apart from the body. No heat, cold, or sickness can touch me. I am free. Your limitations will become less and less. But if the body convinces the mind of sickness, then suffering becomes doubled. If you neglect your body and do not strengthen your mind, you may acquire chronic disease. Never let your mind be controlled by your body, this is extremely important. Make up your mind you will not accept any conditions imposed on it by the body. But denial alone is not enough. You must train your mind to be completely apart from body consciousness. This does not mean you should neglect a broken arm, affirming that there is no arm. Give it the proper physical treatment, but do not be mentally disturbed by the bodily discomfort. Be dissociated from whatever happens to you. You will find then that no pain can ever again hurt you. Health and sickness are dreams of the mind. You are spirit. You are above them both. Though you are temporarily jailed in the body, mentally rise above imprisoning thoughts of health and sickness. In the constant fear of sickness, you are concentrating on it and attracting it to you. Make your mind impervious to all bodily sensations. I do not even feel the need for sleep when I remind myself that I am spirit, and that spirit does not sleep. Almighty power lies in the mind. The mind is the miracle of all miracles that God has created. No person is truly ignorant, but he may appear so if he is deeply asleep in delusion. We do not see the fine mechanisms of the mind. Almighty power lies therein. We can realize this with the help of a guru, one who has acquired this mental strength. If you want to be an acrobat, mix with acrobats. If you want to be strong-minded, mix with those who have strong minds. Stay away from useless company, those persons whose influence paralyzes your will and mind. Silence and seclusion are the secrets of success. In this modern life of activity there is only one way to separate yourself from its ceaseless demands: get away from it once in a while. Only weaklings give in to environment. The kingdom of your destiny, and its creator, is yourself. Be an angel inside. It is the easiest thing to do. Every time you feel anger, go within and say, I am the peaceful child of God. I am whatever I make up my mind to be. The stars and angels and all creation must bend to work my will. Try your mental power in small things first, and you will strengthen it for greater endeavors. If you have a strong mind and plant in it a firm resolve, you can change your destiny. I know I was to have died long ago, and the sickness I was to have died of. The power to attain success lies in the mind. You will realize this truth if you can hold to this conviction against the disbelief of the whole world. Take up some hobby or project that others think you cannot do, and then do it. Start with modest aims, and gradually your mind power will become more developed. The world and your family label you in a certain way, but mentally, constantly, work to change yourself for the better. There is no limit to the power of your mind. Concentrate on that thought. Fill your mind with the resolution to accomplish, and work toward your goals with positive actions. Keep driving the mind toward higher attainments. Acquire spiritual prosperity, and every other kind of prosperity will be your slave. My life is a testimony to that. Whenever you are sitting still, without any demands on your attention, be away in your mind, using it constructively every moment. Great things are produced first in the mind. I keep mine at work all the time, and put its creative thoughts into action the moment I see an opportunity. Then the results come. Every day you should try to do something creative. Improve your destiny. Take your health, or your moral life, or spiritual life, one thing at a time, and change it as you desire. Whatever I have wanted to accomplish in this life, I have been able to do. Matter has come out of mind, hence the mind has no physiological limitations. Therefore if you can control the mind, the whole world will gravitate toward you. Everything I have ever wanted, I have received. One thing I craved above all else was the ever-new happiness of God. As the result of disbanding all other desires, this also I have attained. Do not be a helpless failure. Control your destiny by changing your thought. Do whatever you make up your mind to do. To concentrate the mind in this way does not cost you a thing. Inwardly determine to change yourself, and you can change your destiny according to your will. Guests, good and bad. Mankind is tied up, steeped, in bad habits. They are constantly being fed, while good habits are starved. The undesirable bad habit guests have been allowed to fill the seats in the auditorium of your mind, whereas the good ones are hardly granted an audience, and so go away, discouraged. To develop good habits you must nourish them with good actions, and to do this it is necessary to seek good company. Environment, in particular, the company you keep, is very important, for it is stronger than willpower. Most human beings are traveling matter-ward, and encourage you to follow their example. The searchlight of the mind of such persons is constantly directed outside, whereas its beam should be focused inside. People are running, but there is no place in the world to which they can flee to escape themselves. Ultimately, each one must face himself, and that is why you should seek association with saints and friends who turn your mind toward self-realization and away from the delusive influence of bad habits. If you pray for spiritual or material success, but entertain thoughts of possible failure, it is like sending someone on an errand, only to have him attacked by bandits on the way. The thieves who prevent your success are your own bad habits. You send your prayer children to God without protection, and they are waylaid by robbers of habitual restlessness and doubt before they can reach God. He hears your prayers, of course, for God is everywhere and all-knowing, but under certain conditions He does not answer those prayers in the way you have asked Him to. I will tell you a story. Once there was a king who told one of his subjects that unless he could answer a certain question, he would be hanged. The man said, "Tell me the question." The king then asked him, "Where does God sit, and which way does he look, north, south, east, or west?" The subject went home to think, and told his servant that he would be killed unless he answered the king within a fortnight. The servant said to his master, "Let me go for you. I will answer the question." So the servant went to the king and explained his errand. "First," he said, "let me sit on your throne, for while I answer your question I am your teacher." The king surrendered his throne to the servant, and then asked him, "Where does God sit, and which way does he look, north, south, east, or west?" The servant responded with a request, "Bring me a cow." So a cow was brought. Then the servant said, "Where is the milk?" "In the udder," said the king. "Nay, sire," said the servant, "the milk is not only in the udder, but throughout the cow, for the milk is in the essence of the cow." Then the servant asked that a bowl of milk be brought, and when it was set before him, he asked the king, "Where is the butter?" The king said, "I see no butter." The servant answered, "The butter is throughout the milk. Just churn the milk, and the butter will become separated from it." Therefore, as the milk is all through the cow, and the butter is present throughout the milk, so is God everywhere. Thus did the wisdom of the servant save the life of his master, for the king received the correct answer to his question. If you ask yourself this same question, you will receive a like answer, for you must milk God's presence from the vastness of all nature, and you must churn Him from the matter-deluded mind by your heart's longing and inspiration in deep meditation. A Letter to God. God realization is not a monopoly of yogis and swamis. He is in the heart and soul of every being. And when you open within yourself the secret temple in your heart, then with the all-knowing intuition of the soul you shall read the book of life. Then, and only then, will you contact the living God. And you will feel Him as the very essence of your being. Without this feeling in your heart, there will be no answer to your prayers. You may attract what your positive actions and good karma permit you to have, but to receive conscious response from God, you must first attain divine attunement with Him. When I was a child, I wrote a letter to God. I was so little I could hardly write, but I thought I told Him a great deal. I did not ask anything for myself. I asked to be told something about Himself. Every day I waited for the postman to bring me the answer to my letter, never doubting that it would come. And one day it did come. He came to me in a vision. I saw the answer of God written in letters of shining gold. I could scarcely read, but the meaning came to me. He said, I am life. I am love. I am looking after you through your father and mother. Then I understood. I felt God. If through sincerity and unconditional devotion your prayers reach God, it matters not if your sins be deeper than the ocean and higher than the Himalayas. He will destroy those karmic obstacles. For a time, perhaps, you may sink under a stratum of darkness, but still you are a spark of an eternal flame. You can hide the spark, but you can never destroy it. God is in everything. When you have Him, you have everything. Whatever I wish for now comes to me immediately. So I must be careful in my wishing. First and last, I wish for God. When I wish for others, I have to struggle, for I have to fight their karmas. In seeking God you must be careful not to be secretly wishing for something else when you wish for Him, saying to yourself, first I will wish for God, then surely I will get the automobile I want. That is not right. You cannot fool God. We must seek union of our consciousness with God's consciousness. When we have that, our prayers will not be waylaid. We are not beggars. We are sons of God. Never pray for anything of this world until you have first prayed successfully to know God. Pray until you have attained God, then your prayers will be guided by wisdom, not by the inclinations of habits. Do not fool yourself. Wake up and say to Him, I will forsake all lesser desires, I yearn only to know Thee. Of course you should pray for others who are suffering, but do not pray for things of the world until through deep meditation and love for God you feel your identity with Him. He knows what you need. Seek Him until you find Him, until your whole being throbs with His power and glory. Ask Him to reveal Himself to you. Do not rest until He answers. Ask with all your heart, again and again, reveal Thyself. Reveal Thyself. The stars may be shattered, the earth may be dissolved, yet my soul shall cry unto Thee, reveal Thyself. The inertia of His silence will be broken by the steady, persistent hammering of your prayers. At last, like the invisible earthquake, He will suddenly make Himself manifest. The walls of silence holding back the reservoir of your consciousness will tremble and crumble, and you will feel that you are flowing like a river into the mighty ocean, and you will say to Him, I am now one with Thee, whatever Thou hast, the same have I. You will be consciously face to face with yourself at last. The auditorium of your mind will be crowded to overflowing with the holy guests of your own divine thoughts. Beggars of grief and discord and pain will not be able to enter there, and their wails and sighs will be drowned in the harmony of an ever-singing and never-weary choir of happiness and peace. How to free yourself from bad habits. During my absence from the temple, I have missed you all, but I have accomplished much writing. That is my joy, for through my pen I can give to you what God gives to me. Seclusion is the price of finding God. Sometimes I am more with you in God when I am away than when I am with you personally. During this period of seclusion I have been immersed in the wondrous dynamic presence of God. My whole room was ablaze with His being. You don't know how thrilling night is when you are alone and practice His presence. He is omnipresent, moving in space as a great auroral mist, the light out of which all things are formed. You must make the effort to experience Him yourself. Saint Francis taught simple devotion, but as his monks became more and more organized, they felt it necessary not only to cultivate devotion to commune with God, but to study theological books and to acquaint themselves with the arts and sciences of the time. Saint Francis warned them repeatedly that studying would not get them to God, that they must rather have love for Him. God can never be found through philosophical abstractions. If you have love for God and practice Kriya Yoga and meditate deeply, you will find Him. Don't wait, for waiting is dangerous. Present good health may produce in your consciousness a happy complacency. But who knows whether or not your head may be on the block waiting for death? Krishna said, "Get away from this ocean of suffering and misery." He meant that we must go where we can find real happiness. It can be had only from God's hands. But the greatest obstacle in our path is our bad habits. Habit is both our best friend and our worst enemy. And that is the theme of this morning's service. Habit defined. Habit is an acquired aptitude or inclination to a particular action, instilled by repetition. It can decrease, or resist, or facilitate the force of action. The mental mechanism of habit was given to us to simplify the process of our actions. Without its aid, we would have to learn the same things over each new day. For instance, the writer works daily at his writing until he is able to express his thoughts clearly and interestingly. If that habit were not established, he would have to relearn repeatedly the basics of composition. Similarly, if you had no such power of habit, then every day of your life you would have to relearn everything you do, even how to say your name. In other words, you would remain like a helpless infant. Habits are necessary, but we misuse their power. Habit is like a parrot. If you teach it to sing good songs and say good words, it will repeat them over and over. And if you teach it to swear, it will do the same, whether you want it to or not, embarrassing you and others. Likewise, your bad habits will make not only you, but everyone around you, uncomfortable, whereas your good habits will be a joy to you and to others also. Therefore, it is tenable that you should prefer good habits and destroy bad ones. Habits are formed gradually, by repetition of an action. It is said that it normally takes the average person about 8 years to firmly establish a habit. But habit formation can be quickened. In childhood especially, the mind is more pliable, and it is then easier to form good habits. However, in ancient India, our teachers who specialized in training the young knew the importance of understanding the predisposition of the child's nature in addition to providing proper education and environment. They selected children according to the good karma and habits they brought with them from past incarnations. You have probably seen some children who from the earliest age were absolutely unwilling to be good. This is because they had developed bad habits in previous lives. On the other hand, many children are naturally inclined to right behavior because of good tendencies developed in former incarnations. Older people reflect the inner influence of past life habits just as children do. When persons who were spiritually inclined in the past take up the spiritual path, they keep on going with youthful enthusiasm to the end. Others who have brought with them anti-spiritual habits will not take to the spiritual path in spite of repeated urgings, unless in this life they wake up and begin to realize that God is the only source of happiness. Watch out for hidden bad habits of past lives. Since you do not know what good or bad habits you have established in previous lives, you should be careful about what you do in this life, lest the slightest stimulus give a fresh hold to some bad habit that has been trailing you through incarnations. This explains how it can happen that a person may take just one drink, and his old habit of former lives awakens and catches him. Before long, he has become an alcoholic. Therefore, one shouldn't even try such experiences as those produced by alcohol and drugs, which are not only useless, but potentially harmful. Don't flirt with unproductive, dangerous habits. The word karma means action, also, the effects of actions. The nature of those effects determines whether you have reaped good or bad karma. When you say, "It is my karma that has brought this evil event upon me," you have not distinguished between good and evil karma. Good karma brings good results, and predisposes one to repeat good actions. Evil karma produces evil results, and is the fertile soil for more evil actions. If you have a particular bad habit or karmic inclination, don't mix with those who have the same kind of bad habit. If you tend to be greedy, avoid the company of others who are greedy. If you have a desire to drink, stay away from those who drink. People who support your bad habits are not your friends. They will cause you to throw away your soul's joy. Avoid the company of wrongdoers and mix with those who are good. Train children to develop a preference for right habits. In this modern age, everybody needs to be trained, because they have so much temptation placed before them. All parents should train their children to develop a taste for better habits. Consider more seriously the responsibility of guiding your children. Many bad habits are imposed on them in the environment of the schools. Influenced by other children, they feel they have no choice. If someone doesn't join the crowd and smoke or drink, he is considered a sissy. Youngsters thus succumb to all kinds of wrong behavior. I know so many boys and girls who have taken to drink and smoking, and even worse. Those young children that I have taken into the ashram for training I consider my own, and my heart goes out with them when they go into the environment of the public school. I tell them, don't be a doormat. Dare to be different, and to say no when others try to persuade you into wrong ways. Coeducation is a total failure. You will learn this sometime. Coeducation for college-age students is less questionable. I was once going to write about these things, and then I thought, why should I? Who will pay any attention? The very fabric of your family life is being destroyed because of the lack of moral and spiritual education at home as well as in the schools. You must do your part to teach your children to resist evil. You have here such a great nation, but the abuse of freedom is the road to destruction. When I was a child in India, we were given strict moral and spiritual culture at home. Mother used to tell me, never desire wealth. I asked why, and she said, it will make you a slave. We were never permitted even to utter the word wine, because drinking was recognized as an evil habit. Reason with your children. Remind them that by developing wrong habits they are wading into the cesspool of error. If they should go on in that way, it will be too late for them to come out of it. All the joy of life will be over for them. I know a young couple who were married just 4 weeks ago, and already they are unhappy and coming to me for advice. It isn't academic education alone that makes people happy. It is how to live education, how to develop a harmonious, moral life, stronger willpower, and spiritual understanding, that will bring happiness. The women in this country have much devotion and spiritual inclination, but as mothers few of them properly train those ideals into their children. The boys here would be wonderful if taught how to develop their won't power. When you say no to temptation, mean it. When you say no to temptation, you must mean no. Don't give in. The spineless weakling all the time says yes. But great minds are full of NOS. The weak-willed become doormats for everybody to walk over and trample on. They deserve this treatment for giving in to their weaknesses. Remember, temptation may appear to offer something very pleasurable in the beginning, but it leads to restlessness, always seeking something different, always seeking new thrills. Resisting temptations isn't the denial of all the pleasures of life, it is to have supernal control over what you want to do. I am showing you the way to real freedom, not the false sense of freedom that in fact is compelling you to do what your habits lead you to do. Don't cater to likes and dislikes. Catering to your likes and dislikes is also to be avoided. They, too, are cultivated habits. When I came to this country and tasted olives for the first time, I didn't like them, but everyone was saying how good they were, so I ate them until I also learned to like them. To follow what you should do, irrespective of likes and dislikes, is what brings lasting happiness. Many times we dislike certain things that we should like because they are good for us. This is particularly true of our eating habits. If you mix sand and water and then plaster a wall with it, the mixture will stay put for a while. But when the water dries, the sand will fall away from the wall. In the same way, what pleases your taste does not always satisfy the needs of your body. If you could actually see its complex workings and how it is affected by what you feed it, you would not down coffee and donuts every morning as a substitute for a balanced breakfast. Most people are heavy meat eaters, and neglect fresh fruits and vegetables in their diet. As a result, their kidneys and intestines are affected, and all kinds of troubles develop. Meat is not an essential to health, in fact, it is harmful. The cow is supplied with all its nourishment merely by eating grass. The elephant and the horse get their strength and stamina from a vegetarian diet. Why do intelligent human beings cultivate such bad eating habits? Why do you persist in wrong eating, even when you know better? Because you were not started out with the right habits. No matter what anyone says, you want to eat the wrong things because the habit of liking those foods has been established. That is the misuse of the power of habit. If from the beginning you form the habit of eating the right foods, you won't crave white bread and lots of sugars and starches and fried foods. You won't be used to them. Bad habits are like an octopus. Bad habits are like an octopus, they have many tentacles to hold you in their grip. And once they enwrap you, those octopus-like habits feed on you, they will destroy you. But if good habits have a hold on you, they will nourish you. Don't at all let your mind tell you that it is so hard to be good and so easy to be bad. It is much easier to be good than to suffer the consequences of wrong actions. It is a little difficult sometimes to resist temptation, because your senses try to entrap you. But once you get into the habit of being good, it is very hard to be bad, because you know you will be beaten up within and without by doing something you know is wrong. There is no fun in having bad habits, evil destroys all the fun. It satiates the mind so that soon there is no longer any joy in overeating, in sexual overactivity, in overindulgence of any of the senses. If in anything you overdo, remember, you are under the influence and in the grip of bad habits. For instance, if you have ulcers of the stomach, and through habit continue to eat meat, or hot or fried foods, which further irritate the stomach and take away the scabs formed by nature to heal the ulcers, the ulcerated condition will worsen and may develop into cancer or a hemorrhage. Rather, you should eat pureed and soft foods, and other foods that do not irritate the stomach lining. Why let habit make you eat those things you know will harm you? Just as crime doesn't pay, so bad habits don't pay, because they will destroy your health and happiness and peace of mind, and they will also set a bad example for those you love. You must strive to conquer harmful habits now. Don't be a weakling. Stay away from the things that stimulate your bad habits. And always choose good substitutes that will bring you peace of mind and a sound, healthy body. Temptations are charming and strong, but you are stronger, because the image of God is within you. No matter how many times you fall, you can rise again. But when you admit defeat, then you are lost. And lost is your peace and happiness. Train your will to be unenslaved. Saint Ignatius of Loyola was called the saint of willpower. He was not satisfied to wait for the grace of God to descend. He trained his will so that he could commune with God at any time. He said, "I can find God at all times, whenever I wish, and any man of good will can do the same." As the body can be exercised by going, walking, and running, so the will of man can be trained by exercises to find the will of God. That is what I believe, to train your will, to have complete mastery over your will, so that you can do the things you ought to do, with the will unbound by bad habits. One should have freedom even to cut his own throat if he wants to, but he certainly should not use his freedom, his free will, to do any such thing. It seems, however, that in the name of freedom it is human nature to want to do the very things that are not good for us. Tell the self-willed person to do something that is good for him, and he will want to do exactly the opposite. People who behave in this way are childish and immature. When one is ripe with wisdom, then he is a truly mature human being. Age has nothing to do with it. A slave is a slave. No matter how he tries, he can't do without the thing he is a slave to. Never allow yourself to be enslaved by anything. You have all the willpower in the world to break any habit. The power of divine will is always with you, and can never be destroyed. But you allow it to be eclipsed by your bad habits and other wrong influences. When you make up your mind to do or not to do something, never give in, unless you see you are wrong, then quickly change your mind. Otherwise, don't give up, because weakening of the will takes away your most valuable treasure. Persons you associate with may want you to be like them, but it is you, not they, who will have to bear the consequences of what you are. There is a story about the fox that lost its tail in a trap. He called a meeting of the other foxes and told them how wonderful it was to be rid of the tail. But one wise old fox got up and said, "Mr. Fox without a tail, would you advise us to cut off our tails if you still had your own?" All the other foxes then saw the trick. The moral is that if others want you to take on their bad habits, just say no. For example, if anybody wants you to drink, because he likes to drink, be firm, "No thank you. I am very happy and having a good time without it." There is no real fun in being drunk and behaving like a fool, and not even remembering, when you are sober again, how badly you behaved. Besides, drink can destroy forever your nerves, your peace of mind, and your happiness. So never let anyone weaken your will. Others will test you, but when you have made a resolve, keep your word. Above all, keep your word with yourself. If you find that you are unreasonable, that is different. Then you must be able to change at once and do that which is right. A story of won't power. When I like a particular food, I eat it until I decide to give it up. I don't create a dislike for it, I just leave it alone. For instance, as a child in India I used to like very much a small vegetable called patol. I would eat it morning, noon, and night. One of my friends said, "Don't you get tired of it?" "No," I responded. "When I like it, I like it." He said, "Then you are a slave to it." I thought, maybe he is right. So I vowed that I would not touch it for 1 year, and I didn't. You must develop that mulish won't power by which you will not budge, no matter how you are urged. Some months after I had made that resolution, my friend invited me and other friends to dinner. Patols were served, I ate everything except that vegetable. My friend said, "We are sorry that you won't eat it." I replied, "First of all, you decided to test me. For me to give in and weaken my will would be foolishness. And secondly, I have said that I will not touch this food for days, and as a result I have no taste for it. I enjoyed patols before, but now the wish for them is gone. Remember, you must get rid of every habit that enslaves you. And don't associate with those who in the guise of friendship work with Satan to delude your will. Those friends who inspire you are your guardian angels. Those who love God are your protectors. If you want to be an artist, you should mix with artists. If you would love God, associate with those who love Him. By concentration, habits can be installed at will. As weak-minded people can fall into bad habits easily, so strong-minded persons can learn to create good habits at will. How? By concentration. I will give you an illustration. Years ago, in Boston, I was invited to someone's home for dinner. I was enjoying the meal very much until Roquefort cheese was served. I was very suspicious of those dark spots in the cheese. But I saw that everyone else was eating and enjoying it. I took some cheese in my mouth, and suddenly my stomach turned and all the contents inside said, "If you let Mr. Roquefort in, all of us will rush out at once." I was gagging, but I said mentally, "Be quiet. I am the boss." One of the guests looked at me and said, "What is the matter?" I didn't dare to open my mouth. I watched everyone else enjoying the cheese, and I said to myself, I command my mind to establish immediately the habit of eating Roquefort cheese. And I found that I was eating and enjoying it. To this day I am very fond of Roquefort cheese. Later someone suggested that I install the habit of eating Limburger cheese, but I said, nothing doing. I didn't see any reason to inflict its awful smell on myself and others. Introspect to know yourself as you are. Be more serious about your life. Every night, introspect to see whether you are being swept down the current of bad habits or whether you are developing your willpower and won't power in order to be master of yourself. Saint Ignatius had a wonderful method. He taught his monks to keep a daily record of all their good and bad actions by making a graph of dots and dashes. Many who never thought they could overcome their bad habits were helped by his suggestion. By watching the graphs of your mind, you can see whether you are progressing every day. You don't want to hide from yourself. You must know yourself as you are. By keeping a diary of your introspection, you keep watch on your bad habits and are better prepared to destroy them. But no matter how you have sinned in the past, never call yourself a sinner, because that is the greatest sin against the image of God within you. It is better that you always affirm to yourself that you are a child of God, because that is what you are. As soon as you say you are a sinner, your mind accepts that decree, the will gives up, and you are done for. God seeks willing hearts who want to be free, and if you are willing, all the years of your past errors will not stop you from getting back to Him. Perennial peace and joy lie within, not in externals. As a child of God, your real nature is to be happy. You will never be satisfied with anything less than true happiness. And it will not depend on anything outside yourself. Drink and dope will give you the false notion that you are having a good time, while they are actually destroying your body and mind and stifling the soul. The scripture tells us that on the day of Pentecost, the disciples of Christ were all drunk. They were drunk not with the alcohol of wine, but the ecstasy of God. It is this divine ecstasy, this divine happiness, that your soul is seeking. You spend so much time in decorating your homes or working to buy a new car, and that is all right. But you must be able to renounce all things inwardly. Why? Because it gives freedom from enslavement to possessions. Just think about that. You bemoan not having what others have. You don't know what it is to be free. The contrast of the happiness within your soul outbalances all the pleasure that you can get from your senses. So don't spend too much time seeking and caring for possessions. Yes, it is good to be neat, but don't be overly fastidious. After you have cleaned things, they are soon dirty again. Be spotless within. Make your inner self a temple of God. Make it a temple of the mystic life of the universe. Then you are king of everything, and not attached to anything. That inner renunciation is the greatest way, greater than merely following the path of outer renunciation, undergoing forced discipline with the inner self still attached to the body and possessions. Change your heart, for therein you can make an altar either for the devil of misery, or for the Heavenly Father. Perennial peace lies within, not in outer possessions and conditions. God alone is sufficient, for in Him lies all love, all life, all happiness, all joy, all peace, everything that even in your wildest dreams you could not imagine. Cultivate a relationship with Him. Practice the presence of God every day, and never go to bed at night until you have practiced your kriya and are filled with that joy. Have that eternal peace within and without, then whoever comes to you shall feel your peace and be uplifted by it. You don't want to be a human skunk, driving away by your obnoxious behavior, your bad habits, whoever comes into your presence. You want to be a human rose, a flower of bliss, a bird of paradise. As soon as God touches you, all the fragrance of every flower is manifest within you. All the goodness and purity of God is within you. That is why it was said of Jesus, "Never man spake like this man." You cannot fathom the real nature of those who know God, because they are depthless. My Guru Deva, Swami Sri Yukteswar, was like that. He was apart from everything. The teaching of being united with God, and thereby non-attached to everything else, is yoga. The time to create spiritual habits is now. Since it may take 8 years to form a habit, if you want to be spiritual, you must begin to cultivate the right habits now. All of your life you have been restless for things of the world. You sit to meditate and you become more restless. Then you say, "There is no use in meditating." But that is foolish reasoning. You have to live those 8 years anyway, so why not use that time to perfect your practice of meditation? The more concentration you put into it, the sooner you will develop that habit. Your mind will then be saturated with the habit of silence. And when that habit is formed, you will feel restless, not for the world, but for God. No matter what your work or responsibilities, you must keep your most important engagement with God in meditation, for all things will betray you if you betray Him. That is why I never miss my appointment with Him, especially at night. Don't go to bed until you feel the joy of God within and without, then all day long He will be with you. Nothing can match that joy. Develop the habit of communion with that great joy which is beyond the state of sleep. Deep, dreamless sleep is an unconscious way of contacting the peace and joy of God, and meditation is the conscious way. The satisfaction of 10 million sleeps does not begin to describe the bliss you feel in conscious communion with God. Remain in that blissful calmness within your soul. When all things worldly and all secular concerns completely vanish and dissolve in the light of Spirit, then you shall see Him. Don't wait until later to change your habits. Procrastination fosters more bad habits until the will is a prisoner, and you think you can't change. Do not allow yourself to reach that state. So long as you are willing, God will help you. Technique for creating and destroying habits. When you want to create a good habit or destroy a bad one, concentrate on the brain cells, the storehouse of the mechanisms of habits. To create a good habit, meditate, and then with the concentration fixed at the Christ center, the center of will between the eyebrows, deeply affirm the good habit that you want to install. And when you want to destroy bad habits, concentrate at the Christ center and deeply affirm that all the grooves of bad habits are being erased. I will tell you a true story of the effectiveness of this technique. In India, a man who had a bad temper came to me. He was a specialist in slapping his bosses when he lost his temper, so he also lost one job after another. He would become so uncontrollably irate that he would throw at whoever bothered him anything that was handy. He asked me for help. I told him, the next time you get angry, count to 100 before you act. He tried it, but came back to me and said, I get more angry when I do that. While I am counting, I am blind with rage for having to wait so long. His case looked hopeless. Then I told him to practice Kriya Yoga. With this further instruction, after practicing your Kriya, think that the divine light is going into your brain, soothing it, calming your nerves, calming your emotions, wiping away all anger. And one day your temper tantrums will be gone. Not long after that, he came to me again, and this time he said, I am free from the habit of anger. I am so thankful. I decided to test him. I arranged for some boys to pick a quarrel with him. I hid myself in the park along the route where he used to pass regularly, so that I could observe. The boys tried again and again to goad him into a fight, but he wouldn't respond. He kept his calmness. Make-believe pleasures cannot substitute for the bliss of God. You should wish for 1,000 million deaths rather than enmesh yourself in bad habits from which you cannot free yourself. Money, sex, and wine were created as make-believe pleasures. They could never substitute for the bliss of God. Even if you do no more than pray sincerely to Him, His great joy will eventually come upon you. Naturally, God wants to test you with the taste of temptation and the lure of your bad habits to see if you really want Him more than the enticing pseudo-pleasures of the body. If you give in, you will get nowhere. If you keep pouring water into a pot, you cannot expect the pot to dry out. You must dry up the water of bad habits in the sun of good company, wholesome activity, introspection, and willpower, and, above all, meditation and God communion. No one can help you unless you are willing to help yourself. As I said, if you are willing, then God Himself will help you. When Jesus prayed to the Heavenly Father, lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, He meant, leave us not in the pit of temptation wherein we fell through the misuse of Thy gift of reason. Temptation cannot lead us unless we misuse our God-given reason. If once you taste the sweetness of God in meditation, you shall not be touched by temptation anymore. You will throw off your bad habits and go after Him. If you truly seek God, you will find Him. The Garden of Flowering Qualities. I behold civilization as a garden in which I see all kinds of flowering human qualities. Like a bee, my mind seeks out the blossoms of good qualities. So many people behave like flies, buzzing intently about God until something attracts their senses, then off they flit, even if the lure is spiritually unwholesome. The bee seeks only those flowers that yield pure honey. You must be a divine bee, tasting nothing but the sweetness, the goodness, of the honey of God. Remember that, and try to absorb in yourself the good qualities of others. By adoring and tasting human goodness, we can find God. He is the honey, and in His honeyed qualities in others we will taste His presence everywhere. Everything that is good is God. Whether it manifests in nature or through noble qualities in human beings, it is God whom we are beholding. God the beautiful is manifest in the synchronized scenery of nature. His breath is heaving in the wind, His divinity is smiling at us in the flowers. The qualities of love and peace and joy that grow in the garden of human hearts are reflecting His goodness, His beauty. He who looks for evil sees evil everywhere. He who looks for goodness sees goodness everywhere. Let your eyes behold only that which is beautiful, so that the ugliness of evil will disappear from your consciousness. By seeking out evil, by being negative and affirming to yourself negative thoughts, you see this world as a forest of fear. By seeking goodness, being good, and affirming good, you see this world as a garden of beauty. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that he who thinks negatively and beholds evil in the world is the enemy of his self, and the self acts as his enemy. And he who beholds only goodness is a friend to his self, and the self acts as his friend. If you are your own enemy, picking up evil from everywhere, your true self will be your enemy. And if you befriend yourself by absorbing good qualities from everywhere, your true self will be your friend. So in this world seek only that which is good, do that which is good. Constantly seek God instead of indulging in negative thoughts and actions, and you will find peace of mind and happiness in your life. Sometime you will have to rid yourself of evil. Why not now? No matter how you have been enwrapped in negative thinking and negative behavior, those wrong habits cannot enslave you forever. We think we can't rid ourselves of harmful sense temptations and jealousy and anger, but there is no emotion that can forever hold your soul. So, dear ones, let no one call you a sinner. You are sons of God, for He made you in His image. To deny that image is the greatest sin against yourself. And if you are a sinner against yourself, God shall be against you. Rather say to yourself, no matter if my sins be as deep as the ocean and as high as the stars, still I am unconquered, because I am spirit itself. Darkness may reign in a cave for thousands of years, but bring in the light, and the darkness vanishes as though it had never been. Similarly, no matter what your defects, they are yours no longer when you bring in the light of goodness. So great is the light of the soul that incarnations of evil cannot destroy it. But the self-created temporary darkness of evil makes the soul miserable, because you suffer in that darkness. You can drive it away by opening your spiritual eye in deep meditation, filling your consciousness with its all-revealing divine light. No one else can save you. You are your own savior as soon as you realize, I am light itself. Darkness was never meant for me, it can never cover the light of my soul. Oriental and Occidental Christianity. Spirit is the infinite reservoir of wisdom. Each human life is a channel through which that divine wisdom is steadily flowing. Some channels are wide and others narrow. The larger the channel, the greater the flow of God power. We are unique channels, for it lies within our power to make ourselves narrower or wider. We have been given freedom of will and the power of choice. Some choke the channel of their lives with the mud of accumulated ignorance, never allowing themselves to be cleansed by the dredge of knowledge. The ocean of truth attempts fruitlessly to flood in greater volume through such narrow openings. There are others who keep on digging, widening, deepening the channels of their lives by self-discipline and culture, thus inviting an ever larger volume of God wisdom to pass through. Jesus the Christ was one of the greatest channels through which the cosmic wisdom flowed. We must remember that each channel is finite and has its limitations. I dare say there shall never be born a prophet who can contain or exhaust the whole ocean of truth in his short span of life. Other prophets shall always come to express truth anew. Though infinite truth must thus suffer measurement even at the hands of prophets, these great souls nevertheless serve to widen the channels of smaller lives, inundating those shores with their unbounded wisdom. True Christianity. True Christianity, the divine principles taught by Christ, should not be confused with some of the forms that cloak it. True Christianity is neither Oriental nor Occidental, nor is it the teaching of Jesus and his saints alone. Its eternal principles belong to every truth-seeking soul. Jesus the Son of Man lifted himself to the state of being a Son of God. That is, he rose above ordinary human consciousness and entered the cosmic Christ consciousness, the pure reflection of God present in all creation. When St. John said that as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, he meant that anyone who could receive that Christ consciousness, who could increase the capacity of his consciousness to hold that infinite ocean of truth, would become, as did Jesus, a Son of God, one with the Father. This offers hope to every seeking heart, for there would be no incentive in following the example of Jesus if we could not be like him. Jesus was not sent to us to symbolize an unattainable goal. He came as a living inspiration, demonstrating what we all may successfully seek and achieve. If God created all men in his image, as stated in the Bible, he could not give more to one than he gives to all the rest. He cannot be accused of partiality, which would make him less divine. We are all his children, created by the power of his being, endowed with that power to become his true sons. Nor did God alone make Jesus the spiritual giant that he was. If God creates prophets as unique beings, ready-made in a spiritual factory, then we might justly think it needless to struggle, and would expect him to remold us and do our spiritual thinking for us. The gift of reason and choice, the power to exercise free will, is peculiar to man and is sufficient to demonstrate to us that we must acquire our own spiritual growth by individual effort and achievement. Jesus struggled, fasted, prayed, disciplined himself in every way. We admire Jesus the more that, being born a human, he became divine. Spiritual truth is one. Interpreted by Christians it is called Christianity, by Hindus, Hinduism, and so forth. Narrow-mindedness confines religion to church or temple worship and sectarian beliefs, mistaking the form for the spirit. Truth has suffered constriction in all interpretations, narrow and liberal. We must reach the goal of self-realization of truth, wherein man-made interpretations no longer limit us. The aim of Yogananda, self-realization, is to teach the practical methods, the exact techniques, of widening the channel of human consciousness, so that truth might flow in continuously, endlessly, without obstructions of dogma or unproved beliefs. Yogananda points out, not only the words and personalities of saints and prophets, but the path of concentration on a practical system. It teaches the step-by-step progression from belief to personal realization and individual attainment of divinity. Oriental conditions of life were different. Sell all ye have and give to the poor, take no heed for the morrow, what ye shall eat, what ye shall put on, and other spiritual injunctions of Jesus would not admit of strict practical application in the Occident today. What Jesus preached can be understood only by developing the inner consciousness, spiritualizing the inner self. Christianity originally placed less emphasis on the outer formalities of religion. Jesus taught an Oriental people, in an Oriental setting and atmosphere. The truths he spoke were interpreted by the Oriental mentalities that surrounded him. If the New Testament had been written by Jesus, rather than his disciples, it would have been very different. The spiritual experiences of the biblical characters, however transcendental, or intuitional, when expressed through Oriental mentality and terminology, took on an Oriental hue. Soul experiences cannot be fully expressed through words, and when language half lisps them, they assume a distinguishing individual stamp. The shunning of all material possessions as taught by Jesus was especially applicable to and possible in those times and conditions. If Jesus were preaching today to Americans, his essential message would be the same, but expressed differently than years ago to a people in a land where living conditions and climatic and social factors made it possible to live much more simply than is generally practical today. Then, a little labor would suffice to gain the necessities of life. The warm climate simplified the problem of clothing and housing. Less attention was needed for the physical side of life. Oriental Christianity taught plain living, outdoor living, meditating on the lap of Mother Nature. Jesus did not preach a mode of living far removed from the customary life of that day. Nor would he today advocate a radical change in our routine of life. This is a different age. The purposes of the Creator demand that the world's evolution proceed through ever new and varied conditions. So Jesus would not concentrate today on a drastic departure from the practical forms and conditions of our life. Now, as then, he would point out that formalities of life are secondary, that the only worthwhile change, the only permanent advance, is the inner evolution of man toward spiritual perfection. The outer conditions of life will never be perfect until the inner condition is perfect. The effect cannot precede the cause. Christ's teaching, interpreted by and adapted to Occidentals, is thus different, and this we can call Occidental Christianity. Through a misunderstanding of Christ's teachings, his early followers conceived a contempt for, and disregard of, the progress of material life. They did not attempt to translate inner growth into outer achievement. This has been the case throughout the Orient generally. But God's laws do not respect any man-made interpretation. Whenever and wherever man, as a Christian or Hindu, or as any race, breaks God's physical, mental, or spiritual laws that govern the spiritual, mental, social, industrial, and materially progressive conditions of life, he is punished with war, plague, famine, material poverty, and spiritual ignorance. History teaches us that man must develop his life in an all-round manner, neglecting neither the physical nor the mental and spiritual sides, if he would achieve perfection. Why Christianity changed in the West? However, we must admit that because of a spiritual emphasis the Orient generally, and India in particular, has been the breeding ground of the world's greatest prophets and saints, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, Shankara, Chaitanya, my master and Paramgurus, and many others. Strangely, we do not find in the West any prophet of such eminence. If we could take statistics of the world's mentalities, we would find that in general the Orientals are more spiritually inclined, and the Westerners more materially and industrially minded. That is why Oriental Christianity, as taught by Jesus and his disciples, underwent a distinct change in form after arriving in the Occident. Jesus' exhortation to the Oriental multitude, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God," was changed for all practical purposes in the West to "Seek ye bread first and the kingdom of God later." "Sell all ye have and give to the poor" became "Buy all ye can at cost price, then sell at top price and invest wisely the surplus." But even if people today desired to carry out literally the instructions given by Jesus to those of his time, they would not be able to do so with a good conscience. Family responsibilities in most cases would prevent a man from selling all his goods and giving the money to the poor. If he took no heed for the morrow, what ye shall eat, what ye shall put on, he would not be acting correctly toward those dependent on him, who have a right to expect his support and protection. But the fact that people in the more complicated modern world cannot always follow literally the precepts given by Jesus does not prevent them from being in every respect true Christians, following faithfully the inner teachings and true essence of Christianity. They can spiritualize their ambition and their wealth by using them for the good of others. They can avoid the greed of luxury, and satisfy only their real needs. Jesus was able to preach to the multitudes on mountaintops and other outdoor places. News of his meetings spread by word of mouth, for in his day people did not depend on newspapers. But such delightful freedom from hall rents and advertising expenditure is not possible today. The teacher may be willing to preach on the mountaintop covered with snow, or inaccessible by subway or bus, but the audience is not willing to come there to hear him. In the West, they want large steam-heated and centrally located meeting places. So the teacher who is sincerely desirous of sowing the seeds of spirituality in the hearts of the multitude ought to be willing also to accept the conditions of life in the country and age in which he finds himself. As Bruce Barton has pointed out in his wonderful book, The Man Nobody Knows, Jesus would employ the methods of the successful businessman. He would be a large user of newspaper columns as a means of communication, for example, if he were preaching today in America. The means do not greatly matter, getting the message to the people is the main thing. Costly big churches have to be erected today to house the religious multitudes, with consequent concentration on financial problems. Once a man came to me after my first lecture in his city, and said, "Swami, many times I have come to different lectures here, sat on one of those hard, uncomfortable chairs of the auditorium, and been forced to leave after a half hour of discomfort. But tonight, I am glad to tell you, your sermon completely erased the hard chair consciousness from my mind during the whole 2 hours. Just the same, you should arrange always to provide your audience with comfortable seats, as otherwise an American audience will not stay. Real God communion is needed." Churches in the Occident have done untold good by their efforts to remind people of their spiritual obligations and of God's laws. But churches have become form-bound, lacking in the spirit of deep meditation and real God communion that Jesus and his disciples so plainly manifested in their lives. Today, the congregation at church is there in body, but in mind it is often somewhere else. During the sermon, or at the time of prayer, how many are thinking instead of the chicken dinner awaiting them, or of a business deal? Such mental waywardness is not the fault of the churchgoer, for he has never been taught the art of directing his mind, of withdrawing it from the realm of sense distraction and focusing it on God. Indeed, the average man does not even know or believe that it is possible for him to communicate personally with God. God can be contacted by the practice of specific techniques of concentration and meditation on the cosmic vibration. He will become as real and near as one's own thoughts and body. Yogananda has been sent to teach this art of communion, of personal God contact, of coming into conscious touch with the source of all light, all power, all bliss. Religionists limit truth by claiming to monopolize it, one calling the other heathen. Many Christians think the Hindu and the Buddhist to be heathens. The Hindu and the Buddhist, if bigoted and lacking in religious courtesy, feel the same about the Christian. But true religion is not exclusive. Its essence is twofold. First and most important, it consists of certain inner principles of attunement with God that make life progressive, permanently happy, and beautiful in every way. Secondly, it has material and mental forms of routine and discipline that are required to bring those inner principles into manifestation in man's material life. Religious customs and forms are like husks, necessary to protect the kernel of truth. But if the husk covers no seed of life, it is useless, barren. The sacraments, conch shells, temple bells, the cross, the crescent, such exteriorizations have been necessary to symbolize certain spiritual truths. But with time, people's minds became concentrated on the form of the service or ritual, the personality of the preacher or priest and his method of delivery, the architecture and size of the church or temple, the number of followers and their social status and possessions. On the other hand, those with iconoclastic ideas want to destroy all form. Their error is that their zeal to do away with form is itself concentration on form, or outer precepts. Thus the symbols and outer forms of religion act as red flags to excite the bull of religious fanaticism. Yogananda offers a remedy, a solution. It asks the different religionists to live together in harmony by concentrating on the one reality behind form, the truth that is the kernel of every religion. Yogananda has come, not to unite all churches and religions into one church and one form, nor to destroy individual expressions of religion, but to show the scientific methods by which the utility and truth of the church and creed may be proven and demonstrated. Change of religious customs, or fusion of all forms into one common form, would not alter the essential religious attitude. Nothing but proven truth, religious truth that has been tested and experienced individually, will ever satisfy completely the mind of man and do away with religious bigotry and ignorance. East and West need balance. In the West, because of the lack of scientific methods for directly perceiving truth, there has not been an overwhelming interest in spiritual inquiry and research. On the other hand, in India, where a host of saints and men of realization have testified to the truth that all men may know God through a definite series of steps and methods of concentration and meditation, we find that religion has always played a prominent part in the daily life of the multitude. But East and West alike suffer from overdevelopment of one phase of life and underdevelopment of other phases. India in her religious one-sidedness broke God's laws governing the material part of life, and as a consequence has had to suffer from famine and plague. In the West, worship of the god of wealth and ignorance of God's spiritual laws have produced nations without inward peace, manifesting outwardly in the horrors of the world war. Thus East and West have failed in one respect, and succeeded in another. Wise men of the East have a wealth of spiritual insight and peace that no outward circumstances of suffering can destroy. And materially scientific men of the West have conquered plague and famine. Each needs the other's help to achieve perfection. Westerners need not blow up their factories, give up their banks and businesses, and retire to the jungle in order to be spiritual. But they can accept the scientific methods of inner realization from the East, and can pursue their progressive worldly activities for the good of others, instead of for selfish purposes. Nor need the East accept wholesale the industrial materialistic methods of the West. All that is necessary is an acceptance of the Western spirit of progress and development in reference to the betterment of material life. Thus each may benefit by the example and teachings of the other. The East must see the supreme in wholesome progressive material things of life, and the West must not forget the spiritual goal in its enthusiasm for worldly activity. A balance must be struck. No matter what religion you follow, ask yourself, am I happy? Am I making others happy? Have I found the answer to the supreme question of life? What is my highest duty? How can I find peace and bliss? Yogananda, Self-Realization Fellowship Teachings, provides a practical technique of God realization, of spiritualizing the body cells through a definite system of physical development, of keeping in touch with the supreme source of cosmic supply that governs all aspects of our material and spiritual life. This is the practical message for which Occidentals have been hungering, those who are not content with blind belief and long to prove truth through their own personal experience. This is the message, one of actual God communion, that will fill again the empty churches. People today frequent the movie houses, but the churches are comparatively empty. Why? Because there is something tangible to interest and delight the mind in the former. The Yogananda science of meditation will supply this interest in the latter. It will show each seeker that the most interesting thing in all the world is the bliss God within. It will give him the key to enter into this realm of unparalleled joys. All the pursuits of life offer only partial happiness, even if crowned with utmost fulfillment. But in finding God we have the reservoir of perennial, unending, unsatiating bliss. For He can give what the whole universe cannot give. He is the whole, the universe is but a part of Him. Knowing God scientifically. Once Occidentals know real communion with this great bliss God, their whole attitude toward religion and the church will change. No sermon will be dull then, no church empty. Seekers will hold the key to prove the truth of His existence. They will be listening to words about one whom they have experienced and know to be true, to be near, to be living. They will be devotees of God because they have met Him, and not because theoretically it seems that such a being exists and should be worshipped. Nothing can ever fully satisfy the heart of man except living proof. Yogananda brings that proof to man's door. Just as it is necessary for the astronomer to look through a telescope in order to see distant stars, so it is necessary for the questioner of God's existence to look for Him through the instrument of scientific meditation. If one proclaimed or denied the existence of a distant star, and yet would not look through the telescope to see if he were wrong or not, his opinion would be worthless. He cannot prove his stand unless he has confirmed it through available instruments of knowledge. Similarly, no one may rightfully deny, or positively affirm, the existence of God unless he has practiced the methods of approaching Him. Yogananda meditation is a telescope through which you can see God. Without it, you must rest your belief in God on unproved faith alone. With it, you can challenge anyone to disprove that God can be known. To control the mind by psychophysiological methods, to direct it Godward, to be its leader, not its slave, that is Yogananda, whether you give it that name or not. All life's labors are in vain unless you know how to shift your attention from failure to success, from worry to calmness, from mental wanderings to concentration, from restlessness to peace, from peace to conscious divine bliss within. If you have attained this control, then the purpose of life has been gloriously fulfilled. Paramahansa concluded with the following lines, which he had composed. Whether in the prison house of loneliness, or heaven of blissful solitude, whether fettered by the chains of labor, or resting idly in the peace of long-deserved rest, I care not. If thou art with me, whether in mosque, church, or temple it matters little. If I love not thy house and its creed more than thee, in the revolving wheels of factories, I want to feel thy pulsing, marching life. If thou art in the factory, I prefer that to heaven without thee. Whether in Himalayan caves or crowded subway, whether in jungles of Hindustan or of modern life, wherever we go, teach us to discover thee in all thy secret nooks, east, west, north, south, everywhere. A world without boundaries. Wherever different minds meet in the spirit of fellowship, there we find a great harmony, peace, happiness, understanding, and cooperation in life's activities. With so many troubles plaguing this earth of ours, a miniature world war going on in Europe, nation tearing at nation, never before was there a greater necessity for peace than now. I believe there will always be wars, until perchance we all become so spiritual that by the evolution of our individual natures we will make war unnecessary. No matter what their differences, if great minds such as Jesus, Krishna, Buddha, Mohammed, sat together, they would never use the engines of science to try to destroy each other. Where there is understanding, peace reigns. Why must people feel it necessary to fight? The power of guns evokes no wisdom, nor has it ever accomplished lasting peace. War is like poison in the system. When we have toxins in our body, that impurity has to get out somehow. So we suffer from disease. Likewise, when there is too much selfishness in the international system, that poison breaks out in the world as the disease of war. Many people are killed, and then for a little while there is a lull. But war comes again, and will come again and again, so long as there will be ignorance, and so long as the individual man has not become a perfect citizen of the world. God gave us intelligence, and He placed us in an environment where we must use that intelligence. The universe is like a shell, and we are like little chicks moving about within it. But what is beyond this shell of matter? What is beyond its three dimensions? We must penetrate space and know the workings of that other world out of which this one has come. We should use our intelligence to analyze the mysteries of life and to explore the secrets the Heavenly Father has hidden behind nature. How much better use of intelligence this would be, than to the creation of bigger and more destructive instruments of war. We must use our intelligence to have peace among ourselves. Understanding must be freed from prejudices. Why not follow a process of education in which, rather than nurturing hatred toward nations that are different from our own, we try by love to create understanding? Understanding is extremely necessary. But just as some people are short-sighted and some are far-sighted, so is our understanding. It is often clouded by many prejudices. Our vision is obscured from our very birth by the prejudices of family, race, and nation. Prejudice is a principal cause of war between brother nations. We shall never understand ourselves or others unless we keep our understanding free from all clouds of prejudice. We so love our own thoughts that we can't always understand what the other person is thinking. We are cooped up in a little pen of our own concepts, just like the little frog that lived in a well. When a frog from a huge lake fell into the well and told him about his vast home, the little frog only laughed and wouldn't believe him. He had never seen anything beyond the confines of the well, and was thoroughly convinced that his home was the largest body of water there could possibly be. This is the limited attitude of nations as well as individuals. Each nation thinks its views are best. We have to learn to give unceasing understanding to all, even to those who misunderstand us. I give you an illustration. C can analyze D fairly well, so he thinks he can understand everybody else. But he knows nothing about B, who is sitting behind C and D, and thinks he understands both of them. And behind B is A, who sees B, C, and D, and therefore thinks he understands everyone. It is human nature to think we know better than anyone else. But the only way to truly know anything is by cultivating divine understanding. Love the world as you love your nation and family. International understanding is much clouded by lack of realization that individual happiness is included in family happiness in community happiness in national happiness, and national happiness in international happiness. Love of family is inherently strong. Through family love, God became the Father to love you through wisdom, and He became the Mother because He wanted to give you unconditional love. God became the lover and the beloved to unite souls in an expanded love. He became the friend to unite souls in a pure, impersonal love that makes no demands. In friendship there is no compulsion, it comes through the choice of the heart. Such friendship should exist between husband and wife, child and parent, in all human relations. Friendship is a great factor in bringing peace in the international family of the world. No one can love his nation without learning the first lesson in love, which is to love his family. The baby's initial cries are for milk, but soon it invests its love in the mother and father. Then, as it grows older, it learns to love its country. When that soul becomes Christ-like, it begins to love the world. You are a member of the worldwide human race. Don't forget it. You must love the world as you love your nation and your family. This is difficult to learn, but the task of self-realization fellowship is to show you how. We teach that it is by fellowship with God that fellowship with man must be established, because only when you know God and see Him in all can you love the Jew and Christian, Muslim and Hindu, with the same spirit. I was taught this as a child, but it was more or less a forced intellectual concept. It wasn't an understanding from within. I tried to love the whole world, but it was not easy. As soon as I looked at my family, my love lost itself there. But one by one, many of those dearest to me died. I thought that nature was very cruel. Then I began to realize that my love was undergoing discipline, that I was to expand my love, not limit it to my family. God showed me that it was He whom I loved in my loved ones. Then, from within, my love began to expand to all. I could no longer feel partiality toward family. When I returned to India I saw that this was true. Except for the love Father gave me, I felt like a stranger when I visited the family home. Therefore, through family life and then through national life, God is schooling every individual to understand His international family, that we may have a United States of the world with truth as our guide. International understanding dissolves divisive boundaries. We are all aliens here. No territory belongs permanently to any country. The hand of time eventually erases all nations. Their boundaries don't last, because they represent divisions that have been carved out by force. I believe a time will come when in greater understanding we shall have no boundaries anymore. We shall call the earth our country, and we shall, by a process of justice and international assembly, distribute unselfishly the goods of the world according to the needs of the people. But equality cannot be established by force, it must come from the heart. The greatest blessing would be to develop international understanding by which we may realize this truth. These ideals should be taught in all the schools. Just as it would be a sin to teach everyone to love your family, it doesn't matter what happens to your country, so it is a sin to teach love of country that militates against your greater world family. When in every school love of country is overemphasized, it sows the seeds of misunderstanding and even hatred toward other nations. How dare we spoil children by teaching them the kind of patriotism in which there are seeds of hatred? Unless you love your country, you cannot love the world, but children should be taught also to love other countries as they love their own. That is the principle of God. Peace will come when we learn to see God in all. So you see, we must dissociate our wisdom from all environmental influences. If we can learn to understand others, and to free our minds from all prejudices born of environment, we begin to express the perfect image of God within us and to find it in all. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God. The light of the sun falls equally on the diamond and the charcoal, but the diamond, by its transparency, reflects the sun more. Bhagavan Krishna taught that because the wisdom in man is covered by ignorance, and because man chooses to misuse his independence to nurture that ignorance, he doesn't reflect the true image of God that is within him. But in all those who use the power of the mind to be good, the power of spirit will manifest. If we can receive that power of spirit, then we become true sons of God. And we must learn to see the light of God falling on both his good and bad children. Peace will come when we discipline our hearts to see God in all, not just in those who love us or whom we think of as our own. Peace is not something that you and I or a few great souls can create at once, by command. Even 1,000,000 Christs or Krishnas could not do it. Try as he would, Lord Krishna could not prevent the great war between the Pandavas and Kauravas, which is described in the Mahabharata. All humanity has to become Christ-like to bring peace on earth. When each one of us shapes his life according to the wisdom and example of a Christ, a Krishna, a Buddha, we can have peace here, not before. We must start now, with ourselves. We should try to be like the divine ones who have come on earth again and again to show us the way. By our loving each other and keeping our understanding clear, as they taught and exemplified, peace can come. Peace begins at home and in the schools. Each individual in a family and community should strive to live peacefully with others. Peace must begin in the home and in the schools. In the classrooms we must teach international patriotism, to love the world as Jesus, Krishna, and the great masters have taught, and not to do anything that would lead to international discomfort. It is not our nationality or our color that we should be proud of, but our understanding. We should cultivate our understanding and use it to determine what is truly best for family happiness, national happiness, and international happiness. International happiness should include the well-being of the nation, the community, and the family. The standard of legislation should be merit, not color of skin or any other class distinction. These are the ideals to be taught to children. So long as God's children differentiate, we are Indians and you are Americans, we are Germans, you are English, so long will they be bound by delusion and the world divided. Much war and suffering and destruction will be prevented if we cease to emphasize differences and learn to love all without distinction or prejudice. Be more proud that you are made in the image of God than that you are of a certain nationality, for American and Indian and all the other nationalities are just outer coats, which in time will be discarded. But you are a child of God throughout eternity. Isn't it better to teach that ideal to your children? It is the only way to peace. Establish the true ideals of peace in the schools, and live peace in your own life. Without selfishness there would be no wars. If we analyze individual psychology, we find that all human beings are passing through one of four states. When a desire is fulfilled we are happy. When a desire is contradicted we are unhappy. Between these two states is indifference. We are neither happy nor unhappy. Beyond these three states is peace. If we can clear our understanding of all selfish prejudices, individual, family, national, we can reach that state of peace. Just think, if Hitler and other dictators and world aggressors had had no personal or national selfishness, how many wars would have been averted? I would like to see one qualified person attain to the presidency just for the sake of the country. Lincoln was such a one. I cannot think of him without thinking of his aspirations for all mankind. But most politicians seek office for their own advantage, and the advantage of those communities and causes that are closest to them personally. The love of nation of a Lincoln or a Gandhi is based on wisdom. The ambitions of puny politicians do great harm against the permanency of this or any country. So patriotism must not bring wars and troubles in its wake. What is the value of a patriotism that destroys life, that kills innocent men, women, and children? War is supposed to show the nation's love of country. But that is not the right way to show it. The way to demonstrate true patriotism is to behave as children of God, and to give divine understanding to all people. All they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Divine love is greater than the power of the sword. Greater than all the swords in the world is understanding. Today, the best country to live in is America. I am not saying this to flatter you, but because it is the truth. Here you have freedoms and material advantages and opportunities unknown in many other nations. Don't abuse those privileges and blessings. Remember that the only justification for life is to unravel the mysteries of this universe. The only justification for human existence is to find God. The Lord hopes you will learn to love the giver more than all his material gifts. Yoga meditation reveals our divine nature. Out of the cosmic tomes of truth, India developed the yoga system, the science of oneness, oneness of the soul with God, oneness with the principles of eternal righteousness, with the universe, and with all mankind. The sage Patanjali formulated the yoga system into 8 steps for achieving the goal. 1. Avoid unrighteous behavior, yama. 2. Follow certain moral and spiritual precepts, niyama. 3. Learn to be still in body and mind, for where motion ceases, there begins the perception of God, asana. 4. While concentrating on the state of peace, practice control of the life force in the body, pranayama. 5. When your mind is your own, that is, under your control through pranayama, then you can give it to God, pratyahara. 6. Then begins meditation. First, concentrate on one of God's cosmic manifestations such as love, wisdom, joy, dharana. 7. What follows in meditation is an expansion of the realization of God's infinite omnipresent nature, dhyana. 8. When the soul merges as one with God, who is ever existing, ever conscious, ever new bliss, that is the goal, samadhi. The joy of God can never be exhausted. He is sufficient, the purpose and the aim of existence. True understanding comes when we feel God as the great bliss of meditation. And peace is the first proof of His presence. To have peace we must love more, but we cannot love people unconditionally unless we know God. The soul is absolutely perfect, but when identified with the body as ego, its expression becomes distorted by human imperfections. If human beings were only these imperfect bodies and minds, there would be some justification for prejudices and divisions. But we are all souls, made in God's image. So yoga teaches us to know the divine nature in ourselves and others. Through yoga meditation we can know that we are God's. If everyone learns God communion, peace will reign. I believe that if every citizen in the world is taught to commune with God, not merely to know Him intellectually, then peace can reign, not before. When by persistence in meditation you realize God through communion with Him, your heart is prepared to embrace all humanity. I am neither a Hindu nor an American. Humanity is my race, and no one on earth can make me feel otherwise. Prejudice and exclusiveness are so childish. We are here for just a little while and then whisked away. We must remember only that we are children of God. I love all countries as I love my India. And my prayer to you is that you love all nations as you love America. God created a diverse world to teach you to forget your physical differences with other races, and, from the debris of misunderstanding and prejudice, to salvage your understanding and use it to make an effort to know Him as our one Father. Therefore, my friends, resolve that you will love the world as your own nation, and that you will love your nation as you love your family. Through this understanding you will help to establish a world family on the indestructible foundation of wisdom. Follow the ways of God. Set a time apart each day to meditate on Him. When you commune with God, you shall feel toward everyone as toward your own. No one can ever make me feel he is not mine. All human beings are God's children, and He is my Father. To know God is to love all. Self-realization means to know the self as soul, made in the image of God. Fellowship stands for fellowship with God, first, and through Him, fellowship with man. As soon as we learn in meditation to love God, we shall love all mankind as we love our own family. Those who have found God through their own self-realization, those who have actually experienced God, they alone can love mankind, not impersonally, but as their blood brothers, children of the same one Father. That is my experience. When we have fellowship with God, and through Him true fellowship with all, we find no differences in race, class, or creed. When God is our religion, the dross of dogmatism is removed from our understanding and we see the truth, which is in every soul and in every religion. I hope you will all remember this fellowship, this divine friendship with all truth-seeking souls, and practice it with one another. We want to give you this spiritual inspiration. There is no excuse for preaching division in a temple of God. Churches must be places for communion with God. When we know the Father, sectarian divisions vanish. All the divine prophets and avatars have declared that God is one, and this is the point emphasized by self-realization. Religion is far more than morality, it is communion with God. To preach God and to encourage devotees to commune with Him is the only real purpose of a church or temple. If religion loses sight of communion with God, it has failed in its duty. But I think we are coming to that time when more and more people will want to truly realize the presence of God, and to feel the brotherhood of man. A God of love, wisdom, and beauty. Now is the time for you to make the effort to know God. In meditation, again and again throw the bombs of your deep yearning against the bulwark of silence, until its walls are broken down and God is revealed. Feel the love of God, then in every person you will see the face of the Father, the light of love which is in all. You will find a magic, living relationship uniting the trees, the sky, the stars, all people, and all living things, and you will feel a oneness with them. This is the code of divine love. The Heavenly Father can be known as cosmic love, cosmic light, cosmic bliss. He is also infinite beauty. When we look at a rose, we shouldn't analyze too much, but rather concentrate on its beauty. If our thoughts are engrossed in the chemical and botanical characteristics of the rose, we lose sight of its loveliness. Rather, we should bathe our spirits in the deep, pure feeling that stirs within us when we gaze on the glories of His creation. This is the way to know God as beauty. And God is poesy. It is another expression of His beauty. He is the infinite poem, and the joy we feel when we hear inspiring poems. Poetry itself is a thing of beauty and a joy forever. If we love God, we love poetry. To establish God's kingdom on earth, we must follow the path of wisdom, beauty, and love. We must cultivate wisdom, and learn through our wisdom to love the beauty of God in all souls and in all things. God contact answers every question. It is wonderful when people of divergent views come together, not to emphasize their differences, but their points of unity. From this gathering tonight you must carry away with you something worthwhile. Every speaker here has affirmed that we must not think of war, but of peace, and really live it. We can know true peace when we realize God. When we know the Heavenly Father, we will have the answers not only to our own problems, but to those that beset the world. Why do we live, and why do we die? Why the present happenings, and why those of the past? I doubt there will ever come on earth any saint who will answer all the questions of all human beings. But in the temple of meditation every riddle of life that troubles our hearts shall be resolved. We will learn the answers to the puzzles of life, and find the solution to all our difficulties, when we come in contact with God. The season of life is very short, and within this span we must try to reap the richest harvest of realization. All that is necessary is that we make the effort every day to meditate and practice the presence of God. If we live with noble thoughts as our companions, we are trying to be better. The effort is all that God expects of us. No doubt it seems a most difficult accomplishment to remember God in the pressure of our many activities. But the Bhagavad Gita says, "He who perceives me everywhere and beholds everything in me never loses sight of me, nor do I ever lose sight of him." See how the Lord is assuring us. He says, "He who watches me always, and who looks for me during the little gaps of leisure hours, who seeks me in the hearts of flowers, who probes into the source of the infinite movies through the tiny star of the spiritual eye at the Christ center, who searches me out in friendship and in filial and divine love, he shall find me. I am with him always. He shall never lose sight of me, nor will I ever lose sight of him." He who is mentally undefeated finds God. Your own problems are the most important ones for you to solve, for if you better your own life, you will have helped to resolve the enigma of this existence for others. Example speaks louder than words. You should so love God, and have such implicit faith in Him, that even though the world may consider you a useless soul because you have fallen, or are physically weak, still you can say, "Father, I want to go to thy temple, though my legs are paralyzed. I want to hear thee, Lord, though my ears are deaf. I want to speak of thee, though my lips are dumb. I have not given up, Lord. My mind and my heart are inwardly racing toward thee." There is no reason your mind cannot be with God. Sever the delusive fetters of materialistic attachment, which you yourself have created, and which bind your thoughts to worldly consciousness. Within your heart stand aloof, in the world, but not bound by worldly ways. Pray to the Father, "I want so much to know thee, and to solve the mystery of life. Though my flesh is weak, my spirit is willing. Within my heart day and night I have a consuming desire for thee. In the light of my love I want to behold thee." Then the beloved of the universe responds, "Though the world says you are lost, you are still my little one." So remember, he who is mentally undefeated is the one who finds God within the temple of his heart. No matter what your obstacles, this you can do. In the secret sanctuary of your heart you can seek God, and you can love Him with all your heart. Whenever there is a little time between duties, retire to the cave of silence within. You won't find silence amidst crowds. Seek time to be alone, and in the cave of inner silence, you shall find the wellspring of wisdom. The garden of truth is found in God communion. I searched throughout India and found blossoms of truth in all teachings. But the whole garden of truth is found in communion with God. Only when you hear truth from His lips will you be fully satisfied. When you commune with Him, you will know what you should do about any problems, and you can truly say, I understand the will of my Father, or I can see the love of my Father behind all that happens to me. By feeling the love of God and following the love of God, you will come to love everything and everyone. You will be able to transcend all limitations, for the love of God is the solution to life, to war, to struggle. I saw and felt this love of God in the true masters I met in India. I remember when, as a young boy, I saw for the first time Master Mahasaya, a very great saint. He was meditating, gazing into space, into another world. He hadn't even spoken to me, but the instant I came into his presence I was entranced, because I knew there was something real in him. I saw that he was one with God. I started to speak to him, but he turned to me and said, Please be seated. I am talking to my Divine Mother. When I heard these words, something happened within me. I realized I was standing before one who was actually communing with God. At that moment, the love I felt for the Divine Mother was 1,000,000,000 times more than I had felt even for my earthly mother, the dearest person in the world to me. It was overwhelming. I pleaded with the saint, Please, please, sir, ask Divine Mother if she loves me. She will tell you, she is listening to you now. Day and night this prayer had possessed my heart. Now I had to know the answer. He agreed to intercede on my behalf. Early the next morning, I ran back to Master Mahasaya and asked him if Divine Mother had said anything about me. He looked at me and said, Naughty little sir. I persisted. Did you ask Divine Mother what she thinks of me? Again he said, Naughty little sir. Then he added, Must you test me? You know the answer already. Didn't she come to you last night and tell you that she loved you? My heart was overjoyed at these words of confirmation, for indeed it was so. Divine Mother had appeared to me in deep meditation, and told me of her love for me. I could never forget that experience, a great light, and her divine presence. The brightest light of this world is only darkness compared to the light of spirit. The light shineth in darkness. After my first meeting with Master Mahasaya, I had gone directly home and started to meditate, long and deeply. The darkness of this world disappeared and space opened. In the brilliance of the inner divine light, I saw the form of a woman with the most beautiful face I have ever seen. In the light of her eyes, the entire universe opened up before me. I asked, Are you the Divine Mother? Her sweet voice replied, I am. I cried, Mother, do you love me? Always have I loved thee, ever shall I love thee. Oh, what joy I felt, such great ecstasy. I experienced a oneness with the love in everything. I had gone back to Master Mahasaya the following morning just to hear from him that my vision was true. He precisely described the time I had had the experience, and the exact words I had heard from Divine Mother. How did he know? Such power is greater than telepathy. It is oneness with the omnipresence of God. Such mysteries can be understood only by talking with God. When through your own efforts you feel for God the love that a miser feels for his money, and a lover feels for his beloved, then God will come to you. Look to your spiritual welfare. You are not a bird or a beast, you are a human being, a son of God, and you must express your true self. Remember this. You are here to break the bonds of delusion, and to tear open the veil of nature and assert your divine power as a child of God. Time is slipping away. Why do you let yourself forget God? Why leave this earth without knowing the mystery of life? why you are here and whither you go. When I went back to India I visited Bodh Gaya and sat under the tree where Buddha sat in meditation until he received enlightenment. I could exactly feel his feelings, his thoughts, his ecstasy. When realization comes, what freedom! What joy! All life is a school of experience that points in one direction, Godward. Seek until you find Him, for until you do, you shall never be able to solve the riddle of life, nor be free from the miseries that are a part of mortal existence. At night, don't go to bed until you have felt communion with God in meditation. You know it is the naughty baby who cries the loudest that gets his mother's attention first. So be like the naughty baby and cry for God. Be satisfied with nothing less than God. To love the gifts of creation more than the giver is folly. Within your heart renounce everything, seek God, give yourself completely to Him. Remember that one day even those dearest to you will be taken away, not to punish you, but to remind you to give your love to all beings as your own. And greater than this, to help you to learn it is God alone who has loved you through your loved ones. The purpose of life is that you find God and receive directly from Him His all-satisfying eternal love. So, dear friends, in the nighttime, when you are free from your material duties, look to your spiritual welfare. Meditate, pray, pray again and again. Practice the meditation techniques of self-realization to master the restlessness of the mind. Follow the great gurus of this path. Through these teachings they found God. Knowing God, this is what the self-realization teachings are all about. I have come with but one purpose, to give you the love of God. How you can approach God. I thank every one of you who has cooperated with this cause to help make this occasion a success. I pray that you all profit by the things God has said to us tonight through those that love Him. Anyone who does not respond to love is not fit for the name of human being. Those who do respond to love receive the message of God that passes to them through the words of others. I feel this very strongly. In the words spoken tonight, God has blessed us. And I am humbled by the kindness addressed to me. Praise does not make me any better, blame does not make me any less. I only know that God is reflected in all. Because of the happiness I feel and the joy of spirit, I want to impart His love to all who come to me, and I shall continue to do so as long as I live. This is my greatest desire, for which I live now. Very few people understand how to proceed in their efforts to contact God. Many reason, well, whether we think of Him or not, He sustains us. He gives us food and other necessities of life in this world He has created. So why worry about seeking Him now? That is for the afterlife. Some think, I pray, but I don't know if He is listening. I didn't receive what I prayed for, so why bother? Others say, when we die, then we will be angels. But remember, my friends, if you are not angels before sleep, you will not be angels after sleep. Similarly, you will not be given wings and a halo just by virtue of the sleep of death unless you have earned them here. Whatever you want and expect to be, you must be that now. You must work for it today. We must be practical in spiritual matters, just as material success requires systematic application. The practical aspect of self-realization teachings has changed the lives of thousands. True self-realization has transformed Saint Lin more than I have yet seen in any other Westerner. We have a wonderful exchange of spiritual vibrations such as the ordinary person never dreams of. Because God is reflected in His countenance, His very face sends me into the inner spiritual ecstasy of God's presence. If you love God, you are able to make others feel His presence, in the same way that you make others feel your enmity if you hate them. You must use your power to be an instrument of God. Sincerity is a transparent diamond through which the light of God shines in our lives. But how can you know how to approach God when there are so many religions, each one claiming that it will send you to heaven? You have already tried one or many paths, but do you feel that you are in heaven or any nearer to it? Your own self-realization of truth, not blind dogma, must be the only binding force in your spiritual life. I do not want to hold anybody by my personality, for if I do, when death shall cut that string, the flower garland of those souls will be strewn and trampled by time. I am here to serve souls, and the only bait that I shall use is my love. Flattery I shall never give. Anyone who will sincerely practice the methods of this path will remain with me, bound by his own self-realization. It is in your own interest that you should open your eyes of intuitive understanding and follow truth, not dogma or religious charlatanism. Have goodwill toward all religions, love them in your heart, but be faithful to the path to which God has drawn you. Don't take my word or anyone else's. Ask the Father, He will tell you. Pray to Him, Heavenly Father, lead me, that I be not deluded. If you are sincere, you will find that He will guide you, and that you can prove through your own experience the truth of my words. The Monkey Trial, and its sequel. It is appalling how we human beings abuse ourselves in so many ways. There was a famous trial in Tennessee when a school teacher there began teaching his class Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. It raised great controversy as to whether man was created by God or evolved from apes. One side said, "Suppose we did come from monkeys. We have come so far, that is good." The other side said, "We won't accept the absurd idea that our forefathers hung from trees by their tails." While this trial was going on, the head monkey in the world is said to have gone to heaven with his delegates to see God. He addressed the Lord, "Your Majesty, we have come to register a protest. The race of human beings has been known to engage in all kinds of evils, lying, cheating, committing adultery and murder, waging wars. Now there is a sect that is trying to establish that these creatures are our relatives. We are insulted. We don't always have reason to be proud of ourselves as human beings, but neither should we be discouraged by our mistakes. Always look to the silver lining in every experience, learn from your mistakes, and look to God no matter what happens. If you believe it when someone tells you that you can get to heaven without effort, you will be sadly disillusioned. You must know the method by which you can find God, how you can please and approach God. There is prayer, affirmation, following moral ways, concentration, meditation. The Kriya Yoga path I am giving to you is a science that includes all of these. If scientists got together and only prayed for inventions, would they get them? No. They have to apply God's laws. So how can a church or temple bring you God just by blind prayer or ceremony? You should go to the church or temple not for socials or because of beautiful music or lofty sermons, but for God, and for your own spiritual development, which will give you God consciousness. I am not trying to lure or hold anyone by the bait of false promises. If you come here for God, and if you stick to what you receive, and practice it faithfully, then you will find truth through your own self-realization. Jesus taught that the greatest commandment is to love God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. Christ's apostle St. Paul summarized that teaching in the words, "Pray without ceasing." Buddha taught, "Meditate on God." Bhagavan Krishna proclaimed, "He attains the supreme effulgent Lord, O Arjuna, whose mind, stabilized by yoga, is immovably fixed on the thought of Him." Zoroaster and all prophets of true religions gave the same teaching. Proof of the existence of God. The proof of the existence of God as proclaimed by the great ones is not in books, nor in the words of others. It is within yourself. When you sit quietly and pray, and nothing happens, you have not contacted God. Blind prayer, and praying with the wrong motive, do not work. If you pray 5 hours daily from today that you might become a Henry Ford, that prayer will not be granted. But if you pray to God, I am thy child. I am made in thine image. Make me one with thee, that prayer will be fulfilled. The wave cannot say, I am the ocean, because the ocean can exist without the wave. But the ocean can say, I am the wave, because the wave cannot exist without the ocean. It is correct to say the ocean has become the wave. Similarly, it is the greatest delusion to say, I am God. You must in truth know within, from your own experience, that you are one with Him and can work His miracles. When you can feel your consciousness in every atom, in all space, and beyond creation, then you can rightfully say, God and I are one, but not until then. Once you re-establish your lost relationship with God, then you will have everything. Was not Jesus richer than Henry Ford? He had everything the Father has. His home was the universe. His consciousness was omnipresent. That is why he said, the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. Jesus demonstrated that he was one with God. He said, Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? But he would not use his powers to destroy those who were crucifying his body. That is where he expressed his godlike qualities. For God does not punish us for our wrongs, we punish ourselves by reaping what we alone have sown. So when Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, he represented God by his humility and by his refusal to use his tremendous power to punish others. The way to know God. What, then, is the way to know God? You must follow those moral principles of right living that are common to all true religions. First of all are the thou shalt nots: don't steal, don't lie, don't kill, don't commit adultery, don't commit any evil act. Everything has a purpose, and you should understand the reason behind moral rules. For example, if you are a slave to sex and misuse its power, and forget its divine purpose, to create children, you will lose energy, and destroy your physical and mental health. Secondly, follow the positive rules. 2. Be kind, sincere, truthful, love your fellow man, practice introspection and self-control. But in themselves, the first 2 steps are not enough to know God. After adopting the right methods of living, you must learn to quiet the body and mind, and this begins with right posture. Always sit upright, with the spine straight. This is particularly essential for meditation. Mastery of the restlessness of the body produces great mental power. The 4th step is to switch off the life force from the body, so that the attention is freed for inner contemplation on God. You cannot commune with God by emotional or muscular demonstrations. When the life force is shut off from the muscles and senses, sensations cannot reach the brain to disturb one's inner concentration. Why do you feel peace in absolute physical and mental stillness? Whence comes the peace you experience in sleep at night? Something cannot come from nothing. The answer is that God is behind the state of sleep. That peace felt in sleep, during muscular and sensory relaxation, comes from God. So the masters have said we should practice pranayama, which means methods to control the life force in the body. Pranayama brings results much faster than simple prayer or other methods of diverting the mind from sensory distractions. In one life you can attain God consciousness by self-realization techniques. Meditation, which is possible only after achieving interiorization, is to experience consciously, with the full possession of your mind, that state of divine peace and joy which you feel subconsciously in sleep. So the masters teach that by switching off the five sense telephones of sight, smell, taste, touch, and sound, through pranayama, you can produce that consciousness at will, enhanced 1,000-fold. As every mental state has a corresponding physical state and every physical state has a corresponding mental state, the practice of pranayama for self-realization is aided by right eating, right thinking, right behavior, and proper exercises to oxygenate the system. After successful pranayama, your consciousness becomes interiorized. This interiorization is the fifth step. You will find your mind fully alert and concentrated within, ready to enjoy the divine peace and presence of God in deep concentration and meditation, the sixth and seventh steps. When you are in this way able to close off distracting sensations, you will be at the altar of God. Apply the test. No matter what path a devotee follows, he will ultimately have to retrace his way back to God by these successive steps. I can keep my mind fully concentrated on anything I choose. When you can shut out restless thoughts at will, and put the attention wholly on God, that is the real beginning of divine communion. Unless you are able to do that, you have not reached God. Those who love God are always thinking of Him. If you love Him deeply enough, you do not have to fly away from the world. You can fulfill any responsibility and still think of Him. Just as the pianist is always thinking of music, so the lover of God is always thinking of Him. A divine joy feeds the brain, the heart, and the soul. That joy is God. He is ever new joy. I remember when Master Swami Sri Yukteswar said to me, if the whole world were given to you, you would grow tired of it. No power or miracles can compare with the joy that is God. That perennial happiness is what everyone is seeking. God is ever new joy unto eternity. If you have that joy, it will never grow stale. From that day, that joy has never left me. Whether conditions make me feel externally sad or pleasant, whether I am laughing or crying, the silent river of God's joy has been continuously flowing beneath the sands of my thoughts and all the experiences of life. I don't talk about it, I feel it. The whole universe holds no attraction for me, for when I behold that great silent river of joy within, I am satisfied. In India these truths have been proven. God has not been so much talked about as proven by the great masters. You must do likewise. I can say, God, 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 and go into the state of ecstasy. I can enter that state by meditation, or by seeing beautiful scenery, or by looking at someone whose countenance shines with the presence of God. When you have mastered the steps by which you reach the highest nirvikalpa samadhi state, you can return to it at will by any method. Test these truths in your meditations. But do not delude yourselves. Many people get caught by the ego and think they are already there. But to them I say, if you break your hand, can you heal it at once, as Jesus could restore wholeness to His crucified body? If you cannot do that, do not think that you have attained the state of Christ oneness with God. You must still labor for it. To His devotees, God sometimes reveals Himself as a great light, or as the cosmic sound of Aum, or Amen, or as boundless joy, love, or wisdom. His light spreads like wings, all over eternity, such light that sometimes I see this earth in it like a dream. This world is a dream. God is in the intelligent, creative, vibratory sound of Aum or Amen that devotees hear. He often talks to me through that vibration. In it I feel his creative intelligence and power. God is love. When you feel unconditional love for all, that is God. In devotees, of course, you feel the love of God more manifest, but still you love all, because even though hidden, he dwells in all. By constant communion with him, everything but God vanishes. I have no consciousness of nationality, no consciousness of India or America. I love you all just as I love my own family. Good or bad, I love all alike, for they are my brothers and sisters. Naughty or good, we are his children. We must manifest that love now, we must practice that love now. Patriotism that teaches everyone to love all nations as well as their own is the right form of patriotism. But that patriotism which teaches us that to love one's own nation one must be the enemy of other nations, patriotism that espouses aggressive domination and bloodshed, is wrong. One who does not love all as God's children does not have true patriotism, for as I wrote in the poem, My India, God made this world, and man made its confining countries with their fancy frozen boundaries. You insult yourself when you take pride in the color of your skin, or in race or creed. I prophesy that someday the races of Europe shall be dark and Asians shall be white. Be proud of what is beneath the skin and flesh and bones, the image of God within you. Be proud of that alone. It is a strange paradox. You in the West have accepted Christ, who was an Oriental. He was born in the Orient, amidst downtrodden nations, to show that you should love all nations and races alike. So the last or eighth step is samadhi or oneness with God as light, or cosmic aum, or joy, or love, or wisdom, and not only oneness, but expansion of that oneness from the limitations of the body to the boundaries of eternity. If you have attained this God union, I bow down to you. I sit at the feet of anyone who has fully realized God, as do all souls who have felt God. Be loyal to what you have received, and work at it earnestly. Otherwise you shall never know the wondrous blessings of this path. One cannot keep transferring from one to another of 5 cars, each traveling by a different route, and expect to get anywhere. Take up one method that you know to be truth and follow that. You must realize God yourself. He is the only real friend whose love is unconditional and everlasting. Before you were born, when no one else was with you, he was with you. When earthly friends bury you, he will still be with you. Every night when you sit to meditate, pray to God unceasingly. Tear the silence with your longing. Cry to God as you would cry to your mother or to your father, where are you? You made me, you gave me intelligence to seek you. You are in the flowers, in the moon, and in the stars. Must you remain hidden? Come to me. You must. You must. With all the concentration of your mind, with all the love of your heart, tear at the veils of silence again and again. As constant churning brings hidden butter out of milk, churn the ether with the ladle of your devotion and it shall produce God, the cosmic lover. None I behold as stranger. I rejoice to love all with the God-given pure feeling of human attachment. I care not how many holy men howl, be attached to no one. I am attached to all. Non-attachment is necessary if one's love encompasses only one or a few, excluding all others. Never could my attachment be exclusive, omitting any from my circle of love. To love all with genuine attachment, as one's own, is beautiful, enjoyable, heart-thrilling, heart-awakening. It is He, the cosmic lover as the cosmic trickster, who comes to us garbed in the forms of those we love, father, mother, child, beloved, friend, acquaintance. In teaching us to give love through parental, conjugal, and friendly attachments, the cosmic lover surreptitiously imbibes from us in those forms the attachment fragrant love of our hearts, even as he gives attachment perfumed love to us in his guise of parent, child, beloved, friend. Why then does he cruelly break our hearts with his game of hide and seek, making us love some of his forms as our own beloved ones and then causing them to vanish silently behind the impenetrable screen of dissolution? He thinks we take his entertainments amiss. He doesn't wish to hurt us with pangs of separation, he wants us to love him, not flesh-bound in one or two finite bodies, but with all-embracing attachment to his infinitely diverse forms in all incarnations and ages. He seeks our steadfast love, pure, spiritual, wholehearted, with perfect abandonment, as he displays his entertaining new forms on the stage of life. He appeals to us to love him unconditionally in his multifarious roles, in a healthy or a diseased body, as a rich father or poor mother, kind friend or treacherous foe, king or servant, protector or enemy, admirer or caustic critic, brother or beloved, son or daughter, doctor or minister, as a bird, a beast, a flower, as the ski-star-bosomed beauty above, or the wave-breasted blue brine below. The infinite entertainer forbids that we love him forever in only select forms of our choosing, lest we fail to appreciate the entertainment of his ever-changing, infinite variety of forms. But to teach us what love is, the cosmic lover invites us in the beginning to love him in any way we please, until through the silent coaxing of his courtship, our love becomes purified, free from taints of selfishness, individual attachment, sense blindness, finiteness, mortal limitations, pangs of separation, temporality, meanness, emotionalism, fickleness, human indifference, and forgetfulness, blasts of death and oblivion. Let us be not afraid to love our dear ones, foolishly fearing to lose them in the mists of death. Love them so dearly, so truly, so purely, and forever unlamentingly, even in temporary, love-kindling separation, that you find in them the everlasting true love of God. Finding divine love, you will find beneath its canopy all your loved ones of all incarnations, and with omnipresent love you will embrace not only them, but all heretofore unseen, unknown forms of the cosmic lover. Personal and impersonal God. Tonight's talk will bring home to your consciousness the significance of the coming of Jesus Christ on earth. Though a few doubt what happened 20 centuries ago, his presence in this world was real, many came in contact with him personally. Some understood his greatness, others ignorantly helped to crucify him. In the drama of his life, Jesus showed us what God himself would be like, and how he would behave, if he came on earth in flesh and form. In Jesus, as in other divine incarnations, we have been able to behold and know the visible God. The God of some scriptures is a revengeful deity, always ready to punish us. But Jesus showed us the real nature of God. He could truthfully proclaim, "I and my Father are one." The Spirit within him was one with the infinite Spirit. He who is one with God is God himself. Jesus proved this in his life. And yet, though one with all-powerful God, he humbly let himself be crucified through the ignorance of certain men, rather than retaliate against them. As a Son of God, a reflection of cosmic consciousness, he had dominion over all forces in creation, but he never used his power against anyone. He who could raise the dead, who realized that his body was not physical but ethereal, could certainly have saved himself from the cross. He said, "Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels?" But instead, he hid his omnipotence and allowed his body to be crucified. He did not destroy his enemies with 12 legions of angels, but rather overcame evil with the power of divine love. His actions demonstrated the supreme love of God, and the behavior of those who are one with him. Don't you prefer a God who with infinite love is ready to say, "I forgive you, for you know not what you do"? You may be worried about the wrong you have committed, but God is not. What is past is past. You are his child, and whatever wrong you have done came about because you didn't know him. He doesn't hold against you the evil done under the influence of ignorance. All he asks is that you not repeat your wrong actions. He wants only to find out whether or not you are sincere in your intention to be good. God shows his loving forgiveness to us every day. He could punish us by hellfire for our errors, but he doesn't. Hellfire is an imaginary creation of man's vengefulness, which he ascribes to God as well. But revenge is not God's way. In his greatness he is ever loving toward his children. We never have to fear him. We should fear only ourselves, our own wrongdoings, those actions performed against the dictates of conscience. Before the tribunal of the conscience the evil man convicts himself. Jesus said, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." That is, repent of the mischief you have done, and you will attain the kingdom of God. So remember that God does not condemn you, you pass sentence on yourself by your own actions. You punish or reward yourself through the karmic results of those deeds. The great problem is that God knows too much about us. I often say to him, "Lord, it is not fair that you know everything about us, and we don't know anything about you. If you knew that God is with you all the time, you wouldn't do many of the things you do." But he doesn't want to interfere with the free will he has given to you. He wants your spontaneous love. He has given you freedom to do good or evil, to cast him away or receive him on the altar of your heart. You may do whatever you choose, he doesn't intervene. But those who willingly choose good actions are on their way to becoming manifest representatives of God, just as Jesus was a perfect representative of God. Jesus said, "Many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them." It is only from time to time, in different ages, that great souls are sent by God with a special mission to declare his glory. Their lives reflect the various attributes of God. Krishna manifested the love aspect of God. Jesus' life represented the devotional and active, or serviceful, aspects of God. Swami Shankara reflected the wisdom of God. Chaitanya, the love. Buddha showed us God's benign intelligence, working through Dharma or cosmic law. Hence, though God himself is invisible, he can become manifest in the bodies of such great masters. It is significant that when we think of God in human form, we visualize him according to our own familiar concepts. For instance, the Chinese make the image of Buddha with a flat nose and almond-shaped eyes, the Hindus represent him with an aquiline nose. Such is man's need for a personal God in a form to which he can easily respond. God is both personal and impersonal. Many devotees who worship a personal aspect of God shun the concept of an impersonal God, and devotees of the unmanifest sometimes reject the idea of a personal God. But I say that God is both personal and impersonal. He is the absolute, beyond form, but he also makes himself manifest in many ways. If there were no blue sky, no vast space, no beautiful scenery, no moon or twinkling stars in the heavens, we would never have suspected the existence of God at all. The wonders we behold in this universe suggest to us the immanence of God. He is visible everywhere, in everything he has created, and in the workings of his intelligence governing all creation. When we see pictures of tragedy and drama and comedy on a movie screen, we forget that all the characters and their characteristics are nothing more than electricity, vibratory forms of light. So it is when we see all the different things about us, the earth, the sky, the trees, other human beings, and myriad creatures, we forget that they are nothing but God, the cosmic electricity. We must realize that all of us are playing a drama of good and evil in this world, and that our flesh, the bulb, and the electricity that illumines it, the vast ocean, the wood, the iron, all are made of God. Do not forget this. Everything is composed of the subtly vibrating cosmic energy of God. The visible universe is thus a vast personal representation of the invisible spirit. Everything is a part of him, even the smallest speck of dust. The wood that appears to be inert matter is the living light of God. In seemingly empty space there is one link, one life eternal, which unites everything in the universe, animate and inanimate, one wave of life flowing through everything. The wave is the same as the ocean, though it is not the whole ocean. So each wave of creation is a part of the eternal ocean of spirit. The ocean can exist without the waves, but the waves cannot exist without the ocean. Therefore, you see, God is both personal and impersonal. He is the uncreated absolute, and he is manifest in creation, peering at us through the twinkling stars, breathing on us his sweet fragrance through the flowers, and talking to us through his saints. Even the finite is infinite. Now, just behind the universe is the infinite presence of God. And because God cannot be bound by any form, even his personal aspect in the universe is also infinite. So what we call finite and infinite are both right before our eyes. But our eyes deceive us, because they cannot see all there is. What we call finite is infinite in essence. Therefore, we cannot conceive the depth of the heavens, of space. The space in this room is about 18 feet, measured by what confines it, but space itself cannot be seen or measured. When you stand on a mountaintop and look up at a clear night sky, you see only a few thousand stars. But uncounted trillions more lie beyond your vision. If you look through a telescope you can see a few of them. You can see the moons of such planets as Saturn and Jupiter. The light of the distant stars takes eons to reach the Earth. And what is beyond the farthest star? Man does not know. Space is infinite. The ordinary human mind cannot comprehend this truth. If you trace the origin and end of matter, you find it is infinite. Trace the origin and end of human beings, and again, you find they are infinite. You may say, my name is John. I am finite. But who were your parents? And who were their parents? Ask this of each preceding generation, and eventually you come to Adam and Eve. And whence did they come? From God, who is infinite. Creation was infinite in the beginning, and is infinite in the end. At the moment you are in the middle, or manifested state, of that infinite change. Therefore you are infinite too, there is no beginning or end to you. In this sense, nothing is finite, nothing is personal. Everything in essence is the ever-living Absolute who has become personal and visible to us for a time through this cosmos. It is his life permeating the universe, rotating the suns and moons and stars in mathematical order. God is visible as these created forms, yet that very visibility makes him invisible. Gross vibrations hide his infinite nature, his omnipresent invisibility in which everything has its beginning and end. To illustrate, steam is invisible, but when condensed it becomes visible as water. Condensed further by freezing, it becomes ice. Steam is a gas, ice is a solid, how different, and yet the same. Similarly, The impersonal God is personal, and the personal God is impersonal. All matter is spirit, and spirit has become matter. There is no essential difference. Reasoning thus, it is easier for us to conceive that invisible God can have a visible aspect. The absolute cannot be described. The impersonal God cannot be described, or even understood with the intellect. The only way you can know the absolute is to be one with spirit. It is only the personal God that you can think of or worship. I would ask any human being if he can convey what God is like without employing any personal concept. He can't. When you think of God's love, you think of the human love you have felt in your heart, and you picture God's love as greater than that. Because goodness, love, wisdom, have been embodied in persons you know, or more perfectly so in the lives of the saints, you are able to conceive these as qualities of God, and to say that He is kind and good and beautiful, that He is wise and loving. Do you see how tangible He is? But without a personal example of God's divine qualities, we could not conceive of Him at all. So long as we are identified with our own body consciousness, God will be more real to us in the personal aspect than in the impersonal. So it is easier to strive first to realize Him as the personal God. In fact, we should approach Him through the visible, because that is more tangible to us. For this reason are great ones such as Jesus sent on earth. Though one with God, they have a body of bones and flesh. In this way, God takes a body at will to guide and inspire His children. But He cannot be confined to any one body because that would mean He is born and He dies. He would be limited, not limitless. He would not be God. God manifests in human incarnations. In the beginning, before creation, God was invisible, but He wanted to become visible, and to enjoy His infinite nature through many forms. Electricity is in the air around us, but you don't see it. Unmanifest, it is impersonal. But when it is brought into a bulb, it becomes visible, even though it is the same electricity. So it is with God. You are all gods, the divine electricity made visible in body bulbs, though you don't know it. Thus my God not only remains unseen behind the stars, hidden in the sky, but He is visible right before me, a God who has taken the forms of more than 1 billion beings on earth. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? But though He has made a personal representation of Himself in each human being, some reflect His light more than others. These are His great saints and avatars. To cite again the example of Jesus, His body that was crucified and that He recreated, or resurrected, was manifested from the invisible God. And that resurrected form didn't die a second death, but was dissolved in spirit after Jesus had appeared to His disciples. This demonstration proves that God can make Himself visible and appear in any form at any time. Since God is not limited to any one manifestation, it is all right to visualize Him in whatever form is dearest to your heart. He will appear to you in a form representative of one of His divine attributes, such as those personified in the deities of the Hindu scriptures, or as any avatar, saint, or great soul that you love. The first step in drawing that divine response is to visualize, with eyes closed in meditation, the image of the deity or saint. If your meditation is deep and your effort is persistent, you will draw God to you. Throughout 20 centuries, God incarnate in Jesus has appeared to many devotees, including Saint Francis of Assisi. And because Saint Francis so completely identified himself with Jesus, he lived the crucifixion of Jesus in his own consciousness, and the stigmata appeared on his body. I saw the same miracle in Therese Newman. Her hands and feet showed clearly the wounds of the nails. Such are the testimonials of God. The Guru is a model of God. In India we emphasize very strongly that God can be received only through the proper spiritual representative. In the West the emphasis is on filling the church, without much concern as to the inner spiritual qualifications of the preacher. In India we search everywhere for one who is a visible representative of God, one who knows God and communes with Him. When we find such a model, when in such a one we see God in action, we call him Guru, and follow him faithfully. Guru is he whom God appoints to lead you out of the darkness of ignorance into the land of his eternal light. A seeker may have had many spiritual teachers, but he can have only one Guru. When he finds his Guru, he follows him solely and steadfastly. God is visible in the lives of those who love him and are in tune with him. Thus whoever attunes himself with his Guru finds God. Do you see how important it is to follow one who can show you the way to God through his example? When you are in tune with your Guru, the visible representative of God, he will come to you in that form while you are meditating. Then you will know that God is real and that he works through the Guru. Before his passing, my great Guru, Swami Sri Yukteswar, told me to wear a certain kind of bangle as a special protection. With faith in his blessing in the bangle, I put it on. When I was in Bombay just before returning to America, I realized that the satanic power was trying to destroy my life, to prevent me from fulfilling the mission given to me by God and my Guru. I wasn't afraid, I knew God was with me and I remembered Master's promise of protection. I put a little light on in my room, because the evil forces do not like light. For a little while I sat meditating, watchful of my spirit. And then I felt sleepy. As I opened my eyes and looked toward the right wall of the room, I saw the black form of Satan, horrible, with a cat-like face and tail. It leaped on my chest, and my heart stopped beating. Mentally I said, I am not afraid of you. I am spirit. But still my heart wouldn't work. Suddenly I glimpsed an ochre robe, and there stood Master. He commanded Satan to leave, and as soon as he spoke, the evil figure vanished and my breath started to flow again. I cried out, My Master. He said, Satan was trying to destroy you. But fear not. I am with you evermore. I could even smell the familiar, gentle fragrance that emanated from Master's form, just as when he was incarnate on earth. Such experiences convince you that the forces of good and evil do exist, just as radio vibrations are present in space. If you dig into the ether with a radio receiver, immediately you can hear songs that have been broadcast from another point in space. Likewise the saints, by tuning in their minds to God, have drawn him from the silence of space. He and his saints are right here, hidden behind the ether. Tuning in with them is not simple, but unless you learn to do this, how are you going to convince yourself that God is? There are 16 qualities of God that are manifest in great incarnations. Krishna and Christ, and also Babaji, Lahiri Mahasaya, and Sri Yukteswar, had all 16 qualities, the power of omnipresence, power of projection, power of omnipotence, joy, and so on. In lesser prophets there are lesser manifestations. When God's 16 qualities are fully manifest in a human being, he is one with God himself. Those who are one with God can appear in form any time. A master who is one with God can appear in form any time he wishes, just as my Guru appeared to me and as Jesus used to visit his beloved disciple Saint Francis every night. Just think what your life would become if you had even one experience like that. You would see this whole world as it really is. But you are not willing to make the effort to explore the depths of meditation. God's presence is there in abundance, but you don't work for it, you don't use your intelligence and God-given freedom to find Him. When I started my search for God in this life, I found that what the great teachers say is true, and I went after God in earnest. One night, another student and I decided to meditate on Krishna. We wanted to behold him. After several hours my companion said, "Come on, let us go to bed now." His whole thought was of sleep, because he didn't really believe Krishna would come to us. But I said, "You go to bed if you like, but I haven't given up hope. I shall go on meditating." As I said that, there was a sudden blinding flash of light, and in that light I saw the divine face of Lord Krishna. I cried out, "Krishna is here." I touched my friend, and he beheld him too. So you see, on the one hand, it is the hardest thing to find God, and yet it is also the easiest if you are sincere and determined. God is not impressed by great temples or well-planned sermons. He doesn't enter the gates of pride and material pomp. He cannot be known through a mechanical relationship. God responds to a sincere call from the heart. A humble magnet call, a whisper by the brook, on grassy altar small, there I have my nook. Such was my temple even in childhood. I used to seek a quiet outdoor nook, and there I would pray until I saw that the blades of grass were the sinews of God, the water was the light of God, and in the laughter of the brook I heard his voice. Realizing God requires unflinching determination. But most of you don't make the effort necessary to go all the way to God. Some say a little prayer, and conclude there is nothing but darkness behind closed eyes. Some say they are getting God through art, playing the piano or the violin, or through painting. But God is not that easy to attain. Only when you sit in meditation with unflinching determination, crying for Him day after day, night after night, will you know Him. Not until then. Realizing God requires this supreme effort. He who perceives me everywhere and beholds everything in me never loses sight of me, nor do I ever lose sight of him. The Lord says, I play hide and seek with my devotee. As he keeps on watching me, I am watching him. I hide behind the ambitions of man. But when my devotee says, Lord, even when I pursue my ambitions, I am seeking you behind them, and someday you will be caught in the net of my devotion, then I respond. It is so easy to slip away from God in the busyness of the world. But if you are idly lazy, He won't come, either. He wants you to work constructively, servicefully, but thinking all the while of Him. And He wants you to think of Him also in quiet, deep meditation. Work hard, but when the time for silence comes, surrender yourself completely to God in meditation. So you must get busy. The depth of your concentration and the length of time that you spend in meditation are both important. Just saying a brief prayer will not bring an answer from God, nor will praying to Him while thinking of something else. The Lord will never come if we seek Him only half-heartedly. When you meditate, concentrate at the Christ center between the eyebrows, and don't think of time or anything else but the object of your meditation. Don't be like those who go to church on Sunday mornings, listen absent-mindedly to the sermon, and wait impatiently for the service to be over so they can have their Sunday dinner. Be eager to know God. In India we sit attentively at the feet of the Guru, he talks, and we listen. When he doesn't talk, we sit quietly and meditate. The right meditation techniques are necessary. The great battle of meditation is with restless thoughts. Only when the thoughts quiet down in meditation and you concentrate on God alone can you contact Him. The radio of the ordinary mind is full of static, but when the static is eliminated by concentration and devotion, God will come in. Have you been able to shut off your restless thoughts when meditating? No? This is why the teachings of self-realization fellowship are invaluable. As soon as you tune out restlessness by these scientific techniques, the personal aspect of God will come to you. The first signs of response that God gives to you as you seek Him sincerely are peace, light, or the sound of Aum, or you feel a great joy in your heart. You may see the spiritual eye, or hear the voice of God or of one of His saints. And you will know that God is with you. People who have a strong imagination or a very weak nervous system may be susceptible to hallucinations. By following the self-realization techniques, one avoids hallucinations and receives the blessing of true spiritual experiences. This is why I strongly urge you to learn these techniques and to practice them with great diligence. Apply yourself. It is not enough just to read the instruction for the techniques, think they are nice, and then lock them away. You must use them daily in your meditations. Don't put off your search for God. Before this life is snatched away, make the infinite visible to you now. Don't put off your search for God until your old age, or hope somehow to reach Him when you die. A thief is a thief before sleep, after sleep he is a thief still. Similarly, we don't become angels, introduced to God, when we die. We are the same after death as before. Make God visible to you in this visible life. When He comes, you will know such joy, such love, such wisdom, such understanding. A negative state of desirelessness is not the goal of life. The goal is eternal fulfillment of all desires. The trouble is, you allow lesser desires to prevent you from fulfilling the only lastingly meaningful desire, for God. Once you find Him, all other desires are satisfied. If you will use your nights for meditation, when everyone else is asleep, you will find God. Never go to bed without making that effort. What of it if you lose a little sleep? The great sleep of death will get you anyway. But it will be worthwhile if you can reach the deathless state before the grim reaper catches you. Seclusion is the price of greatness. To realize God, to see Jesus and the great ones, you must have time to be by yourself. You cannot have divine communion if you mix with people all of the time. But once you have achieved God contact, then no matter where you are or with whom, you will be drunk with the presence of the Lord. I am always inwardly intoxicated with that joy. But in the West I have rarely shown my inner spiritual feelings. It would not be understood by many here. People in India understand these things more. Many times there, in ecstasy, my body has fallen as I lost awareness of this world in the great inner bliss of God. But if that happened here in America, some would say, what is going on? In the West I have heard teachers claim that they can enter cosmic consciousness, yet when supposedly in that state, their breath was heaving like a bellows. In samadhi, breath disappears, it melts away and the body is sustained by the cosmic life. When the symphony of God's song comes into the heart, thought of body consciousness also melts away. The body and all its processes are absolutely still when the Lord is with you. Through the self-realization teachings, you can experience these truths of which I speak. But no one can give such experiences to you unless you yourself make the effort. So, from tonight, get busy. Pray with all the devotion of your heart, and you will see God, you will see Jesus or Krishna or the saints. But you must make the supreme effort to behold them in meditation, or you will not be able to reach that divine state. I hope that you will try. When a half-hearted man plays the piano, the result is half-hearted, without inspiration. But when an individual who has practiced and practiced and practiced plays the piano, everyone says, "Oh, how wonderful!" When an ordinary man puts the necessary time and enthusiasm into meditation and prayer, he becomes a divine man. My master used to say, the little cat that goes into the jungle becomes a wild cat. The little man with small thoughts who goes into the jungle of books becomes absorbed in intellectualizing about God. He doesn't find the nectar of God realization. But the little man who meditates, who constantly thinks of the joy of God, who constantly prays to Him, becomes one with the infinite. When once you have heard the voice of God, you are on the way to the highest states of consciousness. You will know God as immanent and transcendent, personal and impersonal. You will worship Him as Spirit, and love Him in manifest form as the nearest of the near. How to find a way to victory? This earth, which once seemed such a big place, I behold now as a tiny ball of atoms, spinning in space, warmed by sunshine, with nebulous gases playing around it, a little ball of clay on which various life forms grow. The Word of God, the voice of Spirit, the manifestation of the infinite, is in everything. The disastrous upheavals that take place on this finite sphere are caused by human selfishness, by man's inharmony with man, and with the hidden spirit in man and in all creation. Because mankind has not learned the lesson of these catastrophes, the earth continues to suffer devastating storms, earthquakes, floods, diseases, and worse than these, the clouds of war. There is a way to conquer this world, to conquer nature and to conquer life, with its poverty, disease, wars, and other troubles. We must learn this way to victory. Great leaders such as Napoleon, Genghis Khan, William the Conqueror, attained wide dominion over other men and lands. Yet their victories were temporary. The victory that Jesus Christ attained is everlasting. How to achieve this permanent victory? You must start with yourself. You may think it is hopeless to try to conquer hatred and inspire mankind to Christ-like ways of love, but never was the need so great as now. Atheistic ideologies are battling to drive religion out. The world is marching on in a wild drama of existence. Trying to stop the raging storms, we seem no more than little ants swimming in the ocean. But do not minimize your power. The real victory consists in conquering yourself, as did Jesus Christ. His self-victory gave him power over all nature. Science approaches the mastery of nature and of life in another way. Yet the initial promise of scientific discoveries often fails to yield anything permanent. The beneficial effects are felt only for a little while, then something worse comes along to threaten man's happiness and well-being. Total victory will not come by applying the methods of science alone, because these methods deal with externals, with effects rather than their subtle causes. The world will go on in spite of disasters, and science will again and again make new conquests. But only spiritual science can teach us the way to complete victory. The mind must remain undefeated. According to spiritual science, the attitude of the mind is everything. It is sensible to conquer extreme heat by the use of artificially cooled air, and extreme cold by artificially produced warmth, but while trying to conquer discomfort externally, train the mind to remain neutral to every condition. Mind is just like blotting paper, which readily takes on the color of any dye you apply to it. Most minds take on the color of their environment. But there is no excuse for the mind to be defeated by outer circumstances. If your mental attitude changes constantly under the pressure of tests, you are losing the battle of life. This is what happens when someone in good health and with a good mind goes out into the world to earn a living and immediately gives in to failure when he meets a few obstacles. It is when you accept failure that you are a failure. Not he who is handicapped by illness, nor he who is constantly trying in spite of repeated setbacks, but he who is physically and mentally lazy is the real failure. The person who refuses to think, or reason, or discriminate, or use his will or creative energy, is already dead. Learn how to use the psychology of victory. Some people advise, don't talk about failure at all. But that alone won't help. First, analyze your failure and its causes, benefit from the experience, and then dismiss all thought of it. Though he fail many times, the man who keeps on striving, who is undefeated within, is a truly victorious person. No matter if the world considers him a failure, if he has not given up mentally, he is not defeated before the Lord. This truth I have learned from my contact with Spirit. You are always comparing your lot with that of others. Someone is more alert and successful than you are, therefore you are miserable. This is a paradox of human nature. Don't bemoan your fate. The minute you enviously compare what you have with what someone else has, you defeat yourself. If you only knew the minds of others, you wouldn't want to be anyone but who you are. We should envy no one. Let others envy us. What we are, no one else is. Be proud of what you have and what you are. No one else has a personality just like yours. No one else has a face like yours. No one else has a soul like yours. You are a unique creation of God. How proud you should be. Evil is anything that obstructs God realization. To say there is no evil is unrealistic. We cannot escape evil by ignoring it. What is evil? Anything that obstructs God realization. God is aware of all our wrong thoughts and doings and the troubles we are in. If he doesn't know that evil exists, he must be a very ignorant God. So, good and evil, the positive and the negative, both exist in this world. While trying to keep the consciousness positive, many people become unreasonably afraid of negative thoughts. It is useless to deny that negative thoughts exist, but neither should you fear them. Use your discrimination to analyze wrong thoughts, and then dump them. Once the poison of a negative thought takes hold in the ego, it is very hard to get rid of. A story is told of a man who was trying to drive an evil spirit out of a woman. He threw mustard seed at her, which was supposed to make the spirit depart. But the evil spirit just laughed. I got into the mustard seed before you threw it, so it doesn't work against me. Similarly, when the poison of negative thoughts has thoroughly permeated your mind, the power of the mind doesn't work anymore. The evil spirit of negative thoughts gets into the mustard seed of your mental force. Thus, if you have been sick for a month, you tend to think you are going to be sick always. How can that 1 month of illness outweigh the fact of the many years of good health you have enjoyed? Such reasoning is unfair to your mind. Deep metaphysicians probe into the consciousness of the soul, and with its divine power drive out all traces of evil from their lives. This is the yoga way of destroying all obstacles to the union of soul with God. It is not imaginary, but scientific. Yoga is the highest way to God. Through yoga you leave behind all negative thoughts and realize the ultimate states of consciousness. Yoga is the path of the spiritual scientist. It is pure science throughout, a complete science. Yoga teaches you to look yourself honestly in the eye and find out what you are, and then, with all the strength of your soul, to destroy the evil in you. You cannot just deny evil away. No matter how much persistence it takes, the spiritual scientist is never discouraged. He knows there is no trouble formidable enough to overpower the strength the Lord has given him. The conquest of self is the greatest victory. Learn to analyze yourself, looking at both the negative and the positive. How did you come to be what you are? What are your good and bad points, and how did you acquire them? Then set about to destroy the bad harvest. Remove the tares of evil traits from your soul and sow more seeds of spiritual qualities, to increase the crop of good harvest. As you recognize your weaknesses and scientifically remove them, you become stronger. Therefore you must not allow yourself to be discouraged by your frailties. To do so is to acknowledge yourself a failure. You must be able to help yourself by constructive self-analysis. Those who don't exercise their discriminative faculty are blind. The native wisdom of the soul has been eclipsed by ignorance. This is why people suffer. God has given us the power to remove ignorance and uncover our innate wisdom, just as He has given us the power to open our eyelids and perceive light. Introspect every night, and keep a mental diary, and now and then during the daytime be still for a minute, and analyze what you are doing and thinking. Those who don't analyze themselves never change. Growing neither smaller nor bigger, they stagnate. This is a dangerous state of existence. You become stagnant when you let circumstances override your better judgment. It is all too easy to waste time and forget about the kingdom of God. Thus you dwell too much on petty things, and have no time to think about Him. When you analyze yourself each night, be watchful that you are not becoming stagnant. You came into the world not to lose yourself, but to find your true self. God sent you here as His soldier to win victory over your life. You are His child, and the greatest sin is to forget or to put off your highest duty, to win the victory over your little self and regain your true place in the kingdom of God. The greater your troubles, the greater the chance you have to show the Lord that you are a spiritual Napoleon or a spiritual Genghis Khan, a conqueror of yourself. There are so many imperfections within us to be surmounted. He who becomes master of himself is a real conqueror. You must strive to do what I am doing, constantly winning within myself. And in this inner victory, I find the whole world at my command. The elements, which seem so mysterious, the scriptures, which seem so contradictory, all things are made clear in the great light of God. In that light everything is understood and mastered. To gain this wisdom of God is the only purpose for which you were sent here, and if you seek anything else instead, you are going to punish yourself. Find yourself and find God. And whatever life demands of you, do it to the best of your ability. By discrimination, by right action, learn to conquer every obstacle and attain self-mastery. So long as you question whether you will win or lose in your battles with life, you will go on losing. But when you are intoxicated with the happiness of God within you, you become more positive, and more humble. Don't go backward, and don't stand still. The majority are either stationary or engaged in a tug-of-war between their good and evil tendencies. Which will win? Temptation is the voice of Satan whispering within your mind. Satan is always trying to bungle matters for you. To be stricken with weakness is not a sin, but the minute you give up the effort to overcome it, you are lost. So long as you are trying, so long as you pick yourself up when you fall, you will succeed. It is not the victory itself that brings pleasure, but the power and the satisfaction that come when you conquer a weakness. Study the lives of the saints. That which is easy to do is not the way of the Lord. That which is difficult to do is His way. Saint Francis had more troubles than you could imagine, but he didn't give up. One, by the power of mind, he overcame those obstacles and became one with the Master of the universe. Why shouldn't you have that kind of determination? I often think that the most sinful action in life is to admit failure, for in doing so, you deny the supreme power of your soul, God's image within you. Never give up. Develop a liking for those pursuits that will help you to have greater mastery over yourself. Real victory is to carry out your good resolutions in spite of all difficulties. Let nothing break your determination. Most people reason, let it go today, I will try again tomorrow. Don't deceive yourself. That kind of thinking will not bring victory. If you make a resolution and never cease trying to carry it out, you will succeed. Saint Teresa of Avila said, "Saints are sinners who never gave up." Those who never surrender eventually attain victory. Be secure in your innate goodness. One day you will be gone from this world. Some will cry for you, and some may say a few words against you. But remember that all the bad thoughts you have had, as well as your good ones, will go with you. So your important duty is to watch yourself, correct yourself, do your best. Ignore what others may say or do against you, so long as you are sincerely striving to do right. I try never to antagonize anyone, and within my heart I know I have done my utmost to be kind to all. But I care not about man's opinion, whether praise or condemnation. God is with me, and I am with him. It isn't a boast, but I have experienced in my own consciousness the great joy of the sure feeling in my soul that no one can provoke me to revenge. I would rather slap myself than be mean to anyone. If you hold to your determination to be kind, no matter how people try to ruffle you, you are a conqueror. Think about it. When you are threatened, and you remain calm and unafraid, know that you are victorious over your little self. Your enemy cannot touch your spirit. I could not think of being unkind, even to a mortal enemy. It would hurt me. I see so much unkindness in the world, and there is no excuse for me to add to it. When you love God, and when you see God in every soul, you cannot be mean. If someone behaves hurtfully toward you, think of the best ways to behave lovingly toward him. And if he still refuses to be considerate, remain withdrawn for a time. Keep your kindness locked up within, but let no demonstration of unkindness mar your behavior. One of the greatest victories over the little self is to be sure of your capacity to be always thoughtful and loving, to be secure in the knowledge that no one can make you act differently. Practice this. The entire Roman government could not have roused unkindness in Christ. Even for those who crucified him, he prayed, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." When you are certain of your self-command, your victory is greater than a dictator's, a victory that stands immaculate before the tribunal of your conscience. Your conscience is your judge. Let your thoughts be the jury and you the defendant. Put yourself to the test every day, and you will find that as often as you take punishment at the hands of your conscience, and as often as you strictly sentence yourself to be positive, to be true to your divine nature, you will be victorious. Age is no excuse for not trying to change oneself. Victory lies not in youth but in persistence. Cultivate the persistence that Jesus had. Compare his mentality, when the time came for him to give up his body, with that of any seemingly successful free man walking the streets of Jerusalem. To the very end, in every test, even when Jesus was imprisoned and crucified by his enemies, he was supremely victorious. He had power over all nature, and he played with death to conquer death. Those who fear it allow death to be victorious over them. But those who face themselves, and try every day to change for the better, will face death with courage and win the true victory. It is this victory of the soul that is most important. For me there is no longer any veil between life and death, so death doesn't frighten me at all. The embodied soul is like a wave on the ocean. When someone dies, the soul wave subsides and vanishes beneath the surface of the ocean of spirit, whence it came. The truth about death is secreted from the consciousness of ordinary people, who make no effort to realize God. Such persons cannot conceive that within themselves is the kingdom of God, replete with His wonders. There, no pain, no poverty, no worries, no nightmares, can ever delude the soul. All I have to do is open my spiritual eye, and the earth is gone and another world appears. In that land I behold the infinite God. This state comes through a balance between activity and meditation. Tremendous activity is necessary, not with a desire to serve oneself, but with a desire to serve God. And equally necessary is daily effort to realize Him through deep meditation. Do not neglect God for work, nor neglect work for God. Your being a very busy person does not justify your forgetting God. Devotees on the spiritual path have even more tests than those who follow a material path, so don't use your worldly obligations as an excuse to ignore God. You should not neglect God for work, and you should not neglect work for God. You must harmonize both activities. Meditate every day, and be thinking of God as you carry your heavy bag of worldly duties. Feel that you are doing everything to please Him. If you are busy for God, then no matter what tasks you are performing, your mind will be always on Him. In the difficult struggle to maintain balance between meditation and activity, the greatest safety lies in the consciousness of the Lord. Everything that I do with the consciousness of God becomes meditation. Those who habitually drink can work while they remain under the influence of the alcohol. So, if you are habitually intoxicated with God, you can work without interrupting your inner divine communion. In the state of deep meditation, when your mind has withdrawn from everything and you are one with the consciousness of God, no stray thought will cross the threshold of your memory. You will stand with God behind the strong iron gate of your concentration and devotion, which neither gods nor goblins dare pass through. That is the most wondrous state of victory. Get away from everyone now and then, just to be with God. See no one. Introspect, study, and meditate. Night is the best time for such seclusion. You may think you can't change your habits and practice this because so many duties occupy your time. But you have the whole night to yourself, so there is no excuse not to seek God. Don't be afraid you will lose your health if you lose a little sleep. Through deep meditation you will gain greater health. After a certain hour at night, my mind is not with the world at all, I am mentally away from everything. Sleep is a very small consideration in my life. At night I try to feel sleepy like others, I tell myself I will sleep, but a great light comes, and all thought of sleep vanishes. When I don't sleep, I never miss it. In eternal wakefulness I see there is no sleep. The joy of divine wisdom enthralls the consciousness. I feel the drama of God that no one else can feel, save those to whom He reveals Himself. I am part of this world drama, and I am apart from it. I behold you all as actors in this cosmic play. The Lord is the director. Although you have been cast in a particular role, He has not made you an automaton. He wants you to perform intelligently and with concentration, and with the realization that you are playing your role for no one but Him. This is how you should think. God has chosen you for a specific work in this world, and whether you are a businessman or a housekeeper or a laborer, play your part to please Him alone. Then you will be victorious over the sufferings and limitations of this world. He who has God in his bosom has all the powers of the angels within him. His victory cannot be stayed. God doesn't teach through mystery but through illumined souls. When you are moving blindly through the valley of life, stumbling in darkness, you need the help of someone who has eyes. You need a guru. To follow one who is enlightened is the only way out of the great muddle that has been created in the world. I never found true happiness and freedom until I met my guru, he who was spiritually interested in me and who had the wisdom to guide me. Within your heart cry constantly for God. When you have convinced the Lord of your desire for Him, He will send someone, your guru, to teach you how to know Him. Only he who knows God can show others how to know Him. When I found such a one, my Guru Swami Sri Yukteswarji, I realized that God doesn't teach through mystery, but through illumined souls. God is invisible, but He becomes visible through the intelligence and spiritual perception of one who is in constant communion with Him. There may be many teachers in one's life, but there is only one Guru. In the Guru-disciple relationship a divine law is fulfilled, as demonstrated even in the life of Jesus, when He acknowledged John the Baptist as His Guru. He alone who is God realized, and who has been commanded by God to redeem souls, is a Guru. One cannot be a Guru merely by thinking he is. Jesus showed that the true Guru acts solely at God's behest, when He said, "No man can come to me, except the Father which hath sent me draw him." He gave all credit to the power of God. If a teacher is without egotism, you may know that God alone resides in His body temple, and when you tune in with Him you are in tune with God. Jesus reminded His disciples, "Whosoever shall receive me, receiveth not me, but Him that sent me." The teacher who accepts personally the adoration of others is merely a worshipper of his own ego. To find out whether a path is true, discriminate according to what sort of teacher is behind it, whether his actions show that he is led by God, or by his own ego. A leader who has no realization cannot show you the kingdom of God, no matter how large his following. All churches have done good, but blind belief in religious dogma keeps people spiritually ignorant and stagnant. Many times I have seen vast congregations singing God's name, but God was as far away from their consciousness as the distant stars. No one can be saved just by attending church. The real way to freedom lies in yoga, in scientific self-analysis, and in following one who has traversed the forest of theology and can lead you safely to God. Success lies within the seeker. So be serious about studying these self-realization fellowship teachings. They have been sent to give you illumination. Many souls have been saved from the darkness of spiritual ignorance through this work. Others, who didn't apply themselves, strayed away, and I know that some of them have fallen spiritually by the wayside. The fault lies within the seeker if he does not succeed on this path. If one makes a sincere effort to change, and steadfastly follows self-realization, he will find his way out of the dead forest of theology and the endless miseries of this world. Make up your mind now to put forth greater effort to know God. I don't come here merely to give you lectures on philosophical or theological ideas about God, but to encourage you to know Him. This is why I don't obligate myself to hold these meetings. I would not come unless I felt the inspiration flowing from the Father. Divine inspiration has no beginning or end. I feel the same surge of inspiration with which I started. No matter how many drops you take from the ocean, it remains the same. God is a spiritual ocean. Take everything out of Him and still He is the same, beginningless, endless, infinite. He can never be exhausted. Whatever I say to you, I speak for my Father, not for my will or my ego, to help you on the path of emancipation. Self-realization fellowship marches on in all lands. I know it is God who speaks through my voice. The voice of self-realization is the voice of God. Follow it. Great souls, those who are hungry for God, are following this path and drinking the nectar of His presence. Practice these teachings, and you also shall see how beautiful life becomes. Rejoice in God's bliss, and serve others. It is not my wish to develop a large, mechanical organization, but a hive filled with the spiritual honey of God. A minister should never try to attract a large congregation solely to fill the seats of his church. The desire for crowds and big temples melted away from me like snow. I rejoice only in God's bliss and in serving those whom He directs me to help. Do your part. Spread the work of self-realization through your words and example, through your devotion. It is not that I am breaking under the load of my work, but I am anxious to help all who are desirous of help, and it is your duty, also, to spread these teachings to others through your spiritual vibrations, that they too may receive this truth. I see the great avalanche of truth that is passing through this humble self, and I am very grateful that God would honor such an insignificant one as I with the duty to spread His message. Those who will sincerely follow this path will surely find redemption. Self-realization is the work of Christ and Babaji. It saddens the heart of Jesus when in His churches Satan diverts the minds of people to activities that are not related to realizing God. Churchianity, with its social diversions and bigotry, is taking them away from the Spirit of Christ. We should go to church for one purpose only, God communion. That is why you come here. If you will grow used to quiet, deep meditation at home and in church, you will someday realize what it has done for your life. You need quiet places for communion with God. This is the real purpose of churches and temples. To win God is the ultimate victory. So remember, don't think you cannot change and improve. Every night, analyze yourself, and meditate deeply, praying, Lord, I have lived too long without you. I have played enough with my desires. Now what is to become of me? I must have you. Come to my aid. Break your vow of silence. Guide me. 10 times he may remain silent, but in between, when you least expect it, he will come to you. He cannot remain away. So long as you harbor an unholy curiosity he will not come, but if you are really sincere, then no matter where you are, he will be with you. This is worth all the effort you may make. Seclusion is the price of greatness. Avoid going too often into noisy places. Noise and restless activity keep the nerves excited with emotion. That isn't the way to God, it is the way to destruction, for that which destroys your peace draws you away from God. When you are calm and quiet, you are with the Lord. I try to remain by myself most of the time, but whether I am alone or in crowds, I find seclusion in my soul. Such a deep cave. All the sounds of the earth fade away, and the world becomes dead to me, as I stroll in my cave of peace. If you haven't found this inner kingdom, why are you wasting your time? Who will save you? None but yourself. So lose no more time. Even if you are crippled, blind, deaf, dumb, and forsaken by the world, don't you give up. If you pray, Lord, I cannot go to thy temple because of my helpless eyes and limbs, but with all my mind I am thinking of thee, then the Lord comes and says, Child, the world gives you up, but I take you in my arms. In my eyes you are victorious. I live in the glory of that consciousness of His presence every day. I feel a wonderful detachment from everything else. Even when I try to feel a special wish for something, I find my mind detached. Spirit is my food, Spirit is my joy, Spirit is my feeling, Spirit is my temple and my audience, Spirit is my library, whence I draw inspiration, Spirit is my love and my beloved. The Spirit of God is the satisfier of all my desires, for in Him I find all wisdom, all the love of a beloved, all beauty, all everything. There is no other desire, no other ambition left for me, but God. Whatever I sought, I found in Him. So will you find. Don't waste your opportunity to seek God. Waste no more time, for if you have to change your bodily residence you will have to wait a long time for another opportunity to seek God earnestly, passing first through rebirth and the travails of childhood and the restlessness of youth. Why squander your time in useless desires? It is foolish to spend your life seeking things you must forsake at death. You will never find happiness that way. But every effort you make toward the contact of God in meditation will bring you an everlasting gift of the soul. Start now, those of you who are real lovers of God, seeking not your own glory, but the glory of Spirit. Each one has to win his own victory. Make up your mind that you are going to be supremely victorious. You don't need an army or money or any other material help to gain the highest victory attainable. Just a strong determination that you are going to win. All you have to do is sit still in meditation, and with the sword of discrimination cut off, one by one, the advance of restless thoughts. When they will all be dead, God's kingdom of calm wisdom will be yours. Every one of you who has heard this sermon, and who makes a sincere effort to change, will find a greater communion with God, and in Him the true and lasting victory of the Spirit. I am blessed to behold Him. I cannot express in words my appreciation for all the kind things you have said to me tonight. I am deeply grateful for your devotion and strength of spirit, and for the words that came from your hearts. I pray you bless me that I may always be worthy to serve you. I am proud to be with you, and I am always happy to be reminded of my great duty to you and to all my brothers and sisters of the world. What has been spoken here of Yogananda is not of me, but of Him who is within me. I only know that you are all images of Christ. When you watch the wave, you don't see the ocean, but when you watch the ocean, you see it is the ocean that becomes the waves. It is the same ocean beneath all the waves. I see that ocean of spirit beneath the lives of you all. I bow to you. I am not worthy of the wonderful things that you have said of me. Little as I am, I can only say it is a manifestation of the blessings of God that makes me so loved in your eyes. My life on earth has not been in vain. May God bless you for your words, and may I be more and more worthy of what you have said. I am overwhelmed by the many inspirations of this occasion wherein we have felt divine joy, divine understanding, and divine communion in which we have forgotten all limitations and differences. I pray that such communion through understanding and beautiful festivities and kindness reign all over the earth, that on the altar of unity the kingdom and omnipresence of God may be expressed. By the pickaxe of such occasions, the rocky and useless crusts on our souls are broken, the divine spring gushes forth and brings to us new purity, new joy, new love. A fresh beginning for the new year. We have begun the new year with a renewed consciousness. Every day let us endeavor to supplant wrong habits and tendencies with good habits and actions. May we all realize the joy of such occasions as this convocation, and receive such upliftment from these experiences that the darkness of ignorance may be forever dispelled by the beacon light of that joy. I am blessed to behold Him on this occasion and to behold His inspiration in all of you. I am boundlessly blessed to have heard Him speaking through the lips of these divine souls. It was God who spoke to me His appreciation. You are all God's, if you only knew it. Behind the wave of your consciousness is the sea of God's presence. You must look within. Don't concentrate on the little wave of the body with its weaknesses, look beneath. Close your eyes and you see the vast omnipresence before you, everywhere you look. You are in the center of that sphere, and as you lift your consciousness from the body and its experiences, you will find that sphere filled with the great joy and bliss that lights the stars and gives power to the winds and storms. God is the source of all our joys and of all the manifestations in nature. God has not to be earned. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. Nor be ye of doubtful mind. Awaken yourself from the gloom of ignorance. You have closed your eyes in the sleep of delusion. Awake. Open your eyes and you shall behold the glory of God, the vast vista of God's light spreading over all things. I am telling you to be divine realists, and you will find the answer to all questions in God. Meditation is the only way. Beliefs, reading books, cannot give you realization. It is only by meditating in the right way that you can have that great realization and joy. If you follow that way, you shall know that God is not moved by blind prayer or flattery, but He can be moved by law and devotion and the love of your heart. Together with practice of the meditation techniques, you must surrender yourself to God. You must claim your divine birthright. Your constant prayer, your boundless determination, your unceasing desire for God, will make Him break His tremendous vow of silence, and He will answer you. Above all, in the temple of silence He will give you the gift of Himself, which shall last beyond the portals of the tomb. The movie drama of life. When you see a motion picture or a stage performance, if you know the plot beforehand it will not be so interesting. It is good that you don't understand this life, because God is playing a movie drama in your life. It wouldn't be interesting if we knew what was going to take place before it happened. Don't be anxious about what is to be in the end. But always pray to God, teach me to play my part in this drama of life, weak or strong, sick or well, high or low, rich or poor, with an immortal attitude, that at the end of this drama I may know the moral of it all. Do not waste your time. You are God's greatest creation, greater than all else He has made. You are blessed with the power to think and reason. God says, I gave you will, I gave you freedom and free choice. Perchance you will forsake all things and love me, who gave those gifts to you. I at last found all the silver streamlets of my desires leading to that great ocean of consciousness. Many of you swim toward that ocean, but stop by the shore. If you keep on following the good in life, you shall flow down the river of desire into the ocean of God's consciousness. All life's realities that stand before you will be unreal. Today we are, and tomorrow we are not. We must remember our utmost duty to that great power which is behind all our lives. In acting out our part in this drama we must not forget our highest duty to Him. If we want to understand this life, we must realize the fine work God is doing in the flowers, the flame of His mind that is burning in our thoughts, the life from Him that is pouring through our souls, and the worlds upon worlds that are spread out over the great vastness of the cosmos. How boundless is that God, and yet we feel Him in our consciousness. Our lives are the reflection of that Spirit. No wave can exist without the ocean behind it, so we must realize the great ocean of life throbbing behind our lives. Realization from mountains or from living souls. It is the living examples of divine souls that can give you the consciousness of God. Once, long ago, I wanted to go away from hermitage duties to seek God in the solitude of the Himalayas. Master Swami Sri Yukteswar tried to tell me that I would not gain there the realization that I would receive in meditation under his guidance. But I didn't listen to his strong hint. I went away. In a short time, though, I came back to my Guru. I thought he would rightly be very much displeased with me. But instead, when he saw me, he said casually, "Let us find something to eat." I asked, "Are you not angry with me, sir?" He replied, "Why should I be angry with you? I would not use you for my own ends. You have come back, and my love for you is the same. When you went away, that was your pleasure, and I had that same love for you then. Then I knew the meaning of unconditional divine love, and that God in the form of my Guru on earth was giving that love to devotees." One day, shortly after I had returned, I was trying to meditate deeply, and Master called for me. I didn't want to go. He called me again. I answered, "Master, I am meditating." Then he said, "I know how you are meditating. Come." I went to him, and as I looked at his eyes I saw he was gazing at me with great divine compassion. "Poor boy," he said, "mountains cannot give you what you want." Suddenly, he touched my chest. I had heard of transmission of divine perception, but in the experience Master gave me I realized it. Everything melted, all was light. My breath went and my body was rooted to the ground. I felt I was free of the body, I was spirit. I had 1,000 eyes. I could see everything in front of me and behind me, for miles around. I could see through solid substances, I could see the sap flowing through the roots of trees, and I could see through buildings, walls, and everything. I tested myself to see if the experience was real, and I saw that it was, for I could see all things around me with either open or closed eyes. Such a joy, for which I had hungered for years, Master gave me by that single touch. There was a tremendous bliss of divine communion, no words can describe the joy and happiness that came to me. I had never fully appreciated my Master's greatness. I was so sure of him. I didn't realize that he would work so many divine blessings in my life. God has no eyes. He sees through the pores of space, the same way I saw all things independently of the eyes. Everything in the universe was happening within me. After half an hour of bliss and wonderful visions, Master touched me again and I found myself once more circumscribed by the limited body. Mountains indeed could not have given me what God gave me through my Master. He was the embodiment of God on earth to me. He said, "Come, let us go for a walk now." But he made me sweep the balcony floor before we went. What a contrast! A lesson in balanced spiritual living. He and I then walked in silence by the banks of the Ganges. He was humbly indifferent whenever I wanted to express my gratitude for the spiritual vision he gave me. That was my great Master. The resurrection of Sri Yukteswar. Master is free, like the radio vibrations that travel all around. His presence is ever sweetly haunting me. He was never so real as he is now. Frequently I see him standing near. Everything that he said to me has come true. He had predicted, "I shall leave the body when you come back to India." I shall never forget. So many years he had waited for my return. So many years since I had been here in America, but he waited patiently and didn't recall me until 2 years ago. Then I wrote to Saint Lin, "Master is calling me. He won't wait for me any longer. I must go." Saint Lin was so spiritually understanding and intuitive, he immediately cooperated with a generous donation to send me to India. I went there and Master fulfilled his tryst with immortality. He left his body, and then, to my greatest surprise, he came to me in resurrected form. It is not imagination. My friends. Today's common phenomena of radio and so on would have been viewed with skepticism an age ago. God has so many wonderful demonstrations to show you if you will tune yourself to see these manifestations. It is worthwhile to try. You must put your heart and soul into meditation. If you give a couple of hours morning and evening to meditation, you shall find that great God who is behind all things. Among thousands of men, perhaps one strives for spiritual attainment, and, among the blessed true seekers that assiduously try to reach me, perhaps one perceives me as I am. It isn't necessarily those who come first who shall find God, it is those who last on the path that shall be blessed. They shall receive Him. God is more tempting than temptation. I found God more tempting than temptation. Side by side I compared Him with all material desires, and I found Him more desirable than anything else. I am anchored in that spirit. I find my home in MT Washington or in an auto, in India or America or anywhere. The joy of material things fades away, but the joy of God never fades. It is an eternal romance with the Spirit. It is joy indescribable. Although you find glimpses of the divine, don't be satisfied, go deeper within, and you will sit at the brink of eternity facing God. There, in the land beyond all your dreams, where the well of God is eternally springing, in the heart and soil of your soul, there you can go in the ark of silence. God is waiting. And you are dreaming about this dream. Turn your attention from this world to the kingdom of God which is within. I live in that kingdom, that joyous sphere where stars and planets are floating in the vastness of my consciousness. O God, I see Thee painting Thy beauty on the canvas of the sky, on the canvas of nature, and on the canvas of my consciousness. Oh, how blessed I am! I, who am unworthy to utter Thy name. I see Him with my eyes closed in meditation, and I see Him with my eyes open. That eternal freedom you too must find. You shall, if you make the effort. It is better to enter into life maimed, having cut off all lesser desires, than to live without God. Awaken yourself. Be anchored in the Spirit of God, in the realization of the infinite being that flows like an ocean through all creation. It is worthwhile in this short season of life to make the effort to gain God realization. Joy will flow constantly. I feel this great ocean of life and I say, O God, this little being Thou hast blessed with Thy joy. And I know now why Jesus was willing to bleed for all, and to give His life. He was anchored in that joy in Thee. All of you must bring your body, mind, and soul under discipline, and pray with might and devotion to God. If you follow the way of meditation that we teach, you shall find that one day, when you are least expecting it, God will drop both His hands to lift you up. It is not only that you are seeking God, but that God is seeking you, more than you are seeking Him. But He has given you independence to cast Him aside if you wish. You must help your Father. Come back to your home, and as with the biblical prodigal son who returned home, He shall kill the fatted calf of wisdom, eternal bliss, and divine understanding as a feast for you. And you shall find Him with you evermore. God, Guru, Paramgurus, devotees, I bow to you all. I bow at the feet of all humanity, for all are the children of God. Take God with you through life. Because of God, everything else is. Because of Him, you exist. Because of Him, you have material abundance and conveniences, and all the satisfactions that go with them. So unto God your gratitude should be great. Why then do you not remember His supreme importance to you? How can you sleep away each day in ignorance of Him? There is no excuse. Why give so much importance to material life? Attend to your earthly obligations, but all the while think of God. For every day the demon of fate is snatching people from this temporal land, at any moment you may be taken away. Perform your duties in this world conscientiously, but keep your engagement with God without fail. I work hard to serve all, but when I am alone meditating, I allow no one to disturb me. Other matters can wait, the engagement with God must never be neglected. One saint in India would not interrupt his worship to read even urgent messages. In your life, also, you must give supreme importance to daily communion with Him. Otherwise you will never keep your engagement with God. Great teachers will never counsel you to be neglectful, they will teach you to be balanced. You have to work, no doubt, to feed and clothe the body. But if you allow one duty to contradict another, it is not a true duty. Thousands of businessmen are so busy gathering wealth, they forget that they are creating a lot of heart disease too. If duty to prosperity makes you forget duty to health, it is not duty. One should develop in a harmonious way. There is no use giving special attention to developing a wonderful body, if it houses a peanut brain. The mind also must be developed. And if you have excellent health and prosperity and intellect, but you are not happy, then you have still not made a success of your life. When you can truthfully say, I am happy, and no one can take my happiness away from me, you are a king, you have found the image of God within you. Be proud of that image within. If you rant and rage through life, constantly irritated by everything and looking down on everyone, and if you die with that consciousness, you won't have even begun to realize that God is within you, that He is yourself. Once an Indian saint and a few disciples were bathing in the Ganges when another man arrived and began to wash his horse near the holy man. As the intruder tended his horse, he was intentionally careless in splashing water on the saint. The angered disciples wanted to strike the offender. But their guru said, "No, let him alone." Suddenly the horse kicked its master, knocking out some of his teeth. The saint went over and lovingly helped the injured man. The inexorable laws of nature, not the saint, had punished the wrongdoer. God and His cosmic laws work unfailingly for the benefit of those whose actions are ever in tune, and for the awakening, through suffering, of those who are not true to the divine self within. Man is made in the image of God. You are an image of God, you should behave like a god. But what happens? First thing in the morning you lose your temper and complain, "My coffee is cold." What does it matter? Why be disturbed by such things? Have that evenness of mind wherein you are absolutely calm, free from all anger. That is what you want. Don't let anyone or anything get your goat. Your goat is your peace. Let nothing take it away from you. And blame no one else for your unhappiness, blame yourself. If you are mistreated by others, seek the fault in yourself, and you will find it much easier to get along with everyone. Jesus looked upon His enemies as little children. If a child hits you, you don't hate him for it. You forgive him, realizing he didn't know better. When people persecute you, do not desecrate the image of God within you by vengeful retaliation. If you want to realize His image within, remember now that you are a God, and behave like one. Most people are victims of moods, and unless one controls them, they will control him. A person who is not self-controlled is not fully sane, and he doesn't know it. He who masters his moods becomes a more balanced individual. It is a strange phenomenon that no one can be tempted to do willingly something he feels is against his own highest interest, yet of his own volition, spurred by moods, whims, and habits, he does many things that are contrary indeed to his welfare. Always think first of what you are about to do and how it will affect you. To act on impulse is not freedom, for you will be bound by the unpleasant effects of wrong actions. But to do those things your discrimination tells you are good for you is all freeing. That kind of wisdom-guided action makes for a divine existence. Then you find and reflect the image of God within you. When you make up your mind to do or not to do something, and you carry out that resolution, in spite of contrary influences of moods or bad habits, that is real freedom. The teachings of the great ones of India are not a Sunday affair, to be forgotten the rest of the week, they are to be practiced daily. Mere belief is not sufficient, self-discipline, control of moods, is also essential. The training given by India's masters is meant to show the disciple how to be unconditionally happy, untouched by suffering and change. For that training and understanding I deeply thank them. God will not force himself on you. If one is sincere in his search for truth, God helps him to find a book or a teacher to inspire and encourage him. When the seeker is deeply in earnest, God sends him a guru. A guru is a God-knowing person who has been divinely appointed by him to take the seeker as a disciple and lead him from the darkness of ignorance to the light of wisdom. Through the guru's pure perception, God teaches the devotee. For the Lord has taken a vow of silence, and he does not address the disciple directly until that devotee has attained a considerable degree of spiritual development. God's silence does not mean that he is cruel or indifferent. On the contrary, in his humility and love he has given man freedom to work out his own destiny. God does not wish to interfere with that free choice. He wants us to use our freedom to find him, but he does not want to force himself upon us. Because God gave us independence, and because we misused it, we have become estranged from him. Until you know God, until you have heard his voice, no matter what spiritual path you are following, you have not attained real communion with him. His voice can be heard. He can be known. He is more real than all the things you perceive with your five senses. But you must work at finding him. The Guru is sent by God. For success in the divine search, as in every other aspect of life, it is necessary to follow God's laws. To understand the secular knowledge available in a school, you have to learn from a teacher who knows it. So also to understand spiritual truths it is necessary to have a spiritual teacher, or guru, one who knows God. Even if you cannot be in his physical presence, or even if he is no longer incarnate on earth, you must follow the teaching of such a teacher if you would find God. Just any teacher will not do. There is only one guru uniquely the devotee's own. But if you turn away from the emissary of God, he silently asks, "What is wrong with you, that you foolishly leave the one I have sent to help you learn the divine science of the soul? Now you shall have to wait long, and prove yourself, before I shall respond again." He who cannot learn through the wisdom and love of his God-ordained guru will not find God in this life. Several incarnations at least must pass before he will have another such opportunity. An understanding of the divine law of the guru-disciple relationship is necessary. We learn this in India. It is very simple, but very important. You have to find the guru first, then real spiritual progress begins. It is not that I am trying to make you loyal to me personally. I am only stating a fact. If you want God, you must be loyal to the one God has sent to help you. Besides attunement with the Guru, there must be day and night a consuming desire for God. The ardor of 1,000,000,000 loves must be gathered in your heart for him, and the consciousness of urgent necessity, as the miser seeks money, as the lover longs for the beloved, as the drowning man gasps for breath, so must you desire God. Cry for him constantly, "Am I going to find you? I want only you." As you pray and pray, perhaps you will see a little glimmer of his light, to encourage you. But God wants to know if you will persist, if your will cannot be weakened by any temptation. Mistakes you have made do not matter. If nothing can change your love for God, He will come to you. But how many of you meditate deeply enough to receive Him? If you do so in the right way, if you mean business with God and want only to please Him, you will find Him, and He will talk to you through your conscience and through your awakened spiritual perception. God's answer to His devotee. During one period about 7 months ago I was absolutely bogged in activity, lecturing every night and talking to people all day. There was no time to be alone with God, and so He seemed far away. I became very dejected. Lord, what is this? I prayed. How can I think of you? Shall I fly away from these classes? I ask Him all the time if He wants me to leave everything to think only of Him. I felt that my whole soul and brain were about to burst with longing, as I went on praying and crying for Him. What you do with me I don't care. People have perished for money and for women. I don't mind if I perish for you, my God. But I must know you are here with me. How can I see you? How can I go on without you? I love to work. I love to help people, but not at the cost of losing you. Lord, my only thought has been to serve you in your work, so why is it I feel I have once in a while lost your contact? When I refused to give up until He responded, the most beautiful answer came. The Lord said, when you are not meditating, isn't it true that in your thoughts you are missing me and thinking about meditating? When you meditated you thought of me, and when you didn't meditate you missed me, therefore the thought of me was always predominant. From that day I have had 7 months ecstasy. Even though talking to people while I continued with the classes, or otherwise working, I have felt every minute that bliss of God contact. This divine state has not left me these many months. No matter what I am doing, I find the needle of the compass of my mind always turned toward God. Such is the devotee's consciousness. You must similarly pray until you get His answer. He will respond to you, even as He responded to me. There is always some particular desire lurking constantly in your consciousness. Find out what is uppermost in your mind. Is it health, or money, or love? Perhaps your health has not been good, and in your mental background is a constant yearning, Lord, if only I could be healthy again. Why shouldn't you long for God in the same way? By remembering that He is ever with you, and is your greatest necessity, you can keep God uppermost in your mind. A loving message for America. It is easy to remember God in India, because there everybody talks of Him. Here, if you talk about God anywhere except in church on Sunday you are regarded as a fanatic. But America is advancing rapidly in spirituality. There is more understanding and desire for God here than in most other parts of the world. And I believe that a great blessing is going to come upon you. You must cultivate those qualities in your souls that will make all nations look up to you. The 2 most important commandments to be obeyed are these: Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Neighbor means whoever is drawn into your path. When you have followed these 2 commandments, all others will be kept automatically. He who is humble and loves God is the greatest of all. It is easy to rationalize and say that you have no time for God, but in your heart and in the background of your mind you can always pray unceasingly, reveal thyself, come to me. Thou art my life. Hold these thoughts no matter what you are doing. Whether struggling with a problem or enjoying some accomplishment, let God be ceaselessly in the background of your mind. I love thee alone, I seek thee alone. Reveal thyself. Then God will come to you. Thoughts are like the honeycomb, the love of God is the honey. If you are really sincere, God will come to drink the honey of your devotion from the honeycomb of your thoughts. Our destination is God. The desire for God does not come of itself, it must be cultivated. And without that desire, life has no meaning. When you sleep, you say goodbye to this world, to your family, your name, everything. Even your body is forgotten. You do not know when you may have to say a more permanent goodbye to the world. You are on a journey, stopping here for just a little while. Life is like a great caravan passing by. Your first interest should be to learn the purpose of this journey, and its destination. That destination is God. It could not be anything else. The Lord comes to the devotee who lives for Him and dies in Him. He touches that soul and says, "My child, wake up. You are just dreaming. Death has not touched you at all." Then the devotee knows that all his earthly experiences were meant not to torture, but to teach him his real soul nature. The soul cannot be burned. It cannot be drowned or stabbed or shattered. The devotee realizes, "I am not the body. I am formless. I am joy itself." Remind yourself of this truth each morning as you awaken. I am just coming from the inner perception of myself. I am not the body. I am invisible. I am joy. I am light. I am wisdom. I am love. I dwell in the dream body through which I am dreaming this earth life, but I am ever eternal spirit. A controlled mind lessens pain. Whenever you are in misery, physical or mental, practice this spiritual consciousness. During sleep, you do not feel even a broken bone. And if in waking consciousness you keep a very controlled mind, 3/4 of any pain you experience will likewise disappear, for there is no relation between pain and the body except through the mind. When a stranger is hurt, you don't feel as much concern as you would if he were your brother. A mother watching over her suffering baby feels greater pain than she would if it were another's child. Similarly, physical suffering in your own body is intensified because, through identification with it, you are more in sympathy with your body than with someone else's. You must be better able to detach your mind and feeling from the body. That is why Jesus said, "Take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on." Love for the body, love for the senses, these are harmful to your spiritual development. If you want spiritual illumination, practice these truths. They are so beneficial that they ought to be applied by everyone. Once in a while, try getting along without food and other comforts in your daily life. Fast for a day or two, and deny yourself some of the pleasures and conveniences you are accustomed to, and see whether or not you are just as content without them. The really freeborn person is master of himself. He is led by the inner wisdom of the soul, uninfluenced by others or by the dictates of his own habits or moods. This kind of freedom requires rigid self-control and a deep understanding of the self. But it is not difficult to attain this freedom. It is your true nature. One should maintain a constant mental state of devotion to God. I have tried every form of activity, but no matter what I am doing, my mind remains with God. You should enjoy this creation, without being enslaved by it. I know from experience that the pleasure of finding God is the most enjoyable. Yet people are so steeped in delusion that they will not make the effort to know Him. They would rather engage in worldly interests, or passively seek Him through reading books and wandering from one religion to another. People do not follow the real way of God perception because that way lies in continuously praying to God, in seeking Him day and night, and in conquering all forces that keep the mind away from Him. Yoga is most wonderful because it gives step-by-step methods that lead to God realization. In college you may earn a DD and be proclaimed a doctor of divinity, and still be a doctor of delusion. Practice of religion, not just intellectual understanding, is most important, practice of the perception of God. The successes of some religious teachers are like spiritual mushrooms, growing overnight but having no firm foundation. Qualified teachers have divine realization, and are guided by the blessing of God and their own God-realized guru. You cannot save others' souls unless you have saved your own. In the Orient, true seekers strive to attain their own salvation and do not proselyte to save others. In the West, many teachers aspire to save others' souls without first having saved their own. I have met such a one. He was a man of the flesh, through and through, yet he had a large following as a religious teacher. He pretended to be what he was not, a deeply spiritual man. Because I was born in India, he considered me a heathen and, deeming himself a good Christian, he therefore felt it his duty to tell me that I didn't know anything about truth. But when I asked him to describe what he experienced when he went into ecstasy and communed with God, he could not answer. His greatness was as shallow as the flattery that proclaimed it. Then I gave it to him. Your experience of God and the true nature of yourself is severely limited, because you are too identified with the senses to develop much spiritually. The adulation of many followers is not the measure of one's realization. That others say you are great does not make it so. Such flattery is insincere and meaningless. If you concentrate on receiving true love from people, drawn by your own merit, you will never again fall for flattery, you will see right through it. Flattery is poisonous because it is a distortion of truth, and hence misleading. So long as you enjoy your band of flatterers, you will have no real friends. There are some who expect flattery from me, but I never give it. I cannot be insincere to the God I behold in all, even in those who are in delusion. Test yourself every day to see if you are behaving according to your true soul nature. Do not be discouraged in your efforts, thinking that God is not listening to your prayers, or is not aware of your striving. If you study the lives of the masters and saints, you will see that they had much more trouble than you have. Not only did they have to conquer self, they also had to take on the problems of others. Each one who comes to the Guru thinks he is the only one the teacher has to look after. He wants the Guru to respond to him according to his own preconceived desires. And in addition, in this country, the expenses of an organization and of supporting disciples are such that the spiritual teacher has also to be a check-writing machine. But God blessed me, through the understanding souls He sent to help me accomplish what He had brought me here to do. Follow those who have found God. Follow the spiritual paths recognized by the masters who have found God. If you practice the self-realization yoga methods, you will reach God much faster than if you travel the blind routes of theology. India specialized in finding God. If you follow her truly great masters, you will reach the goal much quicker. In my early seeking I tried all methods, I know which is faster. Someone said to me, everyone claims that his path is best. How am I to know? Test them, I said. It is only by tasting water that you can tell whether it will quench your thirst. Rationalizing about water won't do it. Pray that God lead you. If you are sincere, God will show you the right way for you. So, dear ones, remember, day and night seek God. Do not be controlled by moods or habits, but use your free will to do always the right thing. All the time, no matter what you are doing, mentally pray to God. Do not be absent-minded, do things with concentration, but in the background of your mind ever be calling to Him, Lord, reveal thyself. Come unto me. Thy love is all satisfying. I want thee alone. And at night meditate, practice the techniques taught by the masters of self-realization, and you cannot fail to find God. Make the determination with me. O God, we make within our hearts a solemn promise not to fall into the sleep of delusion, but to remain awake in Thee, to make every effort to pray unto Thee unceasingly in the background of our minds, until we find Thee, and to follow the self-realization path of yoga, and through our example help others to come into Thy kingdom. Father, help us to find Thee, for Thou art our own. The aurora of bliss. Bliss is the pole star to which all mariner souls, storm-tossed on the waves of tumultuous sorrow and exciting pleasure, look for guidance. Bliss is God's consciousness, His being, His supreme quality, His infinite life. Feeling an ever-increasing bliss in attentive meditation is the surest sign of His presence. The greater the bliss, the deeper the contact with God. There are two ways of experiencing bliss, by Sabhikalpa Samadhi and by Nirvikalpa Samadhi. In the Sabhikalpa state, the meditating devotee becomes so inwardly immersed in bliss that thoughts, feelings, memory images, all sensibilities of the world, fall from the consciousness. Just as one who is deeply engrossed in reading an interesting story does not see or hear what is going on around him, the devotee becomes so absorbed in the enjoyment of bliss within that his awareness is wholly absent without. It is not unconsciousness or a mentally chloroformed state in which there is simultaneous disappearance of consciousness both internally and externally, but a supernal state of heightened inner divine perception. In Nirvikalpa Samadhi, or complete union, the yogi enjoys simultaneously the transcendental bliss of the absolute beyond creation as well as Spirit's blissful omnipresence in all universal manifestations, the unmanifest ocean of Spirit and its manifested waves of creation in the universe. In this state, with closed or open eyes, while walking, talking, sleeping, meditating, the devotee consciously contacts the all-pervading bliss as the summum bonum, transcendent, but also immanent in all creation. He realizes that bliss, conscious, intelligent, everlasting, all-pervading, ever-new joy, has frozen itself into the primordial causal, luminous astral, and gross physical creations. As one becomes immersed in bliss by deeper and deeper silent meditation, he finds the fountain of bliss spraying through the pores of his consciousness, thoughts, feelings, and sense perceptions. I remember the day when for the first time, unlooked for, from behind the clouds of the drudgery of routine meditating habits, the aurora of bliss suddenly burst upon my consciousness. It surpassed all my expectations. Joy indescribable. The light of bliss illumined all the dark corners of consciousness, clearing away the shadows of all questions, passing X-ray-like through gross objects and showing me all things lying beyond the horizon of mortal gaze, east, west, north, south, front and behind, above and beneath, within and without, all around, everywhere. In the light of this aurora I saw the entire motion picture of the cosmos. Dead memories of ages past were resurrected. Bliss lit the hall of the universe, and all at once I beheld in it all my blood relations, soul kinsmen of the past, present, and future, stardust, gems, flowers, birds, and beasts, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, saints and hoary sages. After such an awakening, the yogi silently says, peering through the dark nights of my unfruitful meditations, looking steadfastly wisdom-ward, at long last I found the aurora of bliss suddenly bursting within my consciousness. Its brilliance, which had dimly twinkled behind the clouds of countless incarnations, scintillated through my unfulfilled aspirations. Unveiled splendor. The beautiful scenes on the canvas of the sky are painted with the varied colors of bliss. The music of violins, birds, spheres, atomic vibrations, all play together the grand symphony of bliss. The perfumes of flowers are saturated with the fragrance of bliss, their petals, fashioned from the beauty of bliss. All joys are inspired by bliss. The wine of the gods, thirst-allaying cool drinks from fresh streams, the honey of flowers, fruit nectars, all flow from the winepress of bliss. My thoughts with open mouth seek to drink of bliss in all activities of life. My wild fancies dip their curiosity-parched lips in the golden river of bliss. My feelings swim on waves of ever-new bliss. My intuition, spread like the ubiquitous ether through everything, mingles with the all-pervading, inly flowing bliss. I listen to the enthralling music of bliss. I smell, taste, think, feel, the sense-surpassing delights of bliss. I behold bliss everywhere, in all things. I embrace bliss in every form and particle of creation. From bliss I come, for bliss I live, and in bliss I merge. Bliss is the ocean in which all the waves of my desires, dreams, ambitions, sense cravings, actions, devotion, wisdom, have melted into one sea of fulfillment. Past, present, future, drop their veils. I behold the molten rays of the ever-changing, everlasting aurora of bliss pass through the sextillions of thoughts that coursed in the brain of each one of the myriad beings who had lived, hoped, and died. The aurora passes through the lightless light cosmos of causal thought forms hidden behind the walls of earthly sun rays, moonbeams, and inhabited planets. From this thought womb, the one life blood of bliss flows down through the arteries of thoughts of all contemporary individuals. Astral bliss electricity shines in all animate and inanimate bulbs of being. All dreams of art, literature, science, of religion, and scriptures, of thoughts, activities, and inventions, yet to be dreamed in the brains of future Earth or other planetary generations, wait for the help of the omniscient bliss to weave their storied tapestry. In the hall of bliss, in the dream mansion of cosmic aurora, I behold mountains, starlets, denizens of civilized and wooded jungles, thermal magnetic electrical laws, man, beast, thoughts, spiritual perceptions, all singing together in perfect harmony the song of universal brotherhood. Answer the call of Christ. The conception of Christ was not ordinary, but immaculate. For us his birthday is therefore a very special day to celebrate, knowing and feeling as we do that in Jesus' immaculate conception the Heavenly Father prepared for the birth of a perfect being. The true celebration of Christmas is the realization in our own consciousness of the birth of Christ consciousness. Do away with all wandering thoughts and feel your oneness with the Spirit of Christ. I invoke the Spirit of Jesus, and of the Masters who are one with him in spirit, that the perfect one who was born on earth 1900 years ago may manifest his consciousness within you now. This I pray earnestly today, with all the unctuous fervor of my soul. All things are possible through prayer. Jesus said, "What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Believe that your prayer for his visitation is granted, and it shall be so. The love of Christ becomes manifest in you not merely by peace of mind nor even by burning zeal, but by calm, devotional will for perfection. O Christ, come unto us. Manifest thyself unto us. Naughty or good, we are thine. Deliver us from the bondage of restlessness and receive us as we are. May all those who are in tune with us today, whose thoughts I feel coming to me, be blessed with the presence and the consciousness of Christ. Heavenly Father, Thou dost grant those prayers that come from our heart, and this is my heartfelt prayer, that all of us here be visited by thy presence, thy glorious presence. O infinite light! All the candles of our devotion are burning. Come. Come unto us. The love of God cannot be described, but it can be felt as the heart is purified and made constant. As the mind and the feeling are directed inward, you begin to feel His joy. The pleasures of the senses do not last, but the joy of God is everlasting. It is incomparable. Today you can understand the spiritual gains you have made here as a result of long meditation conducted with continuous devotion. You have already meditated 4 hours and it has seemed like only minutes to most of you. In the consciousness of some, I see, there has been a nibble of response from God, and in others the divine has wholly swallowed the bait of their devotion. Forget everything else. Just lay yourself at God's feet. There is no time like the present to surrender yourself unto Him. At first He bestows a glimpse of joy that comes after a little meditation, and stays but a little while. That is when most people misunderstand, give up, and are lost again in worldly snares. But great joy and happiness are to be had if you go on until you realize the Spirit of Christ and experience the bliss of contact with the Great Ones. No pleasure of the senses can ever give that comfort and happiness. Even the movies with their entertaining variety may become tiresome, but God never is. Once you get to God and experience His bliss, He becomes more real to you than all else, His contact more joyous than any pleasure of the senses, more tempting than any other temptation. Until you feel His joy you can never attain His glory, you cannot know what happiness lies in becoming a King of Kings, a Prince of Light. That is why you should use all the strength of your soul to find God. He is not the monopoly of anyone, nor may He be bribed. God doesn't need our praise. That approach to Him implies some strain and effort, like a lover's praising the beloved all the time just to keep her pleased. God doesn't want that kind of relationship with you. But divine, unconditional love is so beautiful. There is no other gift you can give Him but the gift of your love. If God could ever be said to beg from us, it is for our love. If He wants anything at all from us, it is our love. The smokescreen of delusion has come between us and Him, and He is sorry that we have lost sight of Him. He is not happy seeing His children suffer so much, dying from falling bombs, terrible diseases, and wrong habits of living. He regrets it, for He loves us and wants us back. If only you would make the effort at night to meditate and be with Him. He thinks of you so much. You are not forsaken. It is you who have forsaken yourself. You are the greatest transgressor against your own happiness. God is never indifferent to you. You have meditated deeply today. And so should you meditate every night. But instead you pass your time in foolishness, wasting opportunities to be with God. Forget useless pursuits. Neglect minor duties, if necessary, but do not neglect God. He is not merely a name. God is the life that is surging within us, the life by which we see and love one another. For a little while we behold one another here. Today is but a thought of God, a moment in eternity. Time and again God has shown me that this whole creation consists of nothing more than His dream thoughts. We are in a dream state. The only way to wake up is to refuse to recognize anything as reality except God. Otherwise you will again and again sink to your knees in a mud of suffering that is of your own making, until you realize that neither good fortune nor evil fortune is real, that He alone is real. Then all earthly delusions, disease and health, joy and sorrow, life and death, will pass away. So many people have come on this earth and have left it, still we live as though we shall be here forever. Only he is wise who lives in constant remembrance of God. To think of him always is to find freedom from this earthly dream of birth and death. May you all be so filled with the love of God that in your heart you know nothing else, day or night, but his peace and joy. Again and again I have talked to God, and again I have reproached him with what has happened to this creation. For here we are first tempted by Satan. If only we had been first tempted by the Lord, we wouldn't want to follow satanic ways. Misery is the word for this creation with all its delusion and suffering, and one by one we are taken away, we know not whither. Is there any happiness in this? No, happiness comes only in realizing that the nightmare of creation is not real, and that God is real. Let those who want this world worship it. But you go on to find the supreme joy of spirit. The love of the Lord is everlasting. If you but once get to him, then, just as the compass needle, no matter how you turn it, always points to the north, your mind will ever turn to the love of the Spirit. There are no words to describe that love. No joy is real except that of the Spirit. But unless your heart cries for God, you cannot know him. The hearts of worldly people become dry as dust. Why? Because they cry for everything except God. You must cry for the Lord. Cry for him who, if you would but realize it, is already yours. The sole purpose of creation is to compel you to solve its mystery and perceive God behind all. He wants you to forget everything else and to seek him alone. Once you have found refuge in the Lord, there is no consciousness of life and death as realities. You will then see all dualities like dreams during sleep, coming and going in the eternal existence of God. Forget not this sermon, a sermon he is expressing to you through my voice. Forget not. He is saying, I am just as helpless as you, for I, as your soul, am tied in the body with you. Unless you redeem yourself, I am caged with you. Dally no more, groveling in the mud of suffering and ignorance. Come. Bathe in my light. It is because God wants you that I am here with you, calling you to come home, where my beloved is, and where Christ, Krishna, Babaji, Lahiri Mahasaya, Sri Yateswarji, and the other saints are. Come, the Lord is saying, they are all rejoicing in me. No worldly joys, the taste of food, the beauty of flowers, the passing pleasure of earthly love, can compare with the divine joys of my home. Come. 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 Every night in meditation you shall live with me in eternal love. Remember me. Remember my love. Thus the Lord is calling you. There is only one reality. It is He. Forget everything else. Make the self-realization fellowship lessons your daily study, and meditate every night. Don't go to bed until you have communed with God. In the silence of the night, in the bower of your consciousness, beyond the reach of the noisy senses, renew your romance with God. In the bower of infinitude, beneath his mooned joy, have eternal communion with the beloved of the universe. Divine Mother's face is bright like lightning. She is with us today. How happy we are! How joyous we are! And every day, O Mother, be thou with us, that we go about our duties filled with the fragrance of thy presence, that we be lured away from the stinkweed of the senses. Father, Mother, Friend, Beloved God, Jesus Christ, Bhagavan Krishna, Mahavatar Babaji, Lahiri Mahasaya, Sri Yateswarji, Saints of all religions, we bow to you all. Come unto us, that we may bathe in thy glory. God is nearer than the beat of our hearts, nearer than our thoughts. Love him. When a prodigal soul returns to God, after having run away into the world of matter, there is rejoicing in heaven. The fatted calf of wisdom is prepared for the homecoming celebration for that soul in the kingdom of God. If you would but look within, you would find that God is a wonderful host, offering every kind of entertainment. In Him there is no time, no space, no limitation of any kind. Jesus and the Masters, be with us. Inspire us all with Thy glories. We are not worthy of Thee, O Spirit. Our lips have wasted time in worldly speech. Now our soiled lips are talking of Thee. Divine Spirit, bless us that within our hearts we speak only of Thee evermore. No matter what we say with our tongues, our hearts will ever be repeating Thy name. Divine Beloved, Thou art ours. Bless all who are here that they drink of Thy joy, glory in Thy joy, and thus forget this earth dream altogether. We are just moving in a dream. We may be working and experiencing life's passing scenes, but it is not real. Only when we feel the joy of Thy being are we awake in reality. Aum, glory. Aum, glory. Aum, Christ. Aum, Christ. I saw a great blue valley. The mountains were like shimmering jewels. Here and there mist sparkled around these opalescent mountains. A silvery river of silence, diamond bright, flowed by. And there I saw, coming out of the depth of the mountain, Jesus and Krishna walking hand in hand, the Christ who sang by the river Jordan and the Christ who sang by the river Yamuna. Krishna with his flute and Christ with his song came hand in hand, and they baptized me in the river. My soul melted in the flaming bright waters. The shining mountains and the river and the sky all began to emit flames. My body and the bodies of Christ and Krishna, the opal mountains and the glowing waters and the sky all became dancing lights, and atoms of fire flew. Finally nothing remained but mellow light. In that light I behold all creation trembling. Thou art that eternal light of spirit wherein all forms commingle. Thou art that. Aum. There is no way to find God's love other than to surrender to Him. Master your mind so that you may offer it to Him. There are 4 steps or states of consciousness. The ordinary man is restless all the time. However, when he practices meditation he becomes once in a while calm, but most of the time he remains restless. As he practices meditation more he feels half the time calm, half the time restless. And when he practices meditation deeply and regularly, he is most of the time calm and only once in a while restless. Finally he reaches a state wherein he is all the time calm, and never restless. The trouble is that you do not meditate long enough, and hence you fail to reach the state of complete calmness. But if each night, when everybody else is asleep, your mind is praying to Him continuously like a steady stream, then God answers you. Pray to Him, Lord, this life is Thine. I cannot live without Thee. Thou must come to me. What is the use of praying unless you mean this? Prayer that is merely habit is a mockery, and is wrong. Today you have been so absorbed in Him that you haven't even been aware that you have been meditating for 7 hours. It seems as if we had just started. This is the way you should always pray. Day and night, sometimes for weeks, I am not really conscious of this world. That is true. I am always drunk with the joy of eternal spirit. Whosoever will save his life shall lose it, but whosoever shall lose his life for my sake and the Gospel's, the same shall save it. You must be willing to lose it for God. May this Christmas be the greatest holy day you have ever had. Want nothing but the love of God. That alone is real. Never go to sleep unless you feel that divine consciousness. I can't sleep until I have had that contact. Dear friends, don't wait days to meditate deeply again as you have today. For during those days some of you will leave this earth. This life is like a ship. You are on that ship, watching the passing scenes, then suddenly you hear the stopping throbs of the ship's motor, and the journey is over for you. The whole world is pulsing with the power of God, indescribable, infinite happiness, wave after wave of bliss. Your heart is like the shore, and the ocean of infinite love is breaking on the shores of your heart. I hope you all consciously experience that. Think of the millions of people who are getting drunk with wine today to celebrate the birth of Christ. What a sacrilege! Satan tries to keep man's attention tied to everything but the divine joy. But on your calendar the engagement with God must be supreme. In the beginning of my spiritual training with my master, Sri Yukteswarji, when we would sit together in meditation in the evenings I would become restless as the time approached for me to leave the Serampuri hermitage in order to catch the last convenient train back to Calcutta. Disregarding my state of mind, Master, I found, would not dismiss me as early as I thought he should. I would have to run fast each night to reach the train in time. As I discovered that my worry about train schedules was not influencing Master, I made it a point to banish the restless feelings that had previously been disturbing me. My guru immediately began to dismiss me in ample time to catch my train. Sri Yukteswarji gave such wonderful training. I wish the churches in this country might in time give that kind of training, too. If the poor minister has to entertain you every Sunday, the entire purpose of the church is missed, for God begins where motion ceases. I had to talk to you today in order to help you feel what I am feeling. But the masters in India don't teach by talking. They just have the disciples come and sit with them in meditation. Make every night a Christmas night by meditating until you are full of the divine consciousness you have felt today. Instead of making sure of God, you have been making sure of money. Tomorrow you may be gone from this earth, taking with you no imperishable riches. But if you have made time for God, and have experienced Christ consciousness, when death comes you may truly say, I am king over life and death. Joyously I plunge into the infinite. Some people think of America as a materialistic land, but I have found many wonderful souls here. I am glad to see so many here today, to chant and meditate with me. It is you, and souls like you, who are the real saviors of this country. By your devotion to God you bring blessings on your whole nation. The only way to attain salvation is to have complete loyalty to God. This dream of life will be taken away from you one day. The only thing that is real is the love of God. Nothing else. All are false dreams. Get away from them. Every minute I see how necessary that is. But he has tied me to the SRF work, and so I tell him, I shall work for you alone. Then I feel within his supreme joy. How kind he has been to this unworthy devotee. I could never have imagined that I might win God. Indeed I used to pity myself, saying, Lord, you love your saints, but why don't you love me? Then I found that he loves all alike. But first you have to show him that in your heart you have forsaken everything else. Unless you give up desires for body comforts, sleep, and every other desire, you cannot know him. Day and night you must think of the divine beloved. Then your heart will always sing. Follow the SRF lessons. Practice the presence of God. And meditate. My greatest Christmas gift to you is this day in which we have spent many hours together drinking in the love and joy of God. Make the most of this time. Feel joy and forgiveness for all. Dance in the joy of God. Preach God. Bless America, bless the whole world, with the love of God. My body shall pass but my work shall go on. And my spirit shall live on. Even when I am taken away I shall work with you all for the deliverance of the world with the message of God. Prepare yourselves for the glory of God. Charge yourselves with the flame of spirit. Forsake slavery to the desires of the flesh. Until you have established your spiritual mastery over the body is your enemy. Always remember that. Have no other desire than to spread His name and to think and sing of Him all the time. What joy! Can money give us this joy? No. It comes only from God. The Lord wants us to escape this delusive world. He cries for us, for He knows how hard it is for us to gain His deliverance. But you have only to remember that you are His child. Don't pity yourself. You are loved just as much by God as are Jesus and Krishna. You must seek His love, for it encompasses eternal freedom, endless joy, and immortality. Experiencing the bliss of God, you see that there is no such thing as time, and no, you shall never die. Every day I enjoy that consciousness. I don't like to show it outwardly. Indeed, I can't show it, it is too delicate and precious. I have caught Him in the net of love. I hope you all have felt the presence of Jesus the Christ this day as I have felt it. Jesus appeared to me at one time today as a little boy, but then He didn't appear in form anymore, remaining with me instead as formless joy eternal, light eternal. I tell you these experiences in order to encourage you, but you should not talk to others about your sacred feelings. Keep them in your heart. Use your nights for talking with God. Forsake sleep, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about tomorrow. Every night and all day long have this joy that you have felt today. Lazy people shall never enter the kingdom of God. Don't be afraid to work hard. Thrash the body mentally. And meditate all the time. While you are working, ever be thinking, Lord, I must not forget Thee. Want Him so deeply that you could roll on the ground with anguish for Him. Cry for Him. Don't watch the clock. Don't care whether He does or does not answer, for that puts a condition on your love. He is aware of your every cry, and when your heart's full surrender has been made and the dance macabre of karma is over, He burns up His veil of Maya for you, and then where is death? Where is old age? Where is sorrow? Nothing remains but His light. This is the truth. Falter no more, you who have heard these words. Follow the truth that God has sent through self-realization fellowship and you shall be forever blessed. God is ever calling you through the flute of my heart. I urge you, forget Him not. Our bodies may perish, but let our souls forever blaze like eternal stars in the heart of God. Make a solemn resolution today with me, Heavenly Christ, Krishna, Babaji, Lahiri Mahasaya, Sri Yateswarji, saints of all religions, we pledge our lives to the cause of our own self-realization, that we may realize through the self the infinite Christ, the infinite presence of God. Heavenly Father, forget us not, though we forget Thee. Remember us, though we remember Thee not. Be not indifferent unto us, though we are indifferent unto Thee. Bless us as we make this solemn vow. We shall make a continuous effort to experience the spiritual Christmas every night and every day. Cast us not into the jaws of death, into the pit of our own self-created ignorance. Make us realize that the only important engagement in life is our nightly engagement with Thee. Keep us from laziness and make our flesh work every moment for the redemption of the world, that Thy consciousness descend on every man. Be Thou with us, O Christ and the Masters. We pray with all the intensity of our hearts, O Lord, that we may never forget Thee. Be with us evermore. Tomorrow we celebrate thy birth in festivities, O Christ, with friends we love. But today we have celebrated thy birth in the spirit of true remembrance of thee. Aum. Peace. Amen. This way of keeping Christmas is sorely needed all over the world. I hope that no matter where my body is, you will daily celebrate this kind of holy day, but especially on the day before Christmas, when you should meditate all day long. Then you will realize that the real Christmas lies in the experience of Christ consciousness. May you remain in the eternal glory of Christ every night and every day of the year. You will be blessed whenever you become so intense in your love for God that you forget the body while meditating. The body then becomes purified. Be intoxicated with God. Make a resolution to study your self-realization lessons with deep interest. Then you will be able to do something worthwhile in this world. What is the use of being a soapbox orator? You should talk only from your experience of God and Christ. I want teachers who will be able to talk of God and Christ as they actually feel their presence, and see them. Pray with me. Heavenly Father, charge my body with thy power. Charge my life with thy life. Charge my soul with thine eternal love. We surrender ourselves unto thee. May Christ consciousness be born in the cradle of our flesh, in the cradle of our souls. Heavenly Father, Mother, Friend, beloved God, be thou with us evermore. This is our earnest prayer, be with us evermore. Divine communion with God and Christ. Noting in the West the festive outgoing consciousness, often lacking in depth of true spiritual feeling, which accompanies the seasonal celebrations of Christ's birth, Paramahansa Yogananda began in Self-Realization Fellowship the custom of holding one purely spiritual observance of Christmas, an all-day meditation service, before the social festivities on December. Similar observances are held by self-realizationists on the birth anniversaries of Bhagavan Krishna and the self-realization gurus, for such times are particularly auspicious. Then, special blessings flow from the Great Ones into receptive hearts. During these long meditations led by Paramahansaji, he often entered samadhi, ecstatic communion with God and the Great Ones. Sometimes he talked aloud with God, bestowing on all present a glimpse of the divine love. You may share with them now the inspiration imparted by the outpourings of a heart aflame with love for God and mankind as Paramahansaji prayed and talked with the divine during the meditation. The following words were spoken during intimate moments of his long communion with God, during which he was experiencing the infinite Christ consciousness, and beholding also that infinite Christ in the beloved form of Jesus. Do your utmost today to coax God and Jesus Christ into the secluded, silent temple of your heart. Set aside all restlessness and idle thoughts, banish impatience, and plunge into the infinite. Greater than sleep is the refreshment that comes from deep meditation. In our meditation today we must consciously approach Christ, we must feel His presence, we must see Him. Be satisfied with nothing less. Let us all pray together. Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, Bhagavan Krishna, Mahavatar Babaji, Lahiri Mahasaya, Sri Yateswarji, Guru Preceptor, we bow to you all. Heavenly Father, we pray with all our hearts that you grant us this day the vision of Christ in form and in spirit. O Christ, receive the fervent message of our hearts, come unto us, appear unto us. Jesus Christ, Lord and Master, Lord of millions and Master of creation, in the cradle of our devotion manifest unto us consciously. Reveal your presence in bodily form as you were on earth, and manifest yourself as spirit, joy ineffable, peace indescribable, calmness, omnipresence, and bliss eternal. Beloved Lord, with so much joy and happiness unending locked in our souls, why do we beg for this and that from the world? Bring us to the boundless shores of all fulfillment in Christ consciousness. Aum. Peace. Amen. How many hours, days, and years have passed in material pursuits and attachments? O Lord, break down the imprisoning walls of vanity and ego. Destroy the desire for name, fame, and power. Everything we lay at thy feet, beloved one, for we came here on earth to glorify thy name alone. What is the use of our existence here if you do not come unto us? Many incarnations have been wasted, let it not be true of this one. Bless us to help us make the greatest effort to find thee in this life. O Lord, you have the power to kindle divine love in all hearts. You can bless your devotees with longing for thee night and day. Give us thy love, that we no longer have to call entreatingly to you, that the instant we think of you, our hearts and souls will be choked with thy love divine. I pray for all thy devotees, that morning, noon, and night they sing thy name, thy holy name, naught else. How blessed we are if even for a moment we have sung of thee. In the light of thy name all our sins vanish, and we dream no more the mortal dream of delusion. We are thy children, the birthmark of infinity is on our souls. Thy kiss of immortality is on our brows. The blessing of thine outstretched hands rests eternally upon us. Make us realize our oneness with thee. Awaken us permanently from the dream of delusion that we may remember unceasingly that we are thine immortal children. Though the nightmares of death and delusion dance around us, we are untouched by them. Let Satan not delude those who are seeking thee. He is strong, but your love is greater, omnipotent. One touch of thy grace can drive Satan from the hearts of all. Father, one or two of those devotees you sent to me have slipped away into delusion's mire. I pray for them. Let none succumb to Satan. I pray that for many here this long deep meditation today will mean the last of Satan in their lives. With folded hands, with hearts full of joy, we bow to thee. Oh, such joy! Beloved one, what have I done to deserve this great bliss that fills my being? I desire to live only to drink thy name from the chalice of all hearts. Naught else do I crave but thee. All other desires I have renounced. Everything I lay at thy feet, for thy love alone. Bless me that I may give thy love to all, that they also may know thy love and my goodwill toward them. I have renounced the world and family. And no more disciples do I want, O Lord. I am but thy student, thy disciple. I am here only to speak of thy love, of remembrance of thee. Oh, what glory! What joy! Why, O Lord, have I to do this organizational work? I don't want position or honor. I don't want anything, only you, and to be with those devotees who help me to remember you. I don't want to teach anyone, or offend anyone with discipline. I want only to discipline myself. But it is not I, it is you who love and speak to them, you who bless all through me. It is you who think, feel, move, love through me, O Spirit Divine, O Beloved One, Glorious One, Beloved God, Guru of Gurus. What is there in anything, Lord? Everything is but a dream to me. Where is my body? I see it too is but a gross dream. All desires have vanished. I have no more desires even for the organization, only the desire for thee alone. All that I do to please you. I shall labor in ditches if you want me to, but you must promise that you will be always with me, and with those devotees who love you. You gave me the responsibility to work in the earth. I felt you in the sand and in the sun. I felt your caress in the breeze and your strength in the handle of the spade with which I shoveled. You were all around me, gently blessing me. With every thought you spoke to me. O beloved, O God, O Father, Mother, Friend, all the mother love of incarnations is crushed into thy one love. You are the beloved behind all beloveds, the lover behind all lovers, the friend behind all friends, the relative behind all relatives. I cannot recognize any relationship as greater than my relationship with you. All human relationships are dead without thee. Make all realize that thou art the only love, the only reality. I stand on the brink of eternity, ready to jump from the world of delusion into thee. But I want to take the world with me. Let me not see any face that does not reflect thoughts of thee and love for thee, my beloved God. I love all, even those who avow themselves my enemies, for I see thee in every being. Bless me that my hands and feet, my speech, thoughts, and feelings be always busy for thee. May I speak of thy love to all when it is thy will that I speak of thee. Let me spend not a moment away from thee. Destroy me if I forget thee for an instant. I do not want to live without thee. Delude me not with anything. I will not have it. I will not have it. Divine Spirit, what glory, what joy thou art! Omnipotence. One glimpse of thy grace can destroy the darkness of ignorance and all bad habits. Save us all. In the presence of thy greatness, I am a little child. I want not to be a teacher, only a humble child at thy feet, O God. I lay everything at thy feet, beloved one. O beloved Christ, is it only a day, a few short hours, that we have passed in this deep joy of meditation? What a sweet memory of thy presence lingers with me. I pray that all may feel thee. May they make the mightiest effort to tear away the veil of delusion and restlessness hiding thee, that they may enjoy at least once each year, at Christmas, thy blessed presence. For me, every day is a Christmas of joy. Every day, whether I am traveling in the car, or am in solitude in the ashram, or working, or meditating, thine infinite consciousness is born within me anew. O joy ever new! Jesus Christ is here, blessing you all. And I behold my Guru, hiding in space. Guru, Guru, Guru. O universal Christ, what joy you have given to us. Why doesn't mankind receive your glory, for without you, the Christ consciousness, no man can live. O infinite Christ, in you I see all the saints shining in star-like luster. You are the sky in which they are glimmering. You are the one, the only one. What joy! O Christ, this day we have called you with all our hearts, and you have come and blessed us all. You have been born to us in physical form and in spirit in the cradle of our devotion. What joy I feel, joy, happiness eternal. O Christ, we bow to thee. Beloved God, we pray that every devotee have this experience of divine communion. We cannot live without your presence, without your guidance. You are the power in our hands and speech. You are in every niche of our thoughts and feelings. Yet how you love to hide from us. My beloved Lord, you are all compassionate, so you understand and don't mind my scolding you for hiding yourself. Maybe we, your children, are naughty, but you must not hide from us, for therein begin all of our miseries. Reveal thyself unto us, be with us. Hide no more, beloved Lord, hide no more. With folded hands and bowed head and heart, we stand before thee. Receive our humble devotion. Come to us in any form you like, that we may feel thee tangibly. The little time we have left in this life must be spent in conscious awareness of thee. Mentally I have renounced everything. I give no importance to any lesser duty, but have devoted my attention wholly to thee, to loving thee and serving thee. I love not crowds, but crowds of souls who love thee. Bring no one to me who loves thee not, who does not want to love thee. Draw only those souls who are seeking thee, or in whom the desire for thee can be kindled. I want not from other human beings but to talk with thee in them, and to quaff thy love from the cups of their hearts. I pray that whoever comes to MT Washington or Encinitas seek only thee, know only thee, love thee alone. We thank thee, O Spirit, for sending Jesus Christ to us on earth, for sending Krishna, Babaji, Lahiri Mahasaya and Sri Yateswarji, for through them you have called us. Whoever comes in contact with the very soul of self-realization fellowship will find thee and the blessings of these great ones. Receive us, O God and Gurus, that we may rejoice with thee in heaven, free from disease and death, sorrow and troubles, problems and hatred, war and suffering. May all these dream delusions vanish before the light of our communion with thee. Father, Mother, Friend, beloved God, knowing thee, being entranced with the eternal joy of thee, we have no interest in temptations, no fear of any of your tests. Divine Mother, naughty or good, we are thy children. You love us unconditionally, and we unconditionally love you. We come to you not as beggars, but as thy children, and we demand that you reveal thyself unto us. Reveal thyself. Reveal thyself. Sunder forever the cords of karma that bind us. Nothing can hold us, for we are thy children, heading for our home in thee. With your grace and blessings on our efforts we shall find thee at last. We promise before thee to strive to give up all lesser desires, that we may concentrate our attention on love for thee, weeping tears of joyous longing at thy feet. Bless us with the devotion to cry for you in the silence of the night, that Satan will fly away from us, frightened by our cries for thee, frightened by thy response. Protect us in the castle of thy presence. Let not Satan delude us ever. By thy glance of grace, dispel Satan's power and drive him away forever. Our hearts are thine. This is but the beginning of our acquaintance with you, O Lord, the beginning unto eternity. We love thee with all our hearts, with all our minds, with all our strength, with all our souls. We surrender ourselves unto thee that our bodies, minds, and souls be purified by thy presence. Forget us not, though we forget thee. Remember us, though we remember thee not. Be not indifferent unto us. Free us from all consuming delusion, and entrance us with thy love alone. Lift us on thy lap, O Mother. Cast us not at death's door. All dreams of delusion are finished. For me, the dream of this world is over. Lord, thou art the only reality behind this dream world. Thou art the only ambition of my soul, the only goal of my life. Thou art the Guru, the Master, and the Lover, the Friend and the only beloved I seek. Let the glory of the universal Christ descend upon us. May we feel that presence pouring through our hearts, trickling through our minds, and our hands and feet. O eternal light, may we behold the infinite Christ within and without. We celebrate that Christ in spirit, and we pray that every day be a Christmas of divine rejoicing. Aum. Peace. Amen. The Eternal Romance. Whenever I pray, I find God with me. Sometimes He tells me things that are astonishing. All the complexities of existence are gone. In the simplicity of just pure knowing, I find His presence. Thoughts are rivers flowing from the reservoir of spirit. To connect your life with spirit is the most important duty. God listens to the language of your heart, language that comes from the very depths of your being. People think God doesn't respond to their prayers because they don't understand that God sometimes answers differently from what they expect or ask for. He will not always answer according to their wishes until they have fulfilled His desire for their perfection. Once I was riding in a car and God showed me the future, when all the present occupants of the houses we were passing were gone. They had been so certain of this life. God said, "I didn't create this world just for people to indulge in human emotions. I created temptations to see if my children would instead be tempted to seek me, their Creator." That experience was so satisfying. I saw that all the responsibility belongs to God. He knows that He got us into this trouble. We think God is invisible. When we see a watch, we know it was made by someone, somewhere. Now the little watch of this universe, with sun, moon, stars, the earth, and so on, how was it made, and by whom? You just chew your food, but some intelligence in the body converts it into all the elements the body needs. Who gave you air to breathe, and who created the relationship between air, life, and body? God. How can you doubt Him? He is present behind everything. Him whom I looked for in the clouds and everywhere, I find in every motion of my body, and enthroned on the stillness of my mind. Whenever I want to know something, God talks to me, He guides me or tells me what to say. Or people tell me things, and I suddenly realize it is He who is talking to me through them. When I conducted the service last Sunday, as soon as I prayed, He came as a great light before me. They said I gave one of my best lectures that day. Then came the afternoon class, and finally the evening lecture. Everyone thought I would be tired and would leave then, but we sat down and meditated until 1 a.m. I was as fresh and wide awake as if I had just had a good sleep. For about 15 days now I have had very little sleep. His light sustains me. God stands at the door of your consciousness. These are some of the experiences I am having. They are real, and they begin to multiply when you know God is with you. He will not give such experiences just to attract you, but only when you convince Him that you refuse anything less than proof of His presence. It isn't that He is partial to me. He would do wonderful things for you if you would only love Him. He loves all. He stands at the door of your consciousness, but you will not let Him in. I am seeing increasingly that He is seeking us far more than we are seeking Him. He is not indifferent to us, we are indifferent to Him. So you must seek Him sincerely with great intensity of mind. You may think He is not answering you, and that is when most people become discouraged and stop. But it is He who has kept you going that far, and you must not give up. When doubt comes, say, "Well, how am I moving my hands? How is my digestion working? How does my breath ebb and flow?" He must be there. He is there. Since you are so dependent upon that power, why not turn to that power? When you are persistent every day in showing that you love Him above all things, then whenever you wish anything, it will happen. God yearns for our love. I asked God why He made this creation. Was it necessary for you? He answered, "No, but I had no one to share my joy." And so He became the Creator, but with one condition: He would impose on Himself the same yearning and seeking that He imposes on His creatures. Everyone is seeking something for the happiness he hopes it will give. But people don't find true happiness because every avenue of material gain ends in a blind alley. You want a thing only until you have it. When you get it, the pleasure diminishes until the joy is gone. Most people think there is nothing more to life than to be born, to marry, to produce children, to make money, to grasp at elusive pleasures, and to die. But that is not so. God says, I have imposed the same difficulty on myself as on my children. As they are not finding fulfillment, so have I not found what I want. And what is God longing for? Our love. Our attention. He has made it very difficult for himself, because he gave man free will to seek him or reject him. He says, I am pursuing every heart, waiting for my children to spurn my creation and turn toward me. What a grand thought, to realize that he has imposed on himself the same exile that he has imposed on us, that God is seeking something too, our love. When we talk of God, many people think of a venerable being sitting on a throne in the remoteness of heaven. They reason, how can I feel love for this unknown God? Let us eat, drink, and be merry now. But behind every rosebush of pleasure is a rattlesnake of unhappiness. There is no permanent pleasure in the world. Your body may be beautiful, but suddenly disease comes, and nothing can heal it. You may be very wealthy, but then the stock market crashes and you lose everything. Why should we suffer these disappointments? Well, God is similarly disappointed, because He wants us, and we have denied Him our love. So He is suffering too, because He has caused this separation. And unless we choose to go to Him willingly, He cannot free us or Himself from suffering. The desire behind all desires. For a little while you can be happy with worldly things, but inside there is a void. Everything bores you in time. I realized that even in my childhood. I envisioned myself in every kind of situation. And when I could not picture an experience for myself, I looked at someone else who lived that life which I thought seemed nice, and I saw unhappiness and discontent. That is why I didn't get caught in any of those traps. I saw that somebody is using our hearts to enjoy things and to love others. But then he takes away that object of our love, as in death, or suddenly the love grows stale and is gone. Where is that love? It is God playing hide and seek with us, it is He whom we should seek. I don't bow to a God we have to fear. I say, Thou art nearest of the near, dearest of the dear, closer than the closest. I tell Him anything that is on my mind, and He answers me. Who else could love like that? He was always behind me, knocking at the gates of my life, waiting to get in. I found that no matter what I had sought in this world, through incarnations, it was He whom I really sought. Every time I satisfied a desire, there was no joy in it any more. Ah, fondest, blindest, weakest, I am He whom thou seekest. I means that joy eternal, God. In the desire for money, sex, human love, people are really seeking but one thing, happiness, and that is God. I remain drunk with that happiness day and night. It is not an abstract state of mind, that happiness can talk to you. It is just behind the ether out of which all creation sprang. That happiness is God, and it is folly to seek or limit your love to anything else. I could never give my love completely, even to my mother, whom I loved so dearly, because I knew that behind her was someone who loved me through her. Ignorance means not using the power God gave you. One of the illusions of life is to continue to live helplessly. As soon as you say, it's no use, it becomes so. The ghost of ignorance is right within you. Ignorance means not using the power God gave you. Why are you saying and doing the same harmful things over and over every day? To think you cannot change at will is delusion. You must be able to change, to expel harmful habits immediately when you choose to do so. Most people always behave in a predictable, characteristic way because they have become habit-bound. But if a person inwardly changes his habit patterns, others notice and say, he is a different person, even though outwardly his appearance has not changed. Don't remain the same day after day. Look within and see if you are still bound by the same old habits that people have recognized year after year. If you are, take the sword of wisdom and cut out those habits. Then use your God-given discrimination to remake your life into a worthier image. I made some resolutions for this new year, about little things I had neglected, and about removing from this mansion of my life unnecessary luxuries that fill up precious gaps of time. I did not tell anyone about them. The hardest tests came in the first 8 days after I made the resolutions. Everything seemed contrived to make me break them. But, on January 1st, with God's help, I had firmly removed all contrary inclinations from my mind, so nothing could bend my will. You are your own greatest enemy when you say, "It can't be done." You will be surprised at how much freedom God has given you to change your life. Don't wait until the body is riddled with disease, until it can make the mind weak, for then the fight is harder. You are not flesh and blood. You are the light in this body. Immortality is caged in this little form and it wants to get out. Recently 2 disciples were standing beside me, and suddenly I saw them as in an X-ray, flesh and bones and organs, everything, and a great light was coming from them. When God is with you, all matter changes into electric shadows. Everything becomes ethereal. These experiences are not figments of imagination. They are manifestations of truth. God is the most lovable being. Never think that God does not answer your prayers. Every word you have whispered to Him He has written in His heart, and someday He will answer you. If you keep watching for Him and the many ways in which He does respond, you will know that in fact He answers you all the time. If you are very eager, He will answer in greater ways. Only by persistence can He be persuaded to come. God is the most lovable being in the universe. Everything that you want is in Him. To seek anything else is a great mistake. I am not wasting a minute of my time. I have cut out everything that diverts me from Him. Such happiness I could never find anywhere else. I am living in that state of God consciousness, and where I am, I want you to come. I want to reciprocate the love of those whose love I have received by taking them with me into the love of my Father. Once, when I was very young, my family tried to persuade me to marry. I saw the prospective bride, and I thought she had the most beautiful face I had ever seen. I heard God say, "Why don't you marry?" But I said to Him, "Are you not more wonderful? I do not want that face, I want you who are behind that face." Years later, I saw how her beauty had faded with age, but my joy in God had increased 1,000-fold. Marriage is for those who do not feel inwardly the renunciant's conviction that God alone is sufficient. But those who are married are not barred from finding God. The purpose of the divine friendship of marriage is to help each other toward that end. In fact, no marriage can be completely successful without God's love. It takes unconditional love to make the marital relationship harmonious. What a Hades husbands and wives make of their lives without that love, and without trust in each other. Couples and even the closest relationships are very secretive and keep things to themselves. In the beginning they share everything, but when they start to have differences and quarrels, they withdraw and put up a wall around themselves. Where has their love gone? 2 young people say they will die if they cannot be together. But if suddenly one of them became old and gray, where would that love be? What is it that they love? The soul? No, it is the face. The point is, your first goal must be to know God. When you have found Him, when your heart is in tune with Him, then whatever He tells you to do is all right. But if you entangle yourself without first finding God, you have chosen the path of error. You are alone on this earth and nobody will pay for your mistakes but yourself. So why should you follow the mistakes of others? You must live your life as you know you should live it. Don't keep feeding your bad habits with fresh actions that strengthen them. The weak man says, "I smoke, and now I can't quit." Well, before he smoked he never felt the need. Be free. When God's boundless joy and soothing light come, nothing else matters. Then outer experiences also will testify that what you see inside is true. There is more to life than appears outwardly. It is a great delusion to think there is no more to life than appears outwardly. Your real life is with God, and to go back to Him is the reason we are here. He took the trouble to create this world to entertain us, and He wants us to see it as His play. All things betray thee, who betrayest me. To go after worldly pleasure and forget God is to set a course to unhappiness. Evil promises happiness and gives sorrow. Would you pick a flower if you knew its mere touch was poisonous? No. The only lasting happiness is found in God. Sit quietly and pray deeply, devotedly. Talk to Him. Don't be afraid of Him. There is no other way to know Him than by meditation. You must never miss it. At the end of the day you are tired and want to lie down and sleep, but instead sit up and meditate intensely. You will see how it changes your life. After deep communion with God, 4 or 5 hours of sleep will be enough. Beyond that you drug yourself. Use the rest of your time to meditate. I hardly see anyone these days. I want to be only with those who talk with God. The less you engage in idle talk, the better it is. The less you mix with others who just waste your time, the better it is for your spiritual life. Seclusion is the price of greatness. This short season of life will be gone before you realize it. Reap the harvest of divine happiness that nothing can take away. It is not impossible, you have only made yourself think it is impossible. The power of God is within you, so when your mind tells you a thing can't be done, say to that thought, "Get out." It can be done. And it will be, if you make up your mind. Why waste your time on spurious pleasures? Go to the very source. If you remain in that happiness all the time, you will also be happy in the world. You will see that all disease and suffering are but short-lived nightmares of the body. Every day is a battle, and you must fight. Saints have the greatest battles, but their struggles mean nothing to them after a while because they have found God. Think of the life of Saint Francis. Very few saints suffered as he did, painfully ill and blind, yet he healed the sick, and even after his own death, he raised the dead. Such was the power of his love for God. God is always with us. God is not remote from His creation, He is always with us. You don't see the breeze, but you know it is there. He who made the breeze in us, He is here. Every time I move my hands and feet I see it is He who is moving them. The whole universe trembles with His presence. There is no other reality. This life is a cosmic motion picture. As soon as God comes, everything becomes light and dances in His light. When you see a motion picture and forget it is entertainment, you react to it as though it were real. But when you see it as a picture, you do not agonize over the portrayal of suffering, violence, and death. It is God's play of light and shadow that has made creation appear as it does to us. When you realize this, you see it as a dream motion picture. But, woe unto you if you don't realize this, you will be hurt and feel alone and forsaken. Wake up, know that God is with you, and that when death comes and no one can be there to help you, God and Guru will be there. People who have earthly wealth have nothing without the riches of God. They can take nothing material with them when they die. But those who have cultivated good qualities are the truly rich, because they carry that treasure with them beyond the portals of the grave. Many think they are not suited for the spiritual life, but that is Satan's greatest lie. Satan is ignorance. God tells me that the only path we are fitted for is the path that leads to Him. That is why nothing else satisfies us. So it is false reasoning to say you are not ready for God yet. Every heart is suffering, and everyone who suffers is ready. A square peg does not fit in a round hole. This earth can be compared to the round hole, and your life is the square peg. Someday you will see that the square hole into which you fit is God. You are deluded into thinking that you belong to your family and your country. There is no America, there is no India, for me. All countries are mine because they are God's, and all families are mine because they are God's. I have never allowed anyone or anything to monopolize me. I have said to God, my love I shall give to no one but you. I shall not give it to those who would limit it with selfish attachment, merely because they ask for it, nor shall I give it to any creature or to anything. I will run away from all that would imprison my love, and will save it for you alone. By giving my love to God alone, I have given it to all. Don't be discouraged. Turn to God. How could there be any greater promise than what He told me? Every whisper you utter to me, I will answer. I would never have thought that, with all of the organizational responsibilities I have taken on, I could inwardly remain in such joy of God. It is because I never forgot one thing, my meditation. My only desire was to be with God, so I was always asking Him, when are you going to release me from so much work? Now, work or no work, it doesn't matter, by His grace, I am enjoying the greatest inner freedom and bliss. Cut off the tentacles of habits and kill the octopus mind that says it can't be done. Just say, it can, and then do it. Get rid of your bad habits. Change yourself every day. Don't be overwhelmed by all your responsibilities. Life was given that we might find the eternal life. Peace was given that we might find the eternal peace. Desire was given, not to be used for material things but that our need for the infinite be satisfied. If you would but seek Him a little more urgently, you would find Him. Doubt not. Before I came to America, one day I prayed and prayed to God until I felt my brain would burst. I cried to Him, I don't know what awaits me in America, but if anything takes me away from you I don't want to live. Give me a sign that it will be all right. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, I opened it, and there a saint was standing. He said, God tells me to tell you, follow the behests of your Guru and go to America. Fear not, you shall be protected. When he saw that I wanted to go with him, he said, don't try to follow me. I tried, but found that my feet would not move. In America the saint's words have come true. I have loved nothing more than God, and because of that allegiance He has remained with me. One night in Boston, during a period of intense activity, I prayed to God that I wanted to run away, lest I lose Him in the midst of all the demands placed on me. But God said to me, keep on with your work, of course, you are doing it for me. When you are busy, you are all the time telling yourself that you are wasting your time if you are not with me. But you are with me. After that, I was in ecstasy for 7 months, everything was going on just the same, but I was in the ecstasy of God. A terrible pain comes when you feel He is gone, far worse than the anguish of a millionaire who suddenly finds he has lost every cent he had. The romance with God is eternal. These are not just sermons that I am giving you, but the truth that will free you. So, I want you to remember, follow the Self-Realization Fellowship lessons, for they contain the greatest message of the age. And at night pray continuously in the cave of silence. Never go to sleep without meditating. Sleep you can have any time, but not God. Whenever people leave you alone, in the little gaps of time between duties, sit quietly and pray to Him, reveal thyself. You are here, you can't fool me. You are within me and all around me. I love you alone. He will come to you, in clouds, in light, in faces, in all kinds of ways. God talks to His devotees through intuitive feeling, through friends, through light writing, and through a voice heard within. Last night as I meditated, heaven opened up to me. Everything I see in His light comes true. Then you know He was just hiding from you. The greatest romance you can have is the romance with God. Human love goes away in a little while, but your romance with God is eternal. Not one day must pass without seeing Him. That is why I wrote, through endless incarnations I called out thy name, searching by the streamlets of all my silvery dreams. I always tell Him that He is to blame for sending me out, but at last I realized that all life's illusions were to make me appreciate Him more, to excite me to seek Him. It was always He, the Father behind all fathers, the Mother behind all mothers, the Lover behind all lovers, that I sought through incarnations. He is the Lover and our souls are the beloved, and when the soul meets the greatest Lover of the universe, then the eternal romance begins. The love that you have been seeking for incarnations through all human loves is at last yours. You will never want anything else. A Scripture of Love. Paramahansa Yogananda has been described by his beloved disciple Rajarsi Janakananda as a Prem avatar, or incarnation of divine love. In the following prose, written in the S, Paramahansaji speaks first of his own search for that divine love, then from his at-one-ment with God as love. I sought love in many lives. I shed bitter tears of separation and repentance to know what love is. I sacrificed everything, all attachment and delusion, to learn at last that I am in love, with God, alone. Then I drank love through all true hearts. I saw that He is the one cosmic lover, the one fragrance that permeates all the variegated blossoms of love in the garden of life. Many souls wonder wistfully, helplessly, why love flees from one heart to another. Awakened souls realize that the heart is not fickle in loving different ones, but is loving the one God love that is present in all hearts. The Lord ever silently whispers to you, I am love. But to experience the giving and the gift of love, I divided myself into three: love, lover, and beloved. My love is beautiful, pure, eternally joyous, and I taste it in many ways, through many forms. As Father I drink reverential love from the spring of my child's heart. As Mother I drink the nectar of unconditional love from the soul cup of the tiny baby. As child I imbibe the protecting love of the Father's righteous reason. As infant I drink causeless love from the holy grail of maternal attraction. As Master I drink sympathetic love from the flask of the servant's thoughtfulness. As servant I sip respectful love from the goblet of the Master's appreciation. As Guru preceptor I enjoy purest love from the chalice of the disciple's all-surrendering devotion. As friend I drink from the self-bubbling fountains of spontaneous love. As a divine friend, I quaff crystal waters of cosmic love from the reservoir of God-adoring hearts. I am in love with love alone, but I allow myself to be deluded when as father or mother I think and feel only for the child, when as lover I care only for the beloved, when as servant I live only for the master. But because I love love alone, I ultimately break this delusion of my myriad human selves. It is for this reason that I transfer the father into the astral land when he forgets that it is my love, not his, that protects the child. I lift the babe from the mother's breast, that she might learn it is my love she adored in him. I spirit away the beloved from the lover who imagines it is she whom he loves, rather than my love responding in her. So my love is playing hide and seek in all human hearts, that each might learn to discover and worship, not the temporal human receptacles of my love, but my love itself, dancing from one heart to another. Human beings importune one another, love me alone, and so I make cold their lips and seal them forever, that they utter this untruth no more. Because they are all my children, I want them to learn to speak the ultimate truth, love the one love in all of us. To tell another, I love you, is false until you realize the truth. God as the love in me is in love with his love in you. The moon laughs at millions of well-meaning lovers who have unknowingly lied to their beloved ones. I love you forever. Their skulls are strewn over the windswept sands of eternity. They can no longer use their breath to say, I love you. They can neither remember nor redeem their promise to love each other forever. Without speaking a word, I have loved you always. I alone can truly say, I love you, for I loved you before you were born. My love gives you life and sustains you even at this moment, and I alone can love you after the gates of death imprison you where none, not even your greatest human lover, can reach you. I am the love that dances human puppets on strings of emotions and instincts, to play the drama of love on the stage of life. My love is beautiful and endlessly enjoyable when you love it alone, but the lifeline of your peace and joy is cut when instead you become entangled in human emotion and attachment. Realize, my children, it is my love for which you yearn. Those who love me as only one person, or who imperfectly love me in one person, do not know what love is. Only they can know love who love me wisely, faultlessly, completely, all-surrenderingly, who love me perfectly and equally in all, and who love me perfectly and equally as all.